Tuesday, November 1st, and now 8:04. The Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee is called to order. Ms. Crichton, please call the roll.
Members present: Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
And Chair Logan.
Present. Present. Thank you, colleagues. We only have one item on the agenda today, an update on police recruiting efforts, all council districts, requested by Councilman Morgan. Chief Davis, you have the floor. Or, I'm sorry, Assistant Chief.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Go ahead and get started. We are pretty much excited about what we've done.
Thank you, Chief.
170 North Main Street. Is your thing on?
Yes, it should be. You push the green button, the button.
170 North
green
Main.
now.
Got me.
Okay.
All right. So we'll start over. Sean Jones, 170 North Main Street. And again, good morning. And I think we're really proud about what we've done thus far. We know we still have a long ways to go from a recruiting standpoint. But for the most part, we've hosted 4 job fairs, job expos this year, and each one of them we consider as being very successful. The very first one was January 12th, where we had 300 people to attend that potential job fair. And the second one was February 26th, 107 attended that job fair. June 4th, 115 people attended that particular event. And the last one was August 30th, and we have a minimum of 217 that attended that particular event. We don't think we're going to do any more this year for the most part. We kind of, coming up to the holidays, and typically people want to be with their families and stuff, but I guess our anticipation would be to start next year to do a job fair. But all of those have been successful. We've had actually, so we had 3 recruit classes to start this year. 136 is not pictured in that particular class. We graduated 72 out of that particular class on July 1st. Then we have our 137th class. We actually had 104. Your document is right. What's on the screen is not. It's a typo. But you have 104 police recruits in that class, and 17 police report technicians were in that class. That class is currently in session, and they're scheduled to graduate December 15th of this year in order to hit the streets. Next, we kind of looked at that class and want to look at the makeup in terms of where they were from. Actually, again, it's going to be 104 of those recruits, and we looked at all the different cities that they came from. They came from a variety of different places. We even had some from, one from Pakistan as well. They were able to, go through clear our background process, and we had one from Africa as well. We had one individual who was specifically recruiting individuals from his neighborhood to come to our police department, but pretty much throughout the nation for the most part. But when you look at it, 66% of the recruits are from the city of Memphis. That makes up this particular class. And then as we look at the next class, which is 138, we started this class October 10th. And we have 50 trainees in this particular class. 41 of them are police recruits, and 9 are police service technicians. Once again, we tried to look at where they were coming from. And once again, overwhelmingly, 60% of the hires in this particular class actually come from the city of Memphis. So we realized that Memphis is still a strong pool of applicant pool for us. So we continue to advertise here. If you watch some of the sporting events, especially football, college football, professional football, and we're going to be all the way up into the Super Bowl. And when that's played, we're going to be doing our advertisement to make sure that we can continue to keep the interest of individuals to join our police department. But again, overwhelmingly, Memphis is one of the places. We did have 5 individuals that came from the city of, come from Mississippi, the state of Mississippi. And that continues to be our second pool for the most part as we continue to do our recruiting. So Next, we kind of look at our attrition. When we look at our resignations for the most part and our retirements, they're pretty much almost even for the most part. Even when you go back and look at 2021 for the most part, our resignations and our retirements are pretty much the same, about 73 and about, maybe about 70 to 75 as it relates to the retirements. I think we're approaching the point where retirements, because we do have an older police force for the most part, a lot of people that are here for long periods of time. So you will see more people begin to leave, and I'll talk about that as we move further in the presentation. We had 2 separations and 1 death. We have the drop program. So the drop program automatically kind of puts people in that 3-year cycle of retirement. That's something that we really don't have much to say about. Once they get that 3-year period, they're actually, they move out the process. So this year, 20 people will leave. We only have 1 of those 20 people who remain now, and they should be leaving next month in December. We will have about 8 people in January to leave as well. But what we're trying to do now is to make sure that we're recruiting in a manner that even though they may leave, it's not going to hurt us or impact us. So that's what we're trying to do. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we move forward. Beginning on July 1st, we did 72. And July 2nd should be actually 121 there. I think your copy is correct. I think this PowerPoint here is a typo here. But on October 10th, we started the class with 50. And we believe that we have to continue to do that. And our goal is really to hire on a quarterly basis, just to kind of keep ahead of attrition as we move forward. And I'll show you why as we move forward. And this is it for the most part. When you look at separations and attrition for the most part throughout organization throughout the United States, according to the Society of Human Resource Management, the high is actually 13%. The anomaly that we had last year was 185, and we started the year with more than about 2,000, right around 2,000. So it puts us pretty much around 9.25. But currently we're right at 7.5% from an attrition standpoint. And there's a trend line that goes through there. You see it starting at 130 and it goes to 150. And basically what you're seeing here is that each year, the attrition as it relates to your separations and your hires, your separation pretty much constant for the most part, but you're trending up. It's been trending up, and it's been trending up for a number of years for the most part. Then when you look at your hires, for the most part, we've kind of not have kept up with the attrition from a hiring standpoint. We've had more people to leave than we've been able to hire. But if you look at the current year, you see that we've been able to hire more people than have left. And if we're able to stay in this mode and to continue to hire on a quarterly basis, the attrition never affects us. The problem that I think that we've had from a historical standpoint is that we start and we stop. We start and we stop. And when you start and stop, what happens, your attrition numbers continue to go down. So every time we have an academy class, what we're actually doing is trying to fill and replace those numbers. But basically what we're doing now, by being able to hire on a quarterly basis, what that allows us to do is, we average about 10, maybe 15 at the high that may leave over a quarter. But if we had started an academy class that have 30 plus, we're going to always be at a gain. So that's why it's continuous hiring, starting classes on a quarterly basis. Over time, you're going to beat it. This year, we're going to be going back to kind of like where we started last year for the most part, but that methodology was not in place, originally. But so if we continue the methodology that we're using now, we'll be ahead of last year because we won't have those 60 to 70, 80 people leaving, and we don't have replacements for them. We'll stay ahead of that from a hiring standpoint. So where we are right now, we're down to 1910. Okay, in terms of actually sworn manpower on the streets. However, we have 127 people in the academy at this particular time, and which actually the field positions takes us to 2036 field positions. So if all of those people were out on the street, we would have 2036. However, they're in the training process. Nevertheless, we have 26 individuals who are pending their medicals and their psychologicals. We want to start a class December 19th. And in that particular class, at a minimum of 30, but we hired those 23 of those 26 this month. So we know next month, we know we believe, and I say it that way, that we can hire at least another 20 more at a minimum based on the rate of hiring that my staff is doing. So to be able to bolster those numbers. So it'd be great if we can start another class of 50 this year. That way, as we move through next year, we'll stay ahead of being able to have manpower on the streets and be able to do some of those proactive police services by having that manpower available to us. So the class that will start, the 50 will start in March. They will actually graduate in March. That's currently in class now, if we start that class. But our goal is really to start a class every quarter and almost graduate a class if we can keep it going and flowing in a proper manner every quarter. That way we beat attrition. And that's the end of my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. Chairman Jones.
And then, Warren has a question too. Mine isn't necessarily a question. Mine is a comment. And Chief, I just want to commend you and your staff for the changes that you all have made in the recruiting process. Mm-hmm. This past summer, I visited California, and I had a chance to meet one of the deputy chiefs for, for Fresno, California. Mm-hmm. And so we were in the middle of talking about police recruitment. I said, do you all have, and I just looked at the population of Fresno. Fresno has about 545,000 people, so they're just a tad bit smaller than Memphis. And I asked about their police shortage. He said, we don't have one. Right. I said, how? And I said, they seem to be having one across the country. He said, we are always recruiting. And so when we look back, and there was nothing really special what predated everybody on this council, even you, because this was during the gap that you weren't here, we just weren't recruiting. So it's no magic, it's no science, there's no science behind it. You just have to, he said, we are always recruiting, we are always recruiting. So, we can we have to deal with and live with the sins of our forebears. That's how we got to this position. It had nothing to do with residency and all of that. We just were not recruiting on a consistent basis, and that's what you all have done. So those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Councilman Warren.
Yes, thank you, Officer Jones. Could you possibly, perfect timing, could you possibly tell me what's going on with the recruitment center in La Savelle, how that is and when that's due to be up?
Okay, so we're scheduled to have that up around December, probably around the mid part of December. Right now, currently, because we've acquired the building, we're doing some of the facial stuff for the outside. I'm working with the communications team out of the mayor's office to put the proper signage on there. We will have people staffed in that particular facility to be able to accommodate individuals who want to join our agency.
So is that going to be open 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, and people can just walk in? And we should start referring people who are looking for jobs on the police department there? Yeah,
right, we're 9 to 5, and that's just one of the mechanisms that we have. We still have joinmpd.com where you can apply online. That's the most efficient, way of doing it. But if you want to, once we have individuals who need to turn in documentation for the recruitment process, which they have to do currently now, they would be able to bring it to that center, drop that information off, and we could begin processing them into our agency.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple of questions. So on the resignations and retirements, 150 through the first 3 quarters, I guess that's 50 per quarter, 200 we'd be expecting for this year, which would be higher than I've seen in the past. What are we hearing from the people that are resigning? Are we doing exit interviews with them? Yeah, so is there anything that we can change in terms of retention within MPD? Yeah, so I think the mayor's really done a good job, I think, from a retention standpoint. I mean, he's given a variety of incentives to be able to keep our people on board. The 5% this year, the 5% next year, and the 99999 over a 5-year, period of time. We just recently rolled out take-home cars, so that was some of the inquiries that they had. Some people, there were equipment issues that some of the people wanted. Chief and the mayor going to many of the locations have rolled out, making sure that some of the people who can get the rifles and stuff. So really just kind of changing them around, giving them new equipment,
and, just trying to make it a better place for them to work, and working on our supervision and our leadership training so our supervisors who are interacting with them on a daily basis will have that positive interaction with them.
Okay.
Add a comment to that,
Chief.
council member.
State your
CJ
name and address, please.
I was going to do that. CJ Davis,
Thank you.
170 North Main Street. I was just going to add to that, just the nature of our work and our new generation of officers. There's always this affinity to go seek out and be more adventurous than some of our, veteran officers. I think our attrition, the culture of attrition in the industry is starting to shift. And what keeps our officers is giving them that adventure, right here in our department. And some of it has been career development. Young people want career development. They want to know what's going to happen with them in the next 5 to 10 years. And if they don't see it, then they're going to go somewhere else where they see the shiny ball. Someone else is enticing them to what could happen with them in the next 5 years or so. So one of the big projects that the mayor is working with us on is actually restructuring our ranks so that officers have an opportunity to attain higher ranks at an earlier point in their careers. And we really believe that this move, which is imminent, we actually meet with the MPA this week in HR to really talk about how do we roll that out. I showed you all a proposed rank structure a few months back, pyramid structure that actually eliminated the top rank and gave us an opportunity to include some lower ranks for our officers. And we think that structure is going to work as it relates to retaining officers and giving them, more of a career path than we've had in the past.
Okay. Just for an example, what would be the expected time that someone would serve to get to something like a lieutenant position? Because I've heard that's one of the roadblocks, or I guess the bottlenecks within the department, where somebody told me it was, I think the youngest lieutenant had been on the force for about 20 years.
Yes.
Is that still the case?
That is the case, and that's an anomaly for law enforcement. It really is. Just to give myself as an example, I was a lieutenant in 6.5 years. I think Chief Jones was probably 6.5 years, if not 6. And then your career continues to progress. What we hope to attain is the 7-year mark is where our officers should be able to attain the rank of lieutenant. On an average right now is somewhere around 20 years, 18 to 20 years. Even with sergeants, we promoted some sergeants, somewhere about 70 sergeants in the last 6 months. And as we promoted those sergeants, some of them have been on the department 24 years, and that's even lower ranked than lieutenant. And we really do want to provide our employees with more of a career path because it's really about the end game, How do you devote your time to a city and then feel like you've achieved as much as you can while you're working and want to stay, and have some level of commitment to the city. So we're thinking that these changes that we're about to make are going to be a game changer for the department.
And to the slide with the 5-year attrition, when y'all talk about hires being 253 so far this year, is that commissioned officers only, or is that including, or is that recruits?
30, so 30 of those are PSTs.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So 30 are PSTs, and then the rest are still recruits. And I keep hearing sometimes with this new age of officers and things like that, are we still seeing an 80 to 90% graduation rate from the academy, or is it higher, or is it lower?
84% is what we've typically seen from the academy.
Okay, and so we could expect that too. Okay, 253 hires, 30 of them are PSTs, so 223, and then we'd expect that 84% of those will be commissioned officers.
Right. That's correct.
They made it past.
Right.
I was just going to say, at this point in their training, they've made it past some very critical points in their training. So we expect to see all 230 of those officers, 220 of those sworn officers out on the street.
Does the 150 that are resigning or retiring, does that include PSTs?
So that does not. That does
Okay.
not, right.
All right. I'd love to see it as an apples to apples comparison, because if we're constantly adding the PSTs to our hires but not to the resignations, I don't know if that's that's the way I would present it to us. Okay.
Right.
What do y'all find is the number one barrier in terms of filling up our classes further? What would it take to get more qualified applicants and recruits into the police academy and then ultimately be commissioned officers for the city of Memphis? Is it that we don't have enough recruiters? Is it that we just don't pay enough competitively in the market? Is it a morale issue that people just don't want to be police officers? They prefer a different career, fire department, or something else along those lines? What do y'all constantly hear back as the number one, number two issue?
Well, first of all, we need a larger classroom. We've got new space that accommodates 100 in a classroom, and we really haven't seen the difficulty, I would say, in attracting recruits. I think we hit on it earlier today. When you stop recruiting, you're digging out of a hole, period. You have to continue to recruit. Every agency that I know or have worked with, once you stop recruiting, you have a hole that's hard to dig out of, because the attrition rate is just natural. It's going to happen. 7% attrition rate is what we should expect. At the beginning of the year, we talked about the fact that the magic number for us is 150. If we look at losing 150 officers, worst case scenario, whether it's retirement, drops, separations, or whatever the case might be, our goal is to hire 300 so that we have 150 net. And that's kind of where we are right now. We're at a point now where we're moving towards a net gain. So it's not a perfect scenario. And as you mentioned, we're continuously trying to tweak it so that we can bring more people on. We've done more than most agencies. The city has given a lot. I'm just going to be honest. Everything from bonuses to trying to restore pension, to take-home vehicles, to career development, you name it. It's happening for these officers. I'm excited for them because I've never seen that much happen for a police agency. I call my chief colleagues, and they're asking, how are we doing this? How are we putting 100 officers in a class? So we plan to continue to motivate our officers and let them know that the grass isn't greener on the other side. A lot of them are coming back to us too. So we want to continue to work on the department and make it an attractive, place for officers to work in, give them an opportunity to move up. And those that decide to leave after all that the city is trying to provide for them, I just say good luck. So I commend the council for helping us in this effort, because that's what it takes. It does take, enticing our officers, everything from, giving them education incentives to, workplace, incentives, the environment, the whole nine.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other colleagues want to be recognized? Chief, we really appreciate the efforts and your staff, the team. You're doing a great job turning things around. We really appreciate it and look forward to continue.
Tourism Committee. Will you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Covett. Chair Ford.
Here, present. Okay, we have two items. The first item is an update on the private development at Liberty Park, all council districts, requested by Councilman Carlisle. Right here. Okay. Y'all ready? Okay, give us your name, address, and we can continue.
Good morning, Ashley Cash, Housing and Community Development Director, 125 North Main. We are here this morning to provide an update on the redevelopment at Liberty Park. We'll start a little bit with the general overview, what's going on, and then kind of drill down into the to the project. Mary Claire, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Mary Claire Boris, HCD Administrator of Strategic Initiatives, 125 North Main.
Thank you. All right, so if you see here on the slide, this is just a timeline of where we started and where we are. And we're right here at in between October and December. We're expecting the Sports and Event Center to open in December, to be open to the public at the end of the year. And you can see we started this project 2017 with the TDZ application. I do know the point of this conversation is to talk about the private development area, which is kind of the northwestern, where you see the red and yellow squares just adjacent to the Children's Museum. If you look back at the calendar, all of that is expected to open fall of 2024. So we do have some time, and we're in some preliminary stages, but Mary Claire will go into detail on that.
Again, just to update you, the Sports and Event Center is literally weeks away from opening. We are currently installing the hardwood floors. It's 8 basketball courts worth of hardwood floors. That's being done by a local WBEE, Sports Floors, Inc. It is, in fact, their largest single installation project ever, so we're very happy for them. And we are excited that we just have a few more weeks left to go. It's been a long time coming. And of course, everyone will remember that a couple weeks ago, the mayor announced a plan to replace the Coliseum, keeping a few elements from it, but to generally replace it with a new soccer stadium. So just wanted to throw up that reminder that completing this Sports and Event Center is only one part of the continuing transformation of the Liberty Park campus. Okay, so we are happy to announce that the 18-acre mixed-use development at Liberty Park was officially being called the District at Liberty Park. And it will feature a new road in the middle that we are constructing in between Early Maxwell Boulevard and Fred Jones Way, which we are proposing to call Larry Finch Lane in honor of Coach Finch. We thought that he is someone who really needs to be represented on the campus and honored along with some of the other sports figures that are honored there. We have started mass grading these 18 acres. Those of you who may remember, it's a lot of different levels of dirt over there from the different uses over the year, but we've started getting that to one level. The city is investing $13 to $14 million to prepare the site for the vertical construction. All of this is money that's already been appropriated, either from the TDZ bonds that were issued or bits and pieces of public elements have been coming from CIP funds or Accelerate Memphis funds. Again, everything's already been allocated and appropriated. We are negotiating with multiple developers for long-term ground leases. Very important for everyone to know that the city has owned this land. It's been publicly held for well over 100 years, and we intend that to continue to be the case. And we do believe that the partners will start going vertical in the second quarter of next year. Our plans for the facility, for the area, we're looking at about 200 hotel rooms. We anticipate that will be 2 brands under one flag in one building, so probably limited service and an extended stay, the type of hotels that appeal to families traveling to these sports tournaments. The same developer is also proposing to do a restaurant inside the hotel, a cocktail lounge up on top of the hotel, and they're also proposing to do 200, give or take, multifamily apartment units along Central Avenue, just right across from Christian Brothers, which, as you can imagine, is always looking for additional housing, particularly for their graduate students. We're also talking to both national and local concepts for what we call a jewel box restaurant. That just means it stands alone. It's not part of a larger building. That's number 5 on the map. So you can see that's right along Raymond Skinner Drive. But the part of this area is really going to be the family entertainment concepts that we want to bring. We had previously announced a partnership with High Five Entertainment out of Texas. They do bowling, miniature golf, arcades, food and beverage, and they are excited, and we are finalizing a revised LOI with them and proceeding straight into ground lease negotiations. I should say that we're well into negotiating the final ground lease document with Capstone Development, who's going to do the hotel and multifamily. We've got room for another family entertainment concept. We're talking to several folks. Again, something that would combine indoor and outdoor activities, things that we've seen popular at places like Rail Garden. And then we have lots of room to grow. We've sort of created kind of an internal land bank system by focusing on density rather than spreading everything out. We have room for additional buildings to be built in the future. Where we could add additional multifamily, a second hotel or office space, or really whatever the market demands as this whole campus continues to evolve. And with that, we can take any questions that anyone has.
All right, any council members? No? All right, you got one? Dr. Warren.
So the Coliseum people are still around wanting to know if they could possibly save the Coliseum. And I take it at this point, that's not going to happen, and we're going to be moving forward with this plan. That's correct.
So, Chief, do you want to respond?
Thanks, Dr. Warren, Doug McGowan, Chief Operating Officer. So, obviously, the plan, the big ask that the mayor presented to you, I'm sorry, 791 North Grand. The big ask that the mayor has put forth, obviously the plan is contingent upon receiving the funding. So $184 million plan is largely have a big ask to the state. So for some reason, all of that funding doesn't come through, then elements can be funded. And so obviously it is our intent for that. We're optimistic. It is our intent for that to move forward. We have met with folks who are active in the Coliseum and have been for the last 7 years. They have been incredibly helpful to inform us on ideas that people may have. I continue to meet with them, and I encourage them to continue to work. In the event that we can't move forward with this plan, we need to obviously have a backup. Just like, what are we going to do with the Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium if we don't get all the funding for that? What should we do locally with FedEx Forum if we don't get all the funding for that? So it's important that we explore every opportunity. And so I met with them as recently as yesterday to say, sure, continue working. I'm open to all of the ideas. This is the plan that we're moving forward with. We think it is the best plan for the community, but certainly we are not at the finish line yet. We haven't received any funding yet. We haven't, come to you all for the revenue bonds that would be necessary to do this work. So there is a road to hoe here, but that is the plan we're putting forward. And but we've had incredibly good dialogue with the folks who have been working on that for a very long time.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Morgan, Logan, and then Jones.
No,
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you say partners will start going vertical in Q2 of next year. Just which partners, are we allowed to talk about that yet? This is the first time I've seen this, so I'm trying to catch up as quick as I can. But you got all these different sites, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, bunch of different 4s. Is that all of them? Which of them? How certain are y'all that the shovels will be in the ground?
So we have letters of interest with Capstone Development, which is the hotel developer, and High Five Entertainment. And we anticipate they go vertical Q2 of next year. That's number 6 and number 1 and 2, 1, 2, 3 on your map, and then 4, the yellow 4. So that's what we're anticipating. We already have letters of interest. We're working right now on development agreements, and so we think that work will happen the next several months and get them in a position early part of next year to start the actual construction and design documents that are needed.
Okay. Letter of interest, a lot different than actually having a deal that's closed and shovel ready to go. We've had quite a few letters of interest that haven't quite panned out, or things that we've approved, and then just the markets and the financing have not allowed construction for years and years, things that we voted on 5 or 6 years ago that still haven't been built. So just trying to manage and set expectations, and if there's anything we can do from our side on council to be supportive of securing that work being done.
Yeah. If I could add to what the director said, with Capstone Development, who, as you can see, is doing the heavy lift with all the multifamily and the hotel, they've actually been an engaged partner for several years. They've really just been waiting us to get to the point to get the ground ready for them. And they have sent us their first round of revisions to the ground lease. So we're in the development agreement. So we're further along. They signed their letter of intent 2 years ago. They've just been waiting on us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for your presentation. This looks amazing. I'm excited about the possibility of this development. I wanted to, just for myself and for the hearing of those that are listening, I understand how the public will interact with the entertainment part, but if you could just kind of walk through how the citizens of Memphis will interface with the sporting part of the development.
Sure. So the Memphis Sports and Events Center is designed to serve 2 needs. One, to bring in the tourists that will travel here for tournaments every weekend, and the facility is already booked for every weekend in 2023. That's Friday, Saturday, maybe spilling into Sunday. So we really anticipate Sunday evening through, daytime on Friday. The goal is for this to be an activated space for the citizens of Memphis. And one of the reasons why we selected Eastern Sports Management is that in all of the facilities they run, all of their facilities are some measure of public-private partnership. And all of their facilities, they have their own in-house leagues. They have things that just somebody can come in and sign up for a basketball league that's hosted in there. And that's not just kids. That may be, your first time dribbling. That could also be, say, medical students who are looking for an adult recreation league to participate in. And so that is a big part of their focus. They will also have, and they have already been working with several teams, a lot of the AAU basketball and volleyball teams, several of the other organizations, cheer and dance, to have regular practice sessions in the building. And so that's the main way that the public will interact with this facility, is through either an in-house league or a clinic or something that they sign up for, or through a partner organization that has arranged to have time in the building.
Thank you for that. I know at one time we talked about funding or grants or some pot of funding for citizens because it's for pay. They would have to pay to be in the league, or can you kind of touch on that as well? Is that still the plan?
Sure. As you know, everything costs money these days, whether your kids are playing at school or AAU, everything costs money. So yes, we are still actively looking at that. ESM operates their own nonprofit at a national level that they use to do that. But I think more importantly, we're looking for ways to have a fund established here that can basically provide scholarships to students to be able to participate without, if they're not able to pay the full fee. We've talked to several companies that are interested in participating in such a fund. I can't name any names yet, of course. And this the city is also looking at what sort of options we may have on our end from a budgetary perspective to create or add to a fund for scholarships.
Great. It looks like everyone and all citizens will be able to enjoy this property. So thank you for the presentation. Are you Vice Chair?
Any other council member? All right, I appreciate you all for everything. Thank you. All right, second item, ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances of the City of Memphis, Chapter 2-16, City Real Property Management to require any contracts for the modification of the city-owned property lease to any nonprofit unaffiliated with the City of Memphis with the cost in excess of $1 million to be presented to the City of Memphis, to the Memphis City Council for review and approval. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Jones. Councilman Jones, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, this is the ordinance that I introduced at the last meeting, and it's in committee for discussion. Like I said, I'm open to any type of input revisions as it relates to this. We will have today, later on, a proposal coming to us, where we're going to be, I guess, stop-gapping the whole Memphis and May Tom Lee Park situation, and it's just going to be a 2-year plan. What happens beyond that? But this is designed for when we're not here, to have something in place to essentially talk about any type of city-owned property that is leased out to nonprofit organizations. Specific, so we're not talking about general agreements here. So these are specified different things when we're talking about what they're doing and how they're operated, and any type of modifications that take place on a long-term basis. If that value is over $1 million, that it has to come for the review and the approval of the Memphis City Council for public property that's leased out or under a management agreement to somebody else. So it's to provide some oversight of public property and to put these type of responsibilities in the hands of public property and elected officials, not nonprofit organizations that may be under any type of management agreement. And that's the spirit of this ordinance.
All right, got Councilwoman Johnson.
My question is, thank you, Chair, too, and good morning. My
Good morning.
question is, you said nonprofit. Do we not have some property leased out to people that not nonprofit?
Yes, to give you an example, the FedEx Forum is leased out to the Grizzlies.
Okay.
This would not apply to them.
Okay, so we are not responsible for any additional improvements to the buildings, that building?
We are, but the way that this ordinance is designed, the whole, when we talk about the FedEx Forum, it's going to get the attention when we talk about it. But, as I've espoused in the time that I've been on the council, is that prior commissions, prior councils have delegated authority from the elected bodies to outside organizations. That is, in those organizations, when there are things that take place, that's not going to be in the public light for discussion. So we're not talking about the big things that get the attention. We're talking about the things that go under the radar, that the public doesn't know about, but we still are talking about public property.
Okay, let me ask you again, another question. In reference to a nonprofit that wants to spend $1 million, that the city had absolutely nothing to do in regards to raising this money for them. Are you saying you want them to come before us, the nonprofit?
If they're doing it to public property, yes. I'm not talking about there are nonprofit organizations that own, so for instance, the Orpheum. The Orpheum now is owned by the board. We signed over that property.
Right.
That's a nonprofit. that is no longer owned by the city of Memphis.
Okay,
It would not apply to them.
okay,
But when it was under the city's ownership, let's say that they wanted to, they had the property. Let's say that they wanted to take it up 115 stories. Something like that still should just come to the council for approval. We're just saying, hey, let us see what you're doing. What's going to be the impact on your neighbors to the left, to the north, to the south, whatever the case may be. Just to come back before this body for public-owned property. If we're talking about it's not owned by the public, that's a totally different conversation. And like I said, you know, I don't, at this point, I don't know of anything that this may affect going forward. It might be 10 years before it takes place, but at least we will have something in place for when none of us are on this body again, that when we're dealing with public property, it has to have some review by the elected officials for public property.
Why wouldn't this affect the FedEx Forum?
Because the FedEx Forum is owned by Hoops, which is a for-profit organization. And we, you know, this is, like I said, nonprofits unaffiliated with the city.
okay, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson, Chairman Jones. But I guess I still have some question marks. To me, if anything is going to be done to any property, look like it would have to be brought back before this committee. They gonna make $1 million improvement. Wouldn't they have to get a permit or something that we would be made aware of? I'm just not clear.
Right, you say any property, but if I'm a private owner,
okay,
if I want to build off, you know, if I have a house.
No, but I'm talking about property. You said property owned by the city of Memphis.
Yeah.
This is what I'm trying to get to. Like I think, and I guess my question was, give me a list of all the properties right now that could be affected. I think about the parks. All the parks could be affected by this. I think about the.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Martin Luther King Park is not under a management agreement, but Overton Park is.
Okay.
So when we first got on the council.
I'll give you one. The tennis situation, our tennis courts are under a management situation. So if they want to go in and make an improvement, I can't imagine them not pulling a permit. How would they get around spending $1 million and we would know about it? I'm just asking
So
questions.
if we're talking about so a building permit, yes, a building permit wouldn't have to come before us. If they're doing it, if they pull a building permit, I don't know how that would, a typical building permit doesn't come before us.
Okay.
But we're talking about, so let's just say, I just think a couple of ones, Botanic Gardens, just from the standpoint of Brooks, those type of things would at least have some input. It's not just the Brooks board saying that we're doing this and it's impacting public property. At least have it reviewed by the whatever members make up this Memphis City Council 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now. That's the
Tom
spirit
Lee
of
Park, same situation.
Right. Right. So, and this would have been, I wish I would have had this in place before Tom Lee Park, and we would not have had the dust up and looking at the economic, what could be potentially the negative economic impact that having a downsized Memphis in May is going to have on the restaurants, the hotels, just the overall general economy of Memphis.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the insight. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Okay. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I get what you're saying with the Orpheum. Theater Memphis would have been another example. Can we get a list from staff or the administration about qualifying properties that would be exactly what we're looking at?
Yeah.
And then also the definition of a modification. So if it would apply to something like the Botanic Garden and they want to build a gazebo and they've raised the money and they've got it in their budget, do they have to come to us for approval every time they want to build a gazebo or repair the pond or plant a new tree? Like what is the level of modification in the ordinance? And I got it here in front of me. I don't
dollar amount of $1 million. So you know.
Oh, a modification in excess of $1 million. So
Yes.
it's not a property with more value than $1 million.
No,
Okay.
no,
I'm sorry.
No.
Okay, gazebo probably wouldn't qualify. I hope not.
But, and I'm still open to this. You know, we may say that amount could be $2.5 million. I'm open to it, but just not to provide a blank check to organizations to make major modifications without knowing, because there are going to be some issues that the council may be apprised of that individual board members on these bodies are not apprised of.
Okay. And I hear what you're saying about the potential
Will you please call the roll? Councilman Colvett. Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Canali. Chair Robinson.
Present. Thank you. We have two items on our agenda today. The first item is the 2023 MLGW budget preview, and the second item is a discussion regarding MLGW Customer Care Center improvements. Council members, if you would hold your questions till we finish the presentations on today, so make a note and let me know if you want to speak. I'll turn the meeting now over to Alonzo Weaver.
Thank you, Chair Robinson. Appreciate the opportunity to come to you today and talk about the 2023 budget and service improvement plan. We have today members of our budget group who are here, who have worked very hard in preparing our budget. We also have subject matter experts here as well. And of course, we have Dana Jeans who's going to talk a little bit more about the numbers. As you know, we've presented our budget to our board and they have approved it. So it's coming to you next. If you look at the next slide, it's still in keeping with the mission of MLGW, that is to safely deliver services that create and sustain superior customer experiences, and that we want to be the trusted provider of exceptional customer value in the communities we serve. So looking at effectively and executing plans and projects is really about the budget part of it, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. So I'm going to give you a brief budget overview. First of all, most importantly, our MLGW budget does not have any rate increases. It does have wage increases of 5% and 3.5% for management and bargaining unit, respectively. We are reclaiming 58 positions that we had cut earlier. We have O&M growth of about 8.5% or $35.7 million over the 2022 budget. The O&M labor category increased by $8.6 million, and the other category increased by $26.7 million. We have significant grant reimbursement projects and activities planned beginning with the 23 budget. And our capital expenditure budget continues the infrastructure replacement work outlined in the MLGW Way Forward plan. So let's talk a little bit about the positions. If you remember, we cut about 150 full-time equivalents through the Way Forward initiative. As we've moved through our budget and looked at the needs that we have in order to address the various issues around the community as well as our growth, we see the need to reclaim 58 new positions. 13 of those would be in customer service, 9 in the call center, 2 in customer field ops, and 2 in the customer experience office. 13 will be in the customer engineering. That's more involved with the economic development, new services, new subdivisions, new buildings, that sort of thing. So it's 8 engineers, 1 builder developer liaison, 2 service expediters, 1 supervisor, and 1 GIS specialist. Looking at the future, we're looking at 8 co-ops and interns to try to grow workforce for the future for MLGW. In shared services, we got 7, which is ground, security, and mechanics. Information technology, we have 7, which is 4 software analysis, and along with the supervisor and a couple of directors. In engineering itself, you have 4 engineers, 2 material handlers, and a planner coordinator. In legal, we have 1 attorney, 1 compliance engineer, and 1 administrative assistant. So total regular labor increases is a little less than 14 million over the 2022 budget. That includes wage increases of 8 million, new positions of 4.3 million, line progression, which is about 1 million, and reclasses of about 500,000. As far as looking at the O&M other category, which was a large portion of the budget increase, information system software maintenance, 5.2 million of a total of 7.9 million increase. Customer call center contract, which is 5 million of about a $6.4 million increase. General division, which is 4.4 million total increase, primarily due to higher utility costs, lower O&M contributions in aid of construction, and slightly lower overhead allocations to capital, credits to O&M offset by other reduction items. Design, construction, to delivery, total increases of $3.9 million, primarily related to contracted services, tree trimming, and increased standby pay. Environmental projects of about $2.9 million of a total of $3.2 million increased in the engineering division. We have grants and infrastructure projects that we're looking at and we've applied for. Some major opportunities from the American Resource Plan and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. In the electric division, we have a fast charging network that we've applied for $1.6 million. No, excuse me, we have received for $1.6 million, working on obtaining grid resiliency funds through the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation for reliability enhancement projects. Approximately $37 million per year is available. In the gas division, through the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, also known as PHMSA, a funding of about $59.3 million over the next 5 years for existing steel tap replacement projects and some other projects, which are outlined later in the presentation. In the water division, you've got the American Rescue Plan funds of approximately $39.6 million. So going into more detail, this is a little more detail about the charging stations. It's a TDEC fund. The VW Environmental Mitigation Trust incentivizes local power companies to build, own, and operate DC fast chargers along designated corridors so that fast charging is available at least every 50 miles. So we've been granted an application for 2 corridor gaps in Shelby County, I-40, I-69 Medical Center area, and I-269 Collierville area. It's $1.6 million maximum with 80% reimbursement. Covers 4 chargers. We prefer the more enhanced specs for our chargers, and therefore that's our part of our contribution. The grant has an initial 15-month timeline, but TDEC will consider extensions, and we must own and operate the charging stations for a minimum of 5 years. In the gas division, we mentioned the steel tap replacement program earlier. There's also replacement of 2 pipelines. That's the GL001 and GL212. Regulator station replacement, replace ground beds, which are important to our cathodic protection system, and purchase of a TDW tapping and stopping machine, which is important in tapping into high pressure mains. In water, we have a lot of funding there. The totals are about $45 million. Includes part from the city, Shelby County, as well as MLGW match. Some of the non-collaborative projects that we're doing on our own will be a filter meter and system upgrades, as well as lead line replacement. The other projects have to do with various improvements at the various pumping stations that we have at MLGW. But it is about $5.5 million in lead line replacements. So let's talk about the Way Forward initiative. We talked this you've seen recently, so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on the Way Forward and OIIT. But you've seen where we made the savings around the FTE reductions. You see in our projects, we got the wood pole replacement, substation breaker replacement, transformer replacements. Those are all going well. We've got some challenges with tree trimming, with distribution automation deployment. It's going well, even though it shows up red. We've got a master plan that I think is going to address a lot that we want to address with that. Steel tap replacements in the gas division and transmission plate replacements and regulator stations, those are all moving very well. In water, we're moving very well on production wells, lead service line replacement, station rehabilitation. We've done the assessments, and we're still doing the assessments. We have some major projects that will be coming down the line to address the pumping stations, as well as VFD replacements and process controls. This is pretty detailed side. I won't dwell on it here, but it just shows the breakdown of various items that we're working on in the water division as far as the rehabilitation project. Outage improvement advisory, we talked about this, I believe, in our last meeting that we attended in October. So once again, we're looking at hardening and rebuild. It wasn't an original plan, it is now, for doing additional hardening in areas such as Orange Mound and various areas that have had a bad outage history, but we were starting in the Orange Mound area. Want to accelerate distribution automation. There's a couple of projects there, a couple of items there around that. Pole replacements, we'll accelerate that by adding more money and contractors. Underground replacements are moving along very well, but we're going to do more. Substation electric retrofits and wildlife mitigation, which is important to minimizing the size of the outage. That's in the plan. Line inspection, which is very important in identifying areas around outages and determining what type of interference we're having with our lines that's causing an outage. Strategic underground, we're going to look at areas that may want to convert to underground or places we want to harden. That's still more conceptual. We haven't quite identified that yet, but that is something that came out of the outage improvement advisory team. So, starting now with the 2023 budget, I'm going to pass it over to Dana Jeans, who will talk in more detail about the numbers. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alonzo, and good morning, council members.
Let me hold just a minute. That was a lot of information. Council members, did you have any questions about that presentation before we move on to the budget? Okay. Yes, Councilwoman.
I wanted the tree trimming as
Yes.
a major concern. If we could, I wanted to know what have been the barriers or why we're at just 21% at this point and almost to the end of the year. I know there's so much going on, but if you could just touch on that, that'd be great.
Well, industry-wide, there are challenges around tree trimming and tree trimming workforce. But MLGW has a large percentage of our tree trimming that is back property line, so they have to get climbers for that. Getting people to do that type of work has been difficult throughout the industry. It's been no different for MLGW. We're working diligently with the contractor as well as exploring other options as far as additional contractors and also talking with the union to see, because they've reached out to us and want to help us address the issue. We want to talk to them as well to see what we can do to get this up to where it needs to be.
So we're approaching the season or approaching the fall, and we, as we know, that's going to be increased outages sometimes based on what is the plan to mitigate that, seeing where we are?
So what we're doing from a reliability standpoint, we're doing strategic cuts. Since we can't make all of our miles, if there's issues in a particular area, if people are having reliability issues, contact us and we can get a line walker out there to take a look at what's going on in their particular area. And then we can send a crew that can do strategic cuts to deal with specific reliability issues.
So the hot spots in districts where we have seen a history of outages based on tree trimming, are we categorizing those or are those prioritized? And if so, can I, as a council member, get those areas in my district to see kind of where we are in the tree trimming aspect? Because we have a lot of trees, older homes, older neighborhoods in my district, and that's been a major problem over the years.
I'll check with staff and see what we can get you, and we'll get you something.
Thank you. I yield back, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Jones.
Thank you. And good morning again.
Good morning.
I know when Mr. Young was here, I sort of broached the idea of perhaps having a hybrid model from an employee versus a contractor standpoint. And I just going forward, don't want to see sort of that die on the vine. We have one of the things I don't think that is in our best interest to have a temporary fix to a permanent problem or a permanent issue along those lines. One thing I would offer, though, Councilwoman Logan, all of Memphis has trees. So I don't think that there's a specific area that's more prone to it than others. And Mother Nature can say, hey, I'm going to hit the southwest part more heavily than I am the northeast part. And so I would like to see that information if it does exist. But I just think that the randomness and how many, when you fly to Memphis, when you come home, they don't have this issue and may not have it in Phoenix or whatever the case may be. But when you fly home compared to some other places that you go, you really see how many trees that we have here. So I don't think it's going to be confined to a particular area or a particular district that's more prone to outages based upon trees falling down. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chuck, I just want clarity so to make sure he understood, because I think my colleague might have misunderstood what I was asking, so I want to make sure he understands. Okay, my request was not, I want to know out of the outages that are in my area, a large percentage of them have been because of trees. And I'm asking, knowing that, what plan is in place to mitigate it? I wanted to see those spots to make sure that those areas have been taken care of. There may be another area that's dealing with a transformer or another area dealing with something else over on top cables instead of underground cables. I'm just asking about the trees. Now, if every other council member want to ask for the same information, or if you can give everybody, but right now I'm just talking about District 1 because I know the calls that I get, and I do understand the entire city is a city of shades based on what the airmen, pilots say. But I'm just basing on the calls that I get during that time. I hope you understand.
Yes, I do.
And,
I understand.
and I'm open to
district.
getting it for everybody, but especially.
I understand what you
Thank
mean.
you.
Thank you.
And let me say before I call on Councilwoman Johnson, I've gotten many calls from was it Melrose area, Orange Mound?
Yes.
So they like that information as well. But you mentioned that this morning, and I appreciate that. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. My question is similar in regards to the trees. Maybe we need to know exactly what are the guidelines when you decide you're going to cut trees above the service lines. Because someone came to me and said that they were told it had to be 3 inches above the electrical wire. I said, it has to be a lot higher than that. So I think that's another thing about misinformation. We need to make sure people understand when you're going to cut, how far back, explain all that, because you end up with people getting upset because you just butchered the tree. And I think all of this needs, I always tell people it's a proper way to do anything. That means handing a pencil to another person is a proper way to do it. So even in regards to these trees, let's try to be more informative as far as what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, and find out what's going on. Like she said, I'm sure you're short on manpower, but I don't, just
We'll be
people.
happy to get to you the tree trimming guidelines. It's a pamphlet. We'll get that to each and every one of you so you can have it for your constituents as well.
Okay. I thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Okay. And I just had a couple of questions. On page 3, number 3, we said before we go into our budget, I just wanted to know about reshaping the customer experience, and I'm sure we'll talk about it later.
I've got it.
We have reliability, billing contact, energy burden. What does MLGW, what are you going to do as it relates to the energy burden?
So what we can do as far as energy burden is keep our rates low, and we've done that. We still have some of the lowest rates, and Dana Jeans can speak more eloquently about this than I can. But we've kept our rates low for many, many years, even with this leadership rate increase. Dana, you want to talk a little about that?
Yeah, of course, we, as you know, do an annual rate survey, and consistently MOGW is among the lowest combined electric, gas, water for residential customers of any major city in the country. Typically, we run first or second in terms of the lowest many, many years in a row. The most recent survey, we were second lowest. So that's one dimension. Another dimension is things like our Share the Pennies program and our weatherization. And I don't have all the statistics of how many homes we've done, but we've made presentations to this body before on that effort, and continuing to push that. All the home weatherization efforts, I think, will help. There's a big need. So, funding is critical for that, but those are really the efforts, because the energy burden is really the percent of income spent on energy.
I see we're creating new jobs.
Yes.
So that will help if they could get some of those jobs.
Well, that was where I was headed is, to the extent there are new jobs and increased pay and things like that, those factors that are somewhat out of our control also help to reduce the energy burden.
Okay. The next question, we had this plan moving forward that we would reduce positions. Now we're increasing positions. Is that because of the need for people in those areas? Can you give us some idea about why we cut them back, now we're adding them back? Is it for the customers? Why are we doing it? So that I want the public to be clear on we said that we were going to cut positions. The council members have held us to that. So now we're coming back and we're adding positions. So talk a little bit more about that.
Sure. So, of course, in customer service, and Timothy Davis talked a little bit more about this, but we're seeing greater demand for those services, wanting to make sure that we are able to answer the calls and respond to customers. As far as customer engineering is concerned, we're seeing a lot of growth in that work when it comes to new apartments, particularly new apartments, infill apartments throughout the interior city of Memphis, as well as apartments outside of Memphis and housing. So that is a critical need. We're seeing a lot more work orders come through in that regard. Co-ops and interns is built to support the future because we need to get a good pipeline with universities as they graduate engineers and make sure we can get them in to the pipeline at MLGW. We talked about shared services. We've got grounds we have to take care of. We've had some challenges in that area. We had actually a contractor that walked off for that job. So that's a challenge. We need to work there.
Okay. Do you remember, I think it was just a couple of months ago, I asked the question, we were in council chambers, what does it cost us to increase our customer service? You just described that today, and you all could seem to figure out what I was asking. When customers say that they want us to provide more service, there is a cost attached to that. We just can't provide it out of the sky. We have to have people, we have salaries, we have other things that are involved. And if we would present that to the public, then they'll better support you. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. And I had just one last question. I wrote a note on page number 10. You have that we own and operate at least 5 years the electric charging stations.
Yes.
So what happens after that 5th year? What's the process?
It just means that we don't sell it in the 5-year period. I'm not sure we would want to sell it after the 5-year period. I just have to check with what the process is for that.
Okay. Council members, any other questions? And we'll move forward. Okay, Councilman Jones.
I just pulled up some information too, talking about the energy burden. One of the things to keep in mind as we go into the winter months, a lot of homes in Memphis that are powered by natural gas, MLG&W has no control over those rates. So I'm looking at what is called the Henry Hub natural gas spot price. So that's the price of natural gas that MLG&W has to pay for. So as recently as 2019, in December, that rate per million BTU was $2.22. Back in August of this year, and fortunately we didn't have to heat in August, it was $8.81. So when we're talking about what would be our energy burden, we can look the electric part. They can control those, but MLG&W has absolutely no control over the gas part. So when we're talking about this winter, if we have an extra cold winter, people still are going to have high utility bills if you have gas to heat your house, and the gas prices are last month was $7.88, $8.81 for August, $7.28, and so as recently as January of this year at $4.38. So $4.38 to now, we've essentially doubled. So I just don't want to set any false expectations of folks thinking that we're going to have low utility bills if the natural gas prices go up.
Ms. G.
Please, Dana has.
Yes. A couple things on that. Fairly recently, we have seen a turn in natural gas prices downward. That's a good thing. Supplies have increased. Some of the foreign liquefied natural gas demand has reduced as well, meaning there's more domestic supply. Storage levels have also increased, so these things are favorable for this coming winter. We also have a hedging program, primarily, which involves out-of-the-money options, and without getting into all the details of that, we have been able to save customers money. In fact, we've saved about $37 million over the past year or so that will be refunding that money to customers in the upcoming months over the winter time. So that will help as well to mitigate gas prices in this winter.
Okay, thank you. And I think I had one other council member, Councilman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. We mentioned the bill, our prices being the lowest in the nation, and we mention that often. And I think sometimes the constituents don't really factor in the fact that we have other items on the bill. So what percentage is there an average percentage of customer bill that is not related to the energy price or their cost for energy? Is there an average percentage?
I think it's about 22%.
So 30% of a customer's bill has nothing to do with energy.
Right.
And I think customers, well, in Memphis, we don't always factor that in because customers just looking at the utility bill, MLG&W bill is sky high. But we're constantly saying our bill is the lowest our rates the lowest in the city. So how do we reconcile that? Because 30% is a large number, and that has nothing to do with their bill. And do you cut it? Will they get cut off for not paying that 30%, or how does that work?
So this is a continual challenge.
Absolutely.
That we deal with. We try to communicate to customers. We communicate on the bill itself as far as what part is MLGW and what part is not MLGW. And of course, not everybody reads the bill in detail. People sometimes look at the total and say, this is my MLGW bill. That is a continual challenge. We've looked at, well, what are your options? Well, you could have two bills like many cities have, but there's efficiencies in having one bill. It's cheaper for everybody. It's cheaper for the city of Memphis when we bill sewer, solid waste, or whatever, if they're on our bill, versus issuing their own bill and the postage and all the handling and all that goes into it. So it's an efficient process. It's a cost-effective process, but it does have this drawback of the communication of what are you really being charged for. But we're always open to ideas that you may have to help us solve this, because it's not a new problem.
So having two bills in the one envelope, has that ever been, and when I say two bills, I don't mean like on the back of one page, but two actual, if it's efficiency in sending out a whole nother mailer, have you ever considered that? And I'm not trying to, answer the problem. I'm just saying that it has been a long-standing concern of residents that their bill is high, and we're here every month saying that we have the lowest rate. So there needs to be some thought put into that, and I know you have, but if you all could really look at that may help citizens.
Yep.
Thank you, your back chair.
Council members, I just want to share with you, we control the back half of the bill.
Yep.
They don't have to do anything with that. We can do something with it and have some discussion around that. Okay.
Well, I would like for us to have that discussion.
Okay.
We do.
Thank you, Chair. I'm with other colleagues at the dais to have that discussion, because it is still my understanding that for all those other fees, they are getting their services cut out because of those fees. There's no separation when they have to go in and try to pay their utility bill. They say, well, we're not worried about these fees. We're only worried about Memphis Light gas and water fees. Everything is due at the same time. So, I think I could definitely understand the concerns that the citizens have voiced in regards to their utilities being cut off because they got to pay for all these other fees attached to it.
That's a great question because now we're going to talk about the customer experience and improvements, and you can tell them how much money we allow customers to keep on their bill every month, and they don't cut them off because
I understand that too. Chair, may I?
Yes.
I understand too that if you keep it under $199, that they don't cut off the utility bills. But that's still not addressing the issues in the situations where some people's utility bills are extremely high. And it's back to the fact these fees are part of the issue. So I too would support anything that could, keep it separated some type of way, clearer. And if you want to cut off the utility bill, fine, cut it off. But those fees need to just, let those ride. If we need to turn around and make it a lien on the property, that's something else too we can maybe work on. But I do understand, I've heard that issue so many times, and I think it does need to be addressed under customer service. But I'm holding off on waiting on this budget.
Yes.
To find out exactly how we're gonna pay for everything, what type of increase we're looking at. So I have some more comments, but I need to hold off and hear about the rest of the budget.
So MLGW does not have a rating.
We do not have an increase this year. And council members, I add that item to our agenda item, Meredith, make sure that we start having those discussions.
Okay, good. Well, since we're there, if you're also saying that we're needing almost a $50 million increase for personnel? How much was these 58 people? I'm looking at those numbers, trying to add them up. How much more is personnel running us this year?
Chairman?
Yes.
We haven't completed our budget
That's
presentation.
what I was going to wait. That's what I was going to wait on the additional, because if you don't have an increase, then we really need to be refunding a lot more money because what happened to it this year? I hear about 37 million, but what's about the rest of the money that's out there? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Customer service experience, Alonzo, you want to introduce?
We still have the rest of the budget
I'm
presentation.
sorry. Okay, I moved you all right along. I'm sorry. Go ahead, finish your budget.
I know Timothy is excited to talk to you.
Mr. T.
Okay. To answer Councilwoman Johnson's question, we had about 14 million in additional regular labor. Part of that was wage increases. Part of it was the new positions. That was covered again on page 7 of the presentation. In the interest of time, I'll move on to the details of the budget, and you have this in your packet. But this page here basically is an all-division, high-level summary of really kind of an income statement in a sense, as well as our capital expenditures. It's broken down by division. Each division by charter stands alone financially. That is, the gas division can't give money to the electric division back and forth. Each division has to have revenue sufficient to support its own operation. I'll just draw your attention primarily to the far right column. You can see our total operating revenue for the whole MLGW is about $1.9 billion. And we spend about $1.3 billion on purchase power and gas. The dominant factor there is the purchase power at about $1 billion. Our total operation and maintenance expense is about $454 million. So you can see our total operating expense is about $1.9 billion. We're spending or budgeting to spend about almost $300 million in capital. The dominant part of that, again, is in the electric division. As Alonzo has mentioned, the needs for reliability improvements and the efforts we're making there, that's the key focus. The next page drills down on the electric division, in particular showing 2021 actual compared to 2022 projected and 2022 budget compared to the 2023 budget. So you can see our operating margin in the gray bar toward the top is slightly higher than the previous 2022 budget. This is our operating revenue minus power cost. You can see down the next gray bar, the expense variance, that's about 23.5 million higher, primarily driven by our operation and maintenance expenses, labor, and the other items that Alonzo mentioned. And you can see finally down the change in net position variance. That is, in effect, our net income is about, it's positive, but it's still about 21.7 million lower than the 2022 budget. Probably the most noteworthy item here is our capital expenditures of budgeted for 231.9 million is about 76 million higher than the 2022 budget. So we are endeavoring to make as much progress as possible on our multi-year capital plan to address these things with reliability, et cetera. So next slide is a similar picture of the gas division. You can see how we are doing there with operating margin variance. It's favorable compared to 2022. Expense variance, it is an increase of about 6.5 million compared to 2022. And our capital expenditures are somewhat lower. And part of this has to do with the way the accounting treatment is done. There are significant contributions in aid of construction related to some of the grants that decrease our out-of-pocket expenditure. So that's one reason these numbers are lower. The next slide shows the same thing for the water division. We are forecasting about $2.6 million higher revenue, mainly due to sales growth, and our operating expenses, again, about $4 million higher than 2022 budget. Capital expenditures up about $8 million relative to the 2022 budget. Next slide shows just kind of a pictorial summary of this. You can see how our capital expenditures have changed budget to budget, particularly in the electric division, up almost 50%, and down in gas, again, largely because of these contributions in aid of construction. But overall, when you look at all three divisions together, about a 30% increase. Next slide just puts that in a pie chart, so you can see the dominant capital plan is the electric division. About 78% of our total capital is in the electric division. The next few slides, and I won't go into all the details here, but that just pulls out some of the more significant projects. We noticed the LED streetlight installation, City of Memphis. We're about to commence that project. That's about $52 million. And you can kind of glance down there and see some of the other significant items. Overall, spending significant money in transmission and distribution. Next slide is similar look at the gas division. We do have a lot of expenditures that are in our general plant that are related to facilities. Some of our facilities are actually accounted for. There may be a common facility like a work center. They're accounted for in the gas division, so that's why the general plant is a higher percentage in gas than in electric. And then water division, finally, on the next slide, again, we're investing significant dollars in our production system, which is our pumping stations, our wells, and upgrades there, new wells, as well as our distribution system of new water mains and the like. I'm not going to go through all these numbers, but this is a look at our 5-year capital plan projection, looking out. If you look at 2023 through 2027, you can see significant dollars that we are budgeting in each division, over $800 million in the electric division. To put that in perspective, when we originally brought our Way Forward plan, starting in 2020, that 5-year total was $638 million. So we continue to invest in our infrastructure. And then finally, just to wrap up, we presented this budget to our board back in early October. The board did approve it last week. Here we are today, November 1st. And then we would ask that the council take this up for approval at one of your next meetings prior to the end of the year. This is a calendar year budget, so we like to have the budget set before we enter into the next calendar year. And then in summary, next slide. Again, we have no rate increases in this plan in 2023. And in fact, our forward look also shows we don't need any rate increases in 2024. We continue to execute the 5-year way forward plan, albeit slower than we originally had desired. But we are recognizing the need, as we've talked about with personnel and so on, to get some of the work done, answer calls, have additional engineering and technical personnel to get these reliability initiatives executed. And also, significant in this budget is the amount of grant funding that we are seeking and have indeed, in some cases, succeeded in obtaining. We have additional information in an appendix, but at this point, I'll pause for questions.
Council members, anybody have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. I really think I would like to sit down with one of you who understands this budget the best, so I can go back through it with you, because I think there may be explanations, but just in general, as fast as you went through, and this is the first time I really looked at it, I need some answers, okay? Because if you're going to increase your personnel like you have projected, where's that money coming from if you're saying we're not going to have an increase? And if you're going to be using grants and leaning on grants this year, why have we not used grants in the past to that extent? What has happened in between these years?
On the grant question, some of these grants are newly available.
Okay.
So they haven't been available to us in the past. So to the extent that we can use those funds, that preserves our other funds for other purposes. So
what's your projected amount of grants in this that you're including in this budget?
So we have, I guess we showed some slides. Some of the grant money we don't have in hand yet, but like the electric grant money for the charging station, we have that in hand. We anticipate knowing about the gas PHMSA grants probably in January. So we have captured the bulk of that money in our budget. And then similarly on the water, we have a very high probability on that money, that $45 million. But we would be happy to sit and speak with any council member individually, go over the budget in more detail between now and when you take action. So that's a standing offer to all council members.
Okay, because it's just confusing to me how you're going to increase. Only thing you're depending on is grants for additional revenue. How is all this balancing out? And I don't want to take up the time knowing.
And part of it is we haven't spent according to the original plan for various reasons. You know, COVID, supply chain issues. So we have not spent the money that we had originally planned to spend. So we're in a catch-up mode now.
And I'm looking forward for any type of reduction in the bill, as you mentioned earlier, for that $37 million.
Yes, that will be flowing through in the purchase gas adjustment over the winter.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity.
And for the new members, will you all share just one more time why we do not commingle the funds from each of the separate divisions? Why do we just make that up out of the top of our head, or management make that up? Why do we do it?
It's part of our charter. It's a charter requirement that each division stand on its own financially, because not all the customers are the same customers. there are customers that are electric customers that are not gas customers. So subsidizing, cross-subsidizing is forbidden in our charter. There is provision, of course, for allocation of common costs to be spread by division, such as finance or legal or whatever, but there is a prohibition against subsidizing one division with another.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. No other council members. I guess all minds are clear. We can move on to the customer experience. And thank you, Mr. Jeans. You did an awesome job.
Good morning, council members. In order to maximize my time here, when I presented to you last in October, you asked me to come back to answer some questions for you. So I've prepared just a couple of slides to give you some updates on what we've done since last we met. And then I'll run through that very quickly to be able to answer any questions you might have that you were unable to ask when I was here before. So first and foremost, I want to continue to state I think I'm somewhere in 40-something days now, that I am accountable for improving the customer experience. Since coming on board with the Utility Customer Care Center, we have improved the employee experience. Morale has improved substantially since my tenure. We've installed a new residential and business manager to make the improvements that I'm looking for. We've hired some additional agents, and we've done that through various options. We plan on pulling on all levers for hiring. So we've added permanent employees, we've added part-time employees, we've added temporary employees. The only lever that we have not pulled on, consistent with other parts of utilities in the nation, is hiring contract employees. In January, I plan on bringing a contract to you all for approval for a substantial amount of folks to get to improve our average speed of answer considerably, which will require your approval. So we'll be looking to hire up to 100 agents that will ebb and flow with the needs of the calls that we have. Our community offices reopened on October 3rd. We implemented a new software that allows customers to make appointments through their phone and actually notify them when it's time for them to come in instead of waiting in the office, so they can sit in their car, do whatever they need to do. The next slide will show you where we are with the timing of that. I'll go back one. Let me wrap this last part up. Yes. And then we are improving customer advocacy. So I've fortified and built up a new customer advocacy group. Some of the positions that I've asked to add will, when customers call, we will have people who are dedicated to cutting through the bureaucracy and red tape to get to get them assistance immediately. And then obviously we're working on improving our services to business customers. And as you can see there, I'm looking to improve the employee experience, the customer experience, and operational excellence. Next slide, please. I want to give you a brief update on where we've been with reopening our community offices since last we met. We have handled over almost 38,000 transactions since we met last, since October 3rd. Average wait times vary by location, but I will tell you, if you look at that last graph that shows the bar chart that shows the average wait time, those wait times are less than they were the last time that I spoke with you. I've been blessed with some excellent folks, management and employees that handle our community offices, and they are taking every day trying to make improvements. What we have noticed is that there's a lot more drive-through payments than there have been in the past. So we'll have to modify our approach based on how things have happened after COVID. We've also initiated some customer surveys, and you can see in most, if not all cases, where we've asked customers to rate their experience in the community offices, it is 4.6 or more out of 5 stars. 76% of customers were extremely likely to recommend others to the MLGW community offices. And I think the next slide just allows me to answer any questions you may have.
Do you have any questions? I see no questions, so you did an excellent job. Thank you for your presentation on today, and we look forward to diving into the budget next week, in 2 weeks.
Thank you, Chairman
Thank you.
Robinson.
This meeting is now adjourned.
Good morning. The hour is 10:05. I would like to call to order the meeting of the Memphis City Council's Budget Committee. Ms. Owens, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Canali, Councilwoman Robinson, Councilwoman Dockery, Councilman Warren, Councilman Smiley,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Logan, Chair Jones.
Present. Colleagues, we have 6 items on the agenda this morning. We'll take them as they are presented. The first is a resolution to amend the council fiscal year 23 grant allocations. All council districts sponsored by Councilwoman Logan. There's a request for same night minutes. Councilwoman Logan. Well, may I have a motion on this item?
Move.
Okay, has been moved and seconded. Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. There were a few very deserving agencies that somehow didn't include, and I wanted them to be added because of the great work that they're doing. May I so move?
Your amendment, can you say your amendment?
Oh,
Yes, so
I'm
if
sorry.
you announce the organizations and the amounts.
I'm sorry, Legacy of Legends, CDC, Ladies in Need Can Survive, and Camp Chambers.
Okay, for a total of
A total
$12,500.
of 15.
Camp Chambers will be 5,000
Oh,
now.
okay.
Oh, okay, Camp Chambers, I thought they had the same one. I'm sorry, Camp Chambers is now 5,000.
So 15,000 tops. Okay, has Camp Chambers come before the council yet?
They haven't been here.
Okay, so I would ask to amend this and
Okay,
we
okay.
wait for them to present.
No problem.
Before we add them to
No
it.
problem.
So we will amend this to be 10,000
Okay,
for Legacy of Legends, CDC, as well as Ladies in Need Can Survive.
okay,
And
that's
so
fine,
you
no
can
problem.
just at the next meeting, you'll present the 5,000 and anything else you
Will
want to
do.
do for that one. Okay.
All right, thank you.
All those in favor of approving this as amended? Well, the other 2 organizations have presented, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, yes. Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Next, colleagues, we have a resolution to amend Council Year 23 grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Warren. And there's a request for same night minutes on this item. Is there a motion? Okay, has been moved and seconded. Councilman Warren, you're recognized. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These were two that I previously put in that somehow did not make it. It's African April and Urban Promise 901 for a total of 8,000, 5 for the first, 3 for the second organization. And I so move again.
Okay.
Thank you.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes. Next, colleagues, we have a resolution to amend the council fiscal year 23 grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Dockery, and there's a request for same night minutes. Councilwoman Dockery.
Thank you, Chair. I need to inform you, the body, that I am reallocating for Dress for Success. The first amount of money was allotted. They had superseded the budget, so to reallocate $75.49 for Dress Success. In the last meeting, of course, it was $15,000. And that money be allocated to them. And however, I would like to allocate, based on the contingency of the approval for the application, I would like to allocate Mount Pisgah Community Development Corporation $54.51, so $5,451 in a total amount of $13,000. And I request that I have saved 9 minutes, sir.
Okay. So has Mount Pisgah come before this body yet?
They've come before. I'm waiting on. They've come in the past, so they had to redo the application. Brianna, what did they say?
They didn't tell me whether they've been here in the past. Only questions about the application they're filling out for this round of grants.
They haven't presented
Again, okay, so they didn't get the approval to present.
I just got the applications in, so I haven't been able to review it at all.
All right. Okay, Chair. So we'll have to fix that.
Okay, so, let me recognize Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I want to make sure people understand I'm going to have to recuse myself from voting on that particular grant to Mount Pisgah Development Corp. That is my church. I serve as a trustee on that board, and I just want to make open
yes,
that
ma'am.
I have no direct or indirect affiliation with this grant, so how it would be used.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair.
So, colleagues, I would just ask that when we present these applications, that we make sure that they presented before the full council first. And so, Dress for Success has done so, and so you're gonna. So the $75.49, was that a reduction or?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Of the $15,000, because they had already superseded budget when I allocated originally.
Gotcha. Okay.
But we had not updated again, so I had to come back and reallocate before you.
Okay, so what I would ask colleagues is that we amend this to have the Dress for Success, and then once the Mount Pisgah Community Development Corporation comes before this body, then we can approve it at that time.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilwoman.
All those in favor? Oh, okay. Moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Dockery. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? And any recusals? Okay, please show Councilwoman Johnson recused on that. Well, Mount Pisgah isn't before us. No. This has been amended to only be Dress for Success. So you don't have to be recused on this, if you don't want to. Okay, so just to be clear, microphone, please.
I thought the process was to approve the applicants, and then once they come in, long as they come in, they met the application, then they had the presentation, and then it's approved. I thought we were approving it based on presentation, basically.
Well, unless I'm correct, I don't recall us doing that. Everybody.
I thought we did.
Right. So if you think about everybody, just the regular process, everybody applied. Mm-hmm. Then we had the hearings at one time, right. And so then it was, grant allocations coming through, grant applications coming through. But I don't want us to put the cart before the horse, making these grant applications before these organizations have come before this full body for this. Okay. And so this amended resolution will only be for Dress for Success in the amount of $7,549.
I agree.
Okay,
Thank
so all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes. Colleagues, next we have an update on the status of ARPA funds, all council districts, and this was requested by me. Yes, sir.
Before we do that, I'd like to come back if we can put it on for, because I need to get some grant funds.
Grant, we can amend this.
Yeah.
We can hear this as number 7.
Okay.
Okay. So item number 4, colleagues, an update on the status of ARPA funds, all council districts, and this was requested by yours truly.
Yep, they already have them.
Good morning. Colleagues, before you, please state your name and address for the records. Colleagues, I requested that this item be placed on our agenda. And just for our information purposes, as you recall, there was a recommendation at the last meeting that we were reallocating some funds. So I just wanted the council to be brought up to speed as far as what we approved, what's been spent, what's still left over from those, from the ARPA funds, and that's the purpose of this. Good morning.
Good morning. I am Crystal Givens. My address is 170 North Main, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103.
And I'm Walter Person, and my address is 125 North Main. Thank you.
The floor is yours.
All right. We'll go to the next slide. So our agenda is very short today. We'll go through the ARPA scorecard. We'll talk about, this is a lot of money, so we divided it into allocations. We'll talk about council allocations, administrative allocations, specifically public safety. Then we'll get into administrative, and then we'll talk about the dashboard. $161,061,490 is the total allocation. In FY22, we spent $55,417,470. In FY23, as of last week, Tuesday, $17,803,175.
Ms. Gibbon, can you turn the mic towards you, please?
I'm sorry. As of FY23, $17,803,175. And we have those commitments, and these are not only contracts, but after talking to divisions and doing lots of research, of $62,717,881. And so our balance is $25 million. I'm just going to start using whole numbers from here. The entire $161 million has been allocated, but as of, again, preparing this presentation, $25 million is the remaining balance. We'll get into our council allocations. So $20 million, if you remember from the presentation about October of last year, there is just the allocation for $20 million of this bucket of money for council allocations. All right, and these are mostly our subrecipients on the list. You certainly have African April, Explore Bike Share, Just Ran, which is Equity Prosperity, a new subrecipient, and it just kind of goes through the list. One of the things I want to point out is that under solid waste, they are still on track with their CDL initiatives. They are using their ARPA allocation of money to train employees for CDL licenses. They're also using it for their annual license subscription for those cameras. And before I move to the next slide, I'll just say if there are any questions about this particular set of applications, we can address them now, or I can keep going. It's up to you, Chair.
Colleagues, any questions on the second?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Thank you. Under your remaining balance, these are commitments. So when do those commitments run out? What's the end date?
That's a good question. December 2024. So we're obligated, we have to obligate by December 2024. We have until 2026 to spend that obligation. Okay. But December 2024.
But we do have the money in hand.
We've received all of our allocation. That's correct. 81 million came last year. I put it that way in around May of 2021. We received the second half in May of 2022. 81 million both times.
Okay. So we will earn interest on that money, right?
Yes, we currently are, and I'll defer to my deputy CFO for that, but yes.
So we just want to kind of have an idea about how many extra dollars we'll have based on the interest that we earn on that money, since we're not distributed it all at one time.
Thank you, Councilperson. The key thing to remember with that, when we initially received, or the first tranche, as Manager Givens has pointed out, we did invest a good portion of that money. By the time we received the second tranche, we were in the middle of expenditures, so a lot of that money has been put into place in, more or less a spending account to address current needs.
You didn't answer my question.
I apologize.
How much interest?
How much interest, period, currently?
I don't have the exact amount, and I'll get that for you.
Okay, thank
yes,
you.
ma'am.
Well, one thing I add with that, interest rates just start going up this year. So I would say with the first tranche, we probably weren't earning anything on it.
Okay.
So it would be perhaps anything from May on, and I guess they can get that figure back to you.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. The 5.5 million remaining balance for council allocations is about 3 or 4 grantees so far. It's not that these amounts won't go to HBC initiative. It's just that as of the date of this report, we have not had a confirmed commitment. That's what that means. Okay, next slide. This is our public safety allocation. You have healthcare navigator, of course, those recruitment incentives, the fleet initiatives are all there, and they are on track for spending. I don't show any remaining balance. They're going to spend all of their money. Okay. The next slide is administration type allocations. This is mostly our city assets and other programs within the city. Boys and Girls Club, Youth Services has quite a bit of allocations on here, as well as HCD. Premium pay, I want to point out at the bottom, has a remaining balance there. And also you'll see negatives right at the middle of the page with the Safe Summer Program and Family Fun Night. We are into cost overruns. We're seeing an uptick in our Opportunity Youth, and we want to probably use some of the allocation left over from Manhood University to offset some of that. Right. And the last slide is just our ARPA dashboard. I take this opportunity to share that all this information is on the City of Memphis' website. You can pull this dashboard at any time. Also on the city's website is our recovery plan. And this is a report that we're required to provide to the U.S. Treasury. It is a catalog of all of our project inventory that we have to date, as well as highlights and updates on how our programs are doing. And this information, again, is updated as soon as we pull it out of Oracle, it can be dragged to the city's website. So we are, as of this date, 73 million. As of the date of this report, we've spent 73 million. We are almost halfway there with our spending. Again, our total allocation was 161 million. The bottom right graph is the allocation of the 161 million. The top right graph is by expenditure category by actuals. And that's all I want to share.
Okay. Councilman Warren.
I just wanted to make sure I understood correctly that we have $19 million in the city account and $5.5 million in the council account that have not been allocated or assigned to any project.
They have been
that we have to spend.
Yes, sir. They have been allocated. They're just in the process on the spend down.
So they have been allocated.
They have been
Yes.
allocated.
Right. Yes, sir.
So there's nothing that's not allocated.
That's correct. Broadband is a great example. You'll see there's a note at the bottom. An RFP has been awarded. It's in a preliminary contract negotiation phase, but we're just trying to balance right now. But it's been allocated and just in the.
How do we know what that's allocated to then? How can we tell from this graph?
It's and we should have probably numbered this better. So in the middle of the slide, we might want to go back.
Where it says balance at the end, that's,
Yes, sir.
Those are the places it's allocated.
Yes, sir.
Thank
So your proposed spend, that's a running total is going to come to the 161 million. Actual is as of last week, means a check is out the door. Commitments could be anything from a contract pending or discussion with divisions to talk about, Crystal, this is definitely going to happen. We're just waiting on X, Y, and Z. That's the balance.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Johnson.
I guess my question is, are all these public records, like if I start with on the administrative allocation, and you actually had 9 million, actual 3 million, commitment 6 million, will the public be able to go in and actually see what all $9 million was actually spent on?
Our records have it by check number and contract number. If we provide the contract number, yes, they can pull information from Boys and Girls Club. We also ask for quarterly data from them as of all of our subrecipients on how they're performing. So we have that housed, and at any time you can request that and we can provide it.
Okay. Are you going to give them some type of deadline, a notification of a deadline that they need to make us aware, or the city aware of what their plans are? Are they going to be able to meet that obligation that they were awarded?
That's a good question. Again, we request quarterly performance data from them. And it's not just Boys and Girls Club, it's all of the organizations.
Right, I'm just saying,
yes,
right,
ma'am.
okay.
They know that they have, according to their funding agreements, until December 31st, 2024 to spend, and we're monitoring them on a quarterly basis to make sure they're using their dollars accordingly.
Okay, 24.
Yes, ma'am.
A long ways.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you for your information.
Councilman Warren.
One other question. Why do we still have a 1.8 or almost 1.9 million in premium pay that we haven't paid out yet? Is that due to go out through the remainder of the year, or why is it still in that account?
No, great question. We're done with premium pay. That ended FY22 fiscal year. That's just the remaining balance. So that program was probably over allocated, over projected.
So what are we going to do with that money then? Because we have to give it back if we don't spend it on something, right?
That's correct. This is probably a great opportunity to think about reallocating. If she's saying yes, so it's a possibility for that. If we have cost overruns with other programs, that's a good chance to cover it with that as well.
So the administration is going to bring us something. We have till 2024 to make that happen.
We do.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Canale? For the record, we've been joined by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Are there any other questions on this report? Okay. Ms. Givens?
Thank you.
Ms. Person? Thank you.
you.
Colleagues, next we have on our agenda is Q1 Capital Improvements Plan, or CIP update, all council districts requested by the administration.
Good morning, everyone. Before I begin, may I ask if everyone has a hard copy of both the CIP and the operating report? If not, I have extra copies. I wanted to make sure.
They were printed in place before us. I think we're good.
Okay. Thank you. Hello again, my name is Walter Person, address 125 North Main, and I want to say good morning again to Chairman Jones as well as the rest of the council, and also ask for a moment of personal privilege to reverse the order of the presentations to begin with the operating report and then move to CIP, if
no objection.
it so pleases the council.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Finance will be presenting the Q1 operating results for general fund and CIP fund. This quarterly performance review is provided to discuss trends in revenues and expenditures compared to the budget, and to identify any budget adjustments that have been or may be necessary for the continued effective and efficient operations of city government. Fiscal year 2023 financial transactions in this report are unaudited and are presented for management purposes and discussion purposes. Slide 2 gives you the reconciliation from adopted budget to Q1 funding budget for both revenues and expenditures. These budget items that are presented to you have via resolution for budget adjustment and accommodate acceptance of revenues and incurrence of expenditures beyond the adopted budget. And I think this gives you a good idea to let you see at a snapshots level where we stand relative to our expected budget performance. Slide 3. Slide 3. This slide gives you a summary depiction. Press 4. Go back one. Thank you. Summary depiction of FY23 Q1 revenues by revenue category. As the summary slide indicates, the total revenues are 51% of the funding budget. However, there are a couple of things I want to really point to that will illuminate how we're performing. The local taxes category at 65% includes ad valorem taxes, which are not only the city's largest source of revenues, but also are in line with our collections trend, about 90 to 95% of budget during Q1. And that's based on our August 31st deadline. The local taxes category also encompasses local sales tax revenue. Q1 revenues of $39 million are trending at 27% of the budget and are in line with our collections average of about $13 million monthly. This compared to FY22 performance of 37.6 for the first quarter of the operating year. The state tax category at 27% of the funding budget includes state sales tax revenues. Revenues at Q1 are $18.5 million, with collections averaging $6.2 million per month. This compares slightly unfavorably against the 18.7 in Q1 of FY22. Charges for services at 34% is slightly above budget for Q1 performance, primarily due to the increase in revenues for street cut inspection fees. And that has been a pretty heavily negotiated agreement with the MLGNW, but it is showing performance already in the first quarter. And transfers in at 19% are slightly higher or slightly under budget. The in lieu of taxes from MLGNW, which represents 27% of the budget category, are typically received in December and April. Overall revenues at 51% of budget for Q1 are due primarily to the timing of certain revenue categories, and this is consistent with what we've seen in prior fiscal years. Next slide. And slide 4 gives you a graphical depiction of what I've just described, so it just lets you see how we're performing against the dark line budget performance. Go to slide 5. Slide 5 gives us a pretty good snapshot of year-over-year performance. So you can see from year-over-year, we're looking at 3.6% year-over-year increase in revenues versus a fairly significant 15% increase in expenditures. Local sales taxes we talked about are slightly up. State sales taxes more or less even. Biggest changes would be around the use of money and intergovernmental. Use of money, of course, is made up of accrued interest as well as unrealized gains and losses. So in a rising interest rate environment, you're seeing the impact of that use of money. And on the intergovernmental side, we see additional impacts as well. Next slide. This, again, slide 6 gives you a graphical depiction of what we just described in the previous slide. Slide 7. All right. Now moving on to expenses. When we look at revenues again, we're looking at about 51% year-to-date against the annual funding budget. Expenses at 27% against the annual budget of 767, 331, 882. A little bit ahead of where we expected, but more or less in line. Personnel expenses at 23% are slightly under. Materials and supplies are more or less consistent with where we think they're going to be. Grants and subsidies at 62% are very consistent with our weighted Q1 performance from the prior year. And we're seeing more or less performance in line with expectations. Slide 8. Presented on this slide is FY23 Q1 expenditures by division and as a percentage of the funding budget. Of course, as I discussed, grants and subsidies is anticipated to have a highly weighted Q1 distribution. Divisions are trending slightly below at or slightly above budget for Q1 as a result of total general fund expenditures, again at 27%. Slide 9. Year-over-year expenditures comparison by division. I think it's important to note a couple of changes here. City attorney at $7.6 million is well above year-to-date actual last year, and that is due to a repatriation of insurance expenditures. Originally, these expenditures were allocated across all divisions, and this year they were all repatriated back to the legal division, which drove the lion's share of that increase. The finance division is down year over year, and the reason for that, in the previous fiscal year, we were tracking directly in the finance division hazard pay and other COVID-19 related expenses, and of course, those expenses have subsided. All right, slide 10. This analysis of overtime expenditures as of the end of Q1. The total overtime is for Q1 is $17.3 million, or 48% of the budget. Total full-time salaries at $71.4 million is under budget at 19.5. It's important to note here that we're seeing basically a transition from what we were finding in our operating divisions pretty much across the board of more or less a little bit of a challenge recruiting personnel. So we're running low on regular time expenses, and that's being compensated for in a lot of our operating divisions by the overtime. So you're seeing heavy use of overtime in a variety of divisions. A little bit of the overtime spike is also quite frankly driven by our new, basically our HR tracking program, which allows for people to clock in and clock out. And so we're getting a lot of illumination around job performance from that system, but it also drives a tiny bit of the additional overtime as well. Slide 11. Slide represents year-over-year analysis of division overtime expenditures as of the end of Q1. Again, you really can look across and see all of the major changes. In city court clerk, for instance, you see actually a decline in a lot of the city court clerk, which was very small money, but was due, in fact, last year to COVID-related staggered court proceedings, which have now gone away. But then you see large increases in general services. You see large increases in other operating divisions. So in general, it is largely driven by a challenge that we're having, I would say, citywide in recruiting personnel. Slide 12. Slide 12 gives you a brief introduction to the primary individuals involved in working on our budget team, as well as preparing this presentation. Of course, the mayor has led the effort. Chief McGowan has also provided us a lot of strategic leadership. Our Chief Ford, who wasn't able to come today, myself, Cameron Kennedy, Anita Taylor, and others. So with that, I'll definitely open the floor to questions, or I can move on to CIP, whatever the council desires.
Councilwoman Robinson, any questions on this? And Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you. Back on page 4 and 5, you mentioned how much revenue we were receiving from MLGW, and you told us we normally get it in 2 months of the year. What was that total again? I missed it.
Okay, give me just a second. pictures? Oh, okay. Transfers in 19%. Right. That, our expected amount would be 19,375,000.
19,375,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if we gave that $19 million back, they can give a reduction in the utility bill for our customers. Just a note.
We appreciate your service to the people. Okay. Any other questions, Councilwoman Robbins? Okay, Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. If we could get, I guess we'll do it through. We can do it through the quarter, but you'll have extra time. But I'd like to see all professional services agreements by division over $50,000 for this year. We often go through budget seasons and we see the look back, and then we get into the budget, and then I don't get to see where the money's going. A lot of professional services agreements. So anything over 50 grand by division, and who those vendors are, and you can include city council. And then I'd like to see the appropriation statements for legal, finance, executive, and the council. Year to date. We can go by the end of the quarter, I guess, because you've already closed it out. That'll be easier for you guys. That's it, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carlisle.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no.
Go ahead.
It's an executive. That's it.
Okay. For the next meeting, I know that this is not necessarily for you all, but Ms. Owens, if you just make a note that I'm looking at page 10, overtime by division, and with police and fire essentially making up 35 million of the total 36 million. Ideally, for us to be in the first quarter, I know that everything isn't on a linear basis, but by being first quarter, we would really expect expenditures to be closer to 25%.
Yes, sir.
For those particular divisions. But I would like for us to hear from police and fire at our next committee meeting, talking about, hey, here we are in the first quarter, fire spent 62% of their budgeted overtime, and police has done 41%. So I'd like to have that in committee at the next meeting.
Yes, sir. And I'd like to add to that, sir, just that we do suspect that at the current run rates, both divisions are heavily recruiting. I think we all heard from police this morning, and the recruitment efforts are definitely underway, but there's a strong possibility that we will have to ask for an amendment at some point related to that.
Thank you, Mr. Person. You can proceed with the CIP portion of it.
Good morning again. Moving on with CIP. Go to the table of contents. We're going to go with the definition of CIP. Of course, many of you on the council already understand and know what CIP is, but just for purposes of explanation, that helps to guide through the rest of the discussion. The budget, we did have a pretty lengthy discussion about GEO funding, along with our capital pay-go, the sewer and stormwater funds, and all funding. And there is an extra slide that was added at council's request at the very end, the CIP carry forwards on page 17, because I think at some point that wasn't clearly plain in the presentation document, so we wanted to make sure we added that as part of the presentation. Thank you. Capital improvement budget defined. The capital improvement budget is the annual allocation to the capital improvement program that is set aside to fund major projects, acquire property, purchase equipment, and fund ongoing capital programs in the city. It's important to note that it is a one-year allocation. Adoption of CIP budget by the city council allows for the allocation of funds for the first year of the program. Or in the case of carried forward projects, a reallocation of unappropriated funding. Specific language on how to operate or appropriate and spend construction funds is contained in the resolution for CIP. The city's proposed CIP spending aligns with our current mission-critical needs. We focus heavily on partnering both with the Accelerate Memphis program as well as understanding the needs of all our various constituencies throughout the city. As a result, we hit a GO funding of $95.2 million for FY23. This is slightly above our typical run rate of about 91, but it reflects the urgent needs, especially coming out of the COVID environment. In addition, we have $26 million in capital pay-go funding. Of course, our sewer and stormwater funds are very large at $137.5 and $17,350 respectively. In aggregate, we have $276 million devoted to CIP funding. Okay, going through, starting page 5, some of the detailed explanations. I will really try to focus on the bottom lines, but as we go along, if there's some additional questions, I think I'd like to address those. If you all see any related to specific areas. For city engineering, if we look at it, we're looking at a total amount appropriated for FY23 of $2.3 million, 67.46%, with the total appropriation amount through 9/30 of 2022 of 55.63%, and a spend to date for total city engineering of 69.82%. Going forward, we do have a snapshot of the convention center as well as our fire services. In fire services, we're seeing a amount appropriated of $335,324, with a total amount appropriated since 9/30 of 22 of $17,059,274, or 83%. And fire services has done a good job. Their spend to date is at 99.96%. I will add that in the case of fire, we've been a little bit slow out of the gate in terms of expending current quarter expenses. However, overall, in aggregate, fire's had good overall performance, so we're not as concerned about that. General services, we see the total amount appropriated in the FY23 budget, $22 million, and a total amount appropriated as of 9/30/2022 of $39,650,707, with the spend to date, including encumbrances, of 41.14%. Next slide. Looking at total housing and community development, we're talking about some large dollars here. None has been appropriated for the FY23 budget. However, over time, we're talking about $32 million of total appropriations, an amount of 92.75%, and 100% spend to date for housing and community development. So they're doing pretty well as well. Information technology, we're looking at 100% for both appropriated this year's budget and as well as appropriated through 9/30, and a 52% spend to date. With MATA, going down there a little bit further down the page, and I believe MATA's next on the agenda, we see that they haven't had any spend, and I did want to talk about that, since FY21 for the innovation corridor. However, they are aggregating funds. That project does have federal funding as well. So that project, as far as we know, is still on track, though the spending is not as strong. And the Transit Vision project has similar metrics. We're looking at a total spend to date there of 31.97. look at Memphis Parks, Memphis Parks has amount appropriated in the FY23 budget of $13 million. And we have a total amount appropriated year to date, or at least through 9/30 of $23,476, with a spend rate of 40.57%. Next slide. And we have discussion of the River Parks Partnership. Police services. That's another area where our spending to date has been a little bit slower. I think in hearing from police services today, the recruitment center is progressing as planned. I think we have a targeted date, though that's not listed here because that was actually acquired, I believe, in July of this year. It is performing to plan. The other areas for capital improvements have been a little bit slower, but overall, aggregately, the spend to date is 86.19%. So we have a strong confidence that they will meet their goals this year. Public Works. Public Works has, of course, the cover line and a variety of other expenses, but we're looking at appropriation percentage of 84.39% FY23 versus 84.25 appropriated through 9/30 of 22 and a 98.5% run rate. Total GO bonds, 63,596, 259 appropriated for FY23, 176, 423, 933 spent to date, 9/30/22, and roughly 70% spent to date on GO bonds. Non-GO bonds, including federal grants, other expenses. Looking at go to page 13, unless there's some other questions. 13.5 million in non-GO bond funding appropriated for FY23 versus 14 million in our through 9/30/22, and a fairly low spend to date rate of 2.84%. But we do believe that a lot of this is related to parks and, of course, some general services improvements related to Mud Island and Harbortown. So we do believe that these will be getting off the ground fairly quickly, though the spend to date is not as high. Page 14, look at the sewer fund. Of course, we're still aggregating funds for sewer. For those large expenditures. Of course, those are related in large part for sewer to findings from the federal government about the adequacy of our sewer operations. So those projects are moving along at the expected clip with 70% spent to date, as well as stormwater, which essentially is at 36.3. With that, I'll focus you on page 16, and that's our total CIP budget. We have amount appropriated, 78 million altogether, 186, 239, or 28.32%, and amount appropriated through 9/30 of 852,813,793 in aggregate across our CIP efforts, with again close to a 70% spend to date target. And now we come to page 17, which is what I discussed at the beginning of this presentation. And you have a pretty good snapshot of our carry forwards, which historically have not been presented in this forum, but give you an idea of the monies that we have reallocated for this year's CIP efforts. And this is a little bit over 2 million. I believe it's about 2.2 million in aggregate of monies that have been reallocated for this fiscal year. And with that, I'll be glad to accept any questions.
Colleagues, any questions? Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we're going forward, we're going to do this and this is more of a semi-permanent thing. When we go through this CIP program, I want to do it at the same time with Accelerate. which obviously isn't traditional, but we traditionally haven't had 200 million out there. And even though they're not CIP bonds or GO bonds technically, or at least 180 million aren't, it for me falls in this category. So I'd like to do them together, or at least near term, if that's good with you. And then that also includes all the building authorities that were a part of that program. So not just direct spend from the city, but any sort of quasi-governmental agency that received those Accelerate funds. Because I think we did 20 million to either Edge or DMC out of that $200 million tranche. I think the only other thing that I wanted to, well, I'll get with Chief McGowan offline, but on the carry forwards, those were monies that were carry forward, still allocated to those projects, or have they been scraped and put elsewhere? It's a small amount, I mean, in the grants.
In large part, they were carried forward.
Okay.
In the original project set, I would say.
So the Levitt Shell $300,000 line item, that was a grant to that organization. Has that money been granted and that contract been executed? Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions on this end? Okay. So as I'm reading and interpreting, it's a lot of numbers on here. As I'm reading and interpreting this information, when we look at the first, and if we could go specifically to, and here's where my question is going to come. Page. Page 8, for instance. So when we look at this first column, the first tan, that's pretty much the allocation for this year.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And then when we have the gray bar separating it there. And then the next section is we're looking at the total amount that has been allocated to that particular project, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
With the idea being that is through the life of the
Correct.
project.
Yep.
So that is correct.
Okay. So where that brings me to is the one I'm looking at in particular, and you may have to come back with this information, is this Treasury tax system. And so I know that we'd allocated $2 million for that for this year. And doing budget, I had a question of Chief Ford that I asked about because, my memory didn't serve me, but on my time on the council, I remember that we'd allocated some money for it. And so here we are, we spent nearly $7 million on this treasury management system. And I think that what was quoted to me at the time that we only spent $1 million. And so what this is saying is that, and this is just, I know that this treasury management system has only been since 2016, the time that I've been on the council. So is the treasury management system working? Because it had been, maybe my interpretation and recollection is wrong. Maybe it was represented to me that we've only spent about $3 million, but here it is, we spent $7 million. And so is there an expectation? Is the one that we've adopted? Did we buy one? We scrapped it? I just would like to hear where we are with that based upon what I remember 7 years ago versus this budget season, so on and so forth, particularly with this item.
Yes, sir. And I have to confess something. I'm fairly new to the finance office, so I can't speak to the history that you're speaking to, unfortunately. I will say that with the treasury system that we have now, we have done a migration to a cloud-based system. So we're seeing some degree of efficiency from that. But in terms of the overall effort that you're speaking to, some of that history I'm just not as privy to.
Okay.
But I will follow up.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Colleagues, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for that report. There's no actionable items on this. This was just a report. And so with that being the case, I think we have one item number 7. That's you, Councilman Ford.
No.
Microphone, please.
Won't have. two, Chair, because I think they maxed out.
Okay, okay.
we good.
Sounds good. Okay, well, is there any other business to come before the Budget Committee? Seeing none, this budget
Councilman Carlisle. And Chairman Canale.
Here, Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 3 items on the agenda today. First being monthly update from MATA with Ms. Malden, and then 2 items to follow that. Ms. Malden, number 1, you may proceed. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Canale. I am Bakar Sanderson Malden.
There. All right. Do I need to give that again? I'm Bakar Malden, Chief of Staff, Memphis Area Transit Authority, 1370 Levy Road, Memphis, Tennessee, 38108. And good morning to all the members of the council. I'm glad to present this report to you. Please don't be afraid because of the thickness of your packet. It's been a little while since I've been before you, but I promise to gloss over this very quickly. And I think all of you all know I'm just a phone call away if you have additional questions or want to take a deeper dive. But there's been a lot going on at MATA, and we want to make sure that we're providing you with as much information as possible. So I'll jump right in. We're going to kick it off with a little refresher of just what our FY 2022 budget looks like. It's a little over $71 million. And basically the breakdown, there are a lot of entities that contribute funds to make up our operating budget. We get about 27% of our budget from the city of Memphis. We get 55% of that budget from the federal government. We get 2% from Shelby County, 11% from the state of Tennessee, and then we get roughly about 6% from fares and directly generated funds. And of course, it is a great day at MATA because we do have new funding. So this is a list of the recent grant awards that we've received. And as you look at this list, there are a couple of things that I want you to keep in mind as you look at this list. Number 1, all of these items are capital budget items. They're not operating items. They don't directly impact the direct service on the street. And number 2, these funds are directly allocated for specific projects. They already have a purpose before we even get the money. And then I guess the last thing is, even though all of this money has been awarded to us, it's not sitting in our bank account waiting for us to spend it. These are basically funds that we get to draw down against as we complete the projects, which I think is a good follow-up. I know you all went through the CIP budget just a little while ago, and you saw that there were some allocations from MATA that were there, and we had not drawn down. So basically, we don't draw those funds down until we're actually about to do the work for the projects. We're actually in a situation where if we draw the money down, we have about 72 hours to spend that money, or else we have to pay interest on that money. And so that's why we don't draw it down until we're at the point where we're ready to spend it. Now, of course, we're really excited about the new local dedicated funding source that we have from both the city and the county through the expired pilot program. But I want all of you all to keep in mind that this dedicated funding does not necessarily equal adequate funding. This money goes towards our operating budget. It goes to fund the transit vision. But as the pilots expire, sometimes they are renewed, sometimes they don't come down, and we don't have even that money to draw down right away. That money is not in the bank either. So it's coming, and we're making plans based on that money, but it's not in the bank just yet. Which is also a good segue into our labor needs categories. We have a lot of expenses that are increasing, and we've talked for several months about the labor needs that we have, the recruitment that we've been doing. And so this chart basically breaks down where we are in our labor recruiting. And the reason why I felt like that was a good segue from the financial is because we are a unionized organization. A great majority of our workforce is unionized. So whereas in a private company, let's just say you have a wonderful employee that comes in and says they got a job offer from company B and they're paying them $10,000 more, because we're unionized, we can't just automatically go and match that fund, go ahead and match that salary because of the restraints that are put on us based on our union contract. Now, as we go into the next year, we're going to go into labor negotiations, which will then hopefully give us the ability to renegotiate some of those things. But that's why all of these various pots of funding, all of this money towards local funding is critically important, because hopefully that money will go on to help us be able to level the playing field and be more competitive as we try to recruit the best and the brightest talent to fill our ranks within our organization. This next chart is basically our ridership rankings with our top producing routes on the left-hand side and our lowest routes on the right-hand side. And then next, this is the ridership for all of our modes, all the way from Ready Zone 3, Ready Zone 2, Groove, on into Motor Bus, which of course is our bus service, our fixed route bus service, which of course is our highest, more frequently used mode of transportation in the transit system. And if you look at our total ridership in terms of how it compares from year to year, we are trending in the right direction in FY23 where we are right now, but we're still not quite where we used to be in, let's say, FY20, but we're getting there. Our ready ridership continues to be strong in Zone 1, as followed by Zone 2 and Zone 3. We are continuing our microtransit program with the Whole Child Strategies nonprofit that basically provides those residents with the opportunity to go to access local fresh food sources such as the grocery store, farmer's market, and things like that. And we've had 3,445 passengers, and we've operated this service for 144 service days. Our on-time performance and our demand response, which is our MATA Plus, continues to be very, very good at 92.8, 79.8 in our trolley, and of course, 57.6 in our motor bus, which is our fixed route service. And we are continuing to work diligently every day to make that number go up so that we can continue to try to offer the best service possible to all of our residents. We've had about 12 preventable accidents so far this year and 11 non-preventable accidents this year. We've taken several calls in our assessment center, certifying our MATA Plus customers. We've answered a little over 400 calls in the month of September. We've recertified about 8 DBEs, and we continue to make that a priority as we continue to do business, and we have a lot of capital projects underway, and so we are continuing to make that a priority and reaching out to various partnering agencies to try to make sure that everyone knows that MATA is open for business and that everyone has an opportunity to do business with MATA. We continue to have strong showings in our Go 901 mobile. And then we also presented our legislative agenda to our state legislative delegation last week, and just wanted to share with you the things that we talked about with our state legislators, which one was to increase funding for our operations. As you saw in the pie chart that was at the very beginning of our presentation, the state only puts in about 11% of our budget. And if there's a way, we would really love to see the state put even more money towards our operating budget. And then followed by, of course, some safety requests from TDOT. We talked about Blue Oval wanting to have more involvement in the whole transportation planning for transportation to Blue Oval, as well as reducing some of the mean and stupid rules, as our CEO says sometimes, that TDOT has us under in terms of reviewing. And when we say mean and stupid rules, we're talking about rules that basically would cost more to actually enforce the rule than it does to actually comply with the rule. For instance, there was one scenario where they wanted to review all transactions over $5,000. In a $71 million organization, you think about how many $5,000 transactions might take place. It's things like that that we're asking for some assistance with. We've also had some special recognition. Our CEO was actually awarded Outstanding Urban Executive from the Tennessee Public Transportation Association. He was very elated and surprised, and we are really, really proud of him. Mr. Diener, who you all recognized earlier this year, was also recognized by the State Transit Association for his 50 years of service. In February, it will be 51. And he still doesn't understand why we're making such a big deal about it. But we were able to twist his arm and get him to come to Nashville to get his award in person. So we were really excited about that. Maddie P. Carter was inducted into the Hall of Fame of the American Public Transportation Association. She's a longtime board chair at MATA. And this is really a huge deal. She was not only the chair at MATA, but she was the chair of the total American Public Transportation Association. So she really put Memphis on the map with regard to public transportation. And so we were very excited to have her inducted. Our CEO was nominated as a CFO of the Year finalist, Bernard Rudolph. And then our CEO presented to the Kiwanis Club earlier this year, kind of giving a MATA update very similar to what we're doing today. We've taken our message to the street with some Go 901 community meetings. And you have in front of you the list of where those meetings took place. We also had a listening session with our employees as well. We're really trying to do a better job of making sure that we're communicating internally as well as externally. And so our largest, I guess, highest frequency media story, actually this body was kind of the impetus for that when you passed the ordinance or passed the resolution allowing us to go forward with having the Groove service expand into West Memphis. So that was a very exciting time and a very high interest story over the last month. As well as we launched an HBCU partnership with Lemoyne Owen College. We're partnering with their computer science department to create a tech team that's going to go out into our transit centers and teach our riders how to use our Go 901 app. And we continue to provide our digital marketing update, basically our website visits, our Go 901 transit visits, and that concludes our report. And I apologize for my voice, but change in weather and whatnot, but I'll answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Malden. Please make note that Councilman Ford Sr. has joined us. Colleagues, questions on item one. We'll start with Councilman Warren.
Just one question. Do we actually have a union contract that prohibits us increasing people's wages?
We do.
Okay. I would imagine that they probably would try to get a contract that won't do that in the future. I don't understand that. I can understand why they could say not to decrease the wages, but
right.
that's interesting. And I don't know, DBE, I'm sorry, what does DBE stand for?
It's a disadvantaged business enterprise.
Okay, thank you.
Minorities, women.
Okay, I just hadn't seen that in acronyms, so I didn't recognize it. I thought that maybe was what it was. And I guess we're going to have something more coming up on our rapid transit corridor.
Yes.
That's the next item, so I'll save a question for that.
Anybody else? Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Dockery, Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Malden, for coming in and giving that report. You're right, we haven't had a full scope in a while, but it's obvious that MATA's really been doing some community linking things, and that's always good to see. I know last time when we had a chance for a more robust discussion, it was asking y'all to do more about connecting with folks in the community and getting people in the city up to speed with the things that are changing. I think that partnership with Lemoyne On is going to be great. I can just picture the many seniors and other folks who are using the system just needing a hands-on help trying to figure out how to use it. So just to say, I know we have more to talk about in other areas where we can improve on, but on the community side of it, y'all are doing phenomenally well than last time that we spoke. So kudos to y'all. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councilwoman Dockery.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Malden, I had one quick question. There was in the district some children or some parents who had some children that were disabled. Not so much disabled, autistic, but super smart to where they know everything about the matter probably more than I did.
Right.
But they requested one thing, and I wanted to speak with you about that, which was dealing with the routes in that inner city area that, of course, had cut back so much. So now, and I did tell them that you were in a process of rolling out some new things for the city. However, when it comes to merging those areas, especially in that Lamar area, so many of them were cut. And of course, making sure we have it where everybody does not have transportation. So I wanted to speak with you truthfully, not here, but at a dedicated time that's feasible for you so that I could report that back to them if that was okay with you.
Absolutely.
Yes,
would
ma'am.
love to talk to you. What we've tried to do is overlay our micro transit service on top of our fixed route service so that in areas where you don't have as much fixed route service, you have the opportunity to do the on-demand service as well. So I look forward to talking with you more about it.
Chairman Jones, he just vanished. Okay, any other questions on item 1? All right, colleagues, item 2. Matt is requesting City Council to appropriate $5 million funded by GeoBonds General and CIP project number GAO3028, Memphis Innovation Corridor Bus Rapid Transit to fund the local share for the development of a new BRT line connecting downtown with the University of Memphis as part of the fiscal year 2023 capital improvement budget, Districts 5, 6, 7, Super 8 and 9, sponsored by Public Works Division. Can I get a motion in a second?
I'll move it.
Moved by Jones, seconded by Warren. Ms. Malden.
Thank you, Chairman Cannelli. So this item is basically for the bus rapid transit. I believe the last time I was before you, I gave you an update on that project. That is the innovation corridor, the bus rapid transit. This money is actually going to be for the signaling portion of that project, paying for that. And as I mentioned before, we kind of draw it down as we get ready to spend it. So I guess with the allocation of these funds, you can anticipate a groundbreaking soon with that because we are ready to begin work on that project and moving it forward.
Questions, colleagues? Councilman Warren?
Yes, I've been made aware that we've got one stop on this BRT that may be somewhat problematic and was hoping that we could, as we do this, we can make sure that that problem gets fixed before we do it. It's like moving the, I guess, stop away from the Memphis Theological Seminary and putting it up by the Teaching and Learning Center. In my mind, that's a better place to get the neighborhoods to come in. And also, you've got anyone going to Shelby County, Memphis Shelby County Department of Education can stop there without a long walk. There's not really anything around that MTS site that would make it make sense to have the site there.
So right now we're actively engaging with both the theological seminary and the other entity as well to try to come up with a practical resolution that'll be a win hopefully for everybody.
Okay, so, let us know how that works.
I will.
Okay? So we don't need to hold this up to make sure that's going to get fixed, right?
No, we're actively working on that right now as a part of this.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, all those in favor of item 2 signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item receives a favorable recommendation. He disappeared again. Wasn't he just sitting right there? All right, colleagues, item 3. MATA is requesting the City Council to appropriate $1 million funded by GeoBonds General in CIP project number GA03029 Transit Vision Project to fund the local share for the development of new on-street bus transfer facilities at 3 locations as identified in the Transit Vision recommended plan as part of the fiscal year 2023 capital improvement budget. All council districts, sponsored by Public Works Division. Can I get a motion in a second? Who moved it? Ford Sr., seconded by Dockery. Ms. Malden.
So this item is actually for the new on-street transfer stop on 3rd and Brooks, which is in Councilman Ford's district. That's the top priority, as well as planning new infrastructure and additional bays for charging our new electric buses at the Airways Transit Center. And it'll be for intersection improvements. It'll also be for new on-street transfer location near Riverdale and Winchester.
Questions, colleagues? Comments? All those in favor of item 3 signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item receives a favorable recommendation. Well, I was going to give him a chance to ask us a question, but he's gone again. He's a ghost. All right, colleagues, anything else before transportation? We are adjourned. Thank you, Ms. Malden. Oh, and I love your brooch. I'm glad to see that you're a Alabama fan. Roll Tide.
War Eagle.
11:33. I may look like Councilman Carlisle, but I'm not. It's Councilman Smiley, and I call the Public Service, Art, Youth Initiatives, Libraries, and Neighborhoods Committee to order. There's 2 items on the agenda. We're going to get through them as quickly as possible. We do not have Vice Chairman Morgan, but we do have Chairman Jones. Ms. Key? Call roll.
Councilman Ford. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Dockery. Here. Chair Smiley.
Here, there's one item on the agenda. Apparently, I did not have the revised copy. The first item, the only item, the resolution to allow the Urban Art Commission to accept a sculpture from Cherokee Heights Civic Club to be added to the city's public art inventory, all council districts, sponsored by Chairman Jones. Chairman Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask that this resolution be amended to add Councilwoman Dockery as a co-sponsor, and anyone else who would like to add their name.
Everybody, unless you object.
Unless you object, yes. It's been handed out. And I will hand it over, defer to Ms. Lauren, who's going to be providing commentary about this item.
Ms. Kennedy, can you put your mic on, and then to begin, state your name, position, and address for the record?
Yes. Good morning. Lauren Kennedy, Executive Director at the Urban Art Commission. Our address 422 North Cleveland, Memphis, Tennessee 38104. Excited to be with y'all today to share this great project. So it looks like everybody has a copy of the background information that we shared. But essentially, UAC launched the Neighborhood Art Initiative in 2020 with grant funds from the Assisi Foundation, and have since expanded it through the Percent for Art program as well. And working with the Cherokee Heights Civic Club was one of the first projects that we undertook. It has been a long and slow road, but pandemic largely impacting a lot of things. But we've also been looking for just the right home for this beautiful neighborhood signage. It includes the Cherokee Heights Civic Club slogan, "We Care." So they were very much a part of this process where we invited artists locally to submit design proposals, express interest. Local artists Lawrence Matthews and Ahmad George were selected for the design. And then another local artist, Lorenzo Scruggs, who's based in Whitehaven, has fabricated the sign for us. This goes along with a series of street sign toppers that we also did in the neighborhood with the same design. So the sign is created. The funding to install it is included in the original funds from the Assisi Foundation. And our primary goal here is to be able to install the sign at the Cherokee Heights Neighborhood Library branch, which is why we are presenting it as a gift to the city, as it's privately funded, which would include it in the city's public art inventory, which UAC manages. So then maintenance funds, we would be charged with the ongoing maintenance and funding to take care of it. I think that's a nutshell.
I was going to ask for a move by Jones, seconded by Canale. Quick question from me.
Yes.
How much, in terms of ongoing maintenance, what would that usually cost? Because it doesn't seem like it'd be.
It shouldn't be an expensive project. The worst case scenario is going to be a car hits it, which does happen at least once a year, but we can take care of that because we do that every now and then. But we should be looking just to clean it and make sure that we're not dealing with a rust situation.
So we're
down
not
the
talking
road.
about, doesn't seem to be a significant no for the city.
No.
Any other questions from this particular body, Councilman Jones?
Along those lines, too, I did think about this, Ms. Kennedy, but the setback of it, to prevent cars from hitting it, do we have an idea of what the setback will be? Or
there is a regulation from city traffic engineering on how far back from the curb it needs to be. Okay. And a major detail for us to work out pending this process is installation drawing and footing for the sculpture to be submitted to engineering for approval. And so we'll work that out with them and also library services and the neighborhood folks on the exact placement of it. We haven't done that yet because we wanted this body to approve the gift first.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I guess, every individual every council member that's on this particular committee will be added as a co-sponsor. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's the opinion of the acting chair that the ayes have it.
Thank you
Thank
all.
you so much. This adjournment.
Good morning, it's 11:30. I'm sorry, it's 11:39, and I'm calling to order the Planning and Zoning Committee. May I have a roll call, please, Mrs. Dearborn?
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Canali. Councilwoman Dockery. Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Chair Johnson.
Present. Today, we have two items before us that needs to be addressed. Beginning with item number 1, it is the zoning, Z 22-06, the east side of North Bingham Street, plus or minus 170 feet south of Jackson Avenue. It occurs in District 5, Super District 9, and this is a first reading due to it being a zoning ordinance. Well, may I have a presentation? Identify yourself and your address, please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Teresa Shelton with the Division of Planning and Development, 125 North Main Street, Suite 476. Before you have a case Z 22006, located for North Bingham. Doing this one? Yes, I'm used to council. Okay, Jonathan, you gotta help me out. I'm used to being on the first floor. So, are we working? Ready? All right. Okay. Here we have an area view of the subject property where the proposed development is going to be, or the zoning. It's currently zoned employment. The applicant is looking to rezone it to RU3. Here's what we have: the land use in the area, as you can see, is residential, and there are some commercial, which is employment and industrial that surrounds the property along the residential area as well. I provided some information for Councilwoman Johnson. This shows an area of the existing businesses that are either adjacent or abuts the subject property. The businesses that are zoned EMP, there are 3 in the Ciable Espanol, Streetcars, Ogden Avenue Parking, and New Tech Packing are in the employment district. You have in the heavy industrial, you'll have Mr. Complete Autos, a vacant building, and Dixie Recycling Center. And I've indicated those. If you can see them in yellow, that shows where they're located. And these are just some pictures that I went out and took just to kind of show you the businesses that are around the property. right, in conclusion, the applicant is requesting to rezone 2.1 acres from employment to residential urban 3 on the east side of North Bingham, south of Jackson Avenue. The purpose of the request is to develop a 40-unit multifamily housing and apartment complex on this lot. This requested use is not compatible with the future land use description and intent. Form and location characteristics zoning notes as proposed use is residential rather than industrial. However, the existing adjacent land uses on the north, west, and south side of the parcel are residential, and proposed use is consistent with these uses. And it does show that it is consistent with the Memphis 3.0 plan. You can see it on my staff report, page 10 through 12. My recommendation is approval. If you have any questions, I'm here.
Councilman Canali, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are these houses on Ogden?
Vacant.
Let me go back up to that location. Now, where the subject property is along Ogden, I'm gonna see if I can put the arrow there. Here, there is some vacant parcels there. If you can see along here.
Yeah.
There was a house there, because I actually drove Ogden and I came along I think it was Los Angeles. I went because I wanted to drive to the end of Ogden just to see if I could gain interest to where the businesses were, but I didn't have access to that. But
Is it dead ends right there?
it dead ends because they have a gate that goes into that business right there.
Okay.
So you can't actually enter it. Oh, it keeps going back. Hold on, I'm sorry. Let me get back to it. I didn't go the other side of Ogden because basically I was mainly interested in what was right here.
Right.
What I can tell you is all of this area is very wooded.
Okay.
So, developing it would be a plus for the area. I can tell you, which I didn't take pictures of, right up in here, there was some illegal dumping.
Where? Show that again.
Right here.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, and if you go on the Google Street View, it's actually still there. It shows it, the illegal dumping.
Okay.
So, in my opinion, I just think that developing it, getting some lighting, more traffic will deter illegal dumping.
Okay.
So.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Just interested to know if there will be any buffer between the houses, the residential area, and that area behind there that is commercial.
All right. Now, since I guess the case before you is just to get it rezoned for him to do that, when it comes up, I think maybe, that's something we can definitely talk about. I definitely would want him to either maintain some of the trees and stuff that are there, just as a buffer, to make sure. Because you do have that, those businesses that are directly behind it. And it's large enough. Like I said, it's a wooded area. All of it is wooded from what I saw. And I think he'll have an opportunity to have a good buffer in the back.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple questions.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
For clarity. I also was informed that these will be apartments that he's
Yes,
seeking
ma'am.
to place there, not residential houses, but apartments.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, I think it's important to know that not only is that subject site owned by the applicant, but those adjacent properties going around there are owned by the applicant too. I think we only had one spot owned by
I
the
think he
city of
owns
Memphis.
A couple. The only one he submitted was this one. I know he does have the owner affidavit in the file for this one. He does own a couple of more properties, as we talked last time. He is willing to donate a piece of the parcel, one of the parcels, to the community for them to build a park. And he's agreed to that.
But the other reason that he did not present it is because those particular parcels were already zoned for residential use.
Correct.
So they did not have to come before us to get a rezoning in that case.
Correct.
The other thing I think is important to mention here is the fact that these properties were once owned by BAM. And the whole purpose of BAM is to try to acquire property, maintain them, and eliminate blight. So this is an example where the BAM project actually does work. And they sold it to this particular gentleman who promises to build apartments. Any other questions? Seeing none, may we go to a vote on this particular item. All in favor? Any opposed? Not hearing any, this item will go down with a favorable recommendation. The second item to address is SAC 22-06, a street closure for Maggie H. Isabel Street between Adams Avenue and Jefferson Avenue, including closures of public alleyways affecting District 6 and Super District 8. Can I get someone to move that? Moved by Smiley, second by Dockery. May I have a presentation on this particular item? Name and address.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Good morning. Kendra Cobbs, Division of Planning and Development, 125 North Main Street.
Madam Chair, Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development. While Kendra is pulling up her presentation, I'll take this opportunity to introduce Kendra to you. She's already said her name, but she joined us about 3 months ago, I guess now, and so we're very excited about that, and so we'll be seeing more of her.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, my apologies. So now we're up. So yes, this is a request for a street alley closure, 2022-006, and it is a request to vacate the public right-of-way of Maggie H. Isabel Street, and also there's a public alley that is west of Maggie H. Isabel. And this is a request from Calvary Episcopal Church, with the representative being Tim McCaskill for the Reeves firm. The map up on the screen, this is located downtown, just around the corner from here. And looking at the image to the right, that is in orange, that does show Maggie H. Isabel running north-south. And that's in between Adams Avenue and Jefferson Avenue. And right off to the west, there is a public alley off of that, and that is also included in this request that cuts through a couple of buildings and comes around to Jefferson Avenue. And looking at this aerial, the 2 yellow circles represent, that's Maggie H. Isabel, running north-south, and then there's a yellow circle to the left, which is the unnamed public alley. And also looking in this aerial, within that entire block, you have Calvary Episcopal Church, and so that is the property surrounding all of the right-of-way. And looking at a plat, the closure plat for this request, Maggie H. Isabel running north-south. So this is about 315 feet from Maggie H. Isabel that's being requested. And it's just under 25 feet wide. And then the alley that is off to the west, off of Maggie H. Isabel, is 4.25 feet wide, and it's about 79 feet off of Maggie H. Isabel. Looking at the map, this is entirely included or a part of our central business district in downtown. And to the map to the right, the land use, so it's pretty much institutional uses. You have some vacant property, also office uses, as well as a little bit of commercial. This is, we have images up on the screen of the request. So to the left, we're looking north at Maggie H. Isabel. And then to the right, you're looking south, and you can see the church off to the right. And these other two images show the public alley that runs to the west of Maggie H. Isabel, and then to the right, how the alley wraps back around through those two buildings to Jefferson Avenue. So in conclusion, this is a request to vacate the right-of-way, and it is a request by Calvary Episcopal Church. At the Land Use Control Board meeting on September 8th, there was no objection to the request, and the Land Use Control Board recommended approval, unanimous approval with conditions. And the closure of the right-of-way would not have any undue or substantial effect upon the existing vehicular and pedestrian traffic flow of the surrounding area. And so the conditions listed in the report are the standard engineering conditions coming from the city engineering comments. And that concludes the report, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Okay, first we have Councilman Vice Chair to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So quick question. So I'm very familiar with this street. I actually walk this street quite often when I'm going to court. So are they trying to build a guard shack and to, I guess, prevent pedestrian traffic from walking down Maggie Isabel to go across Maggie Isabel into Adams where the courthouse is? So they're trying to prevent that pedestrian traffic?
Right. They just want to cut off the public traffic that might go through the church.
Has there been any inquiry to the lawyers in the community who practice or who have the office set up downtown? Because that particular street is frequented by many folks who are in my profession, and they make my life hard if I don't ask these questions.
Well, we do have the requirement of public notices that go out, and so I believe it was 88 notices that went out, part of that requirement in August, and then also we had the public signs that were posted at each end of Jefferson and Adams.
Okay, so I guess let me ask this way. So I understand that the public notice, you give notice to, a certain amount of people within whatever the vicinity may be. I'm saying, is there any way that we can send notice to a particular profession who I know uses the street to walk through? If we, if there's a way that we can get our hands on, I guess, a directory of all the attorneys and say, hey, we've been made aware that this may affect, how you go to court or the way that you may go to court, just putting you on notice, this is about to happen. Is it because this is the first reading, so we got plenty of time?
Right.
Is there a way we can do that?
Well, and Councilman Smiley, I just wanted to clarify, and Ms. Cobbs, you can answer this. I don't know that we've gotten any specifics from the applicant with them wanting to close it off. I mean, they're closing the alley, but your question was...
I'm just talking about pedestrians. I'm not, I haven't seen many people driving.
If it is closed, then they would have the ability to do those things, but I don't think they have said specifically that they're intending to do that. Is that right? Or have they?
No, as far as putting any type of barrier up, no.
Okay.
They haven't said that they were planning to do that. Now, again, that could be... Now, so your other question about notice, we can definitely talk about what we might be able to do for the future, the next reading.
Yeah, so I mean, that'll, in order to keep my constituency happy, I just wanted to know if we're letting the attorneys know who I've seen walk that alley to get to court, know, what's currently before the council.
And I believe, too, the applicant could also, address some of the questions about their intention for using.
Absolutely. If they're trying to just say, hey, no one's walking through this alley anymore, I'm not concerned about the vehicular traffic because I understand where it is, but I'm only concerned about, folks who are walking downtown. Okay.
Thank you. Councilman Jones?
Thank you. Yeah, this is sort of an odd situation where you may mail something to the people in the immediate area, but they may not necessarily be the ones who
are using
the lawyers
it frequently.
who use it frequently. My question is related to the number 5 bullet point under conditions. The applicant shall comply with all conditions of the closure within 3 years of the conditional approval of the closure by the city council. What if they don't? What are the consequences if they don't? Does the property revert back to the city?
Yes, it would. So if they don't comply with this and do that, they could also apply for a time extension. So that happens a lot. A lot of times, street and alley closure will be approved, but it takes the time for the applicant to actually go through the process, so they might file for an extension. But yes, it would. If they don't meet the conditions, then it would revert back.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Chair
Just
Carlisle.
to clarify, I think what Councilman Jones is asking is, we're going to approve it, and they basically get 3 years to actually take ownership of it. So if they don't, from the approval to the time that the city transfers ownership, they get 3 years. They don't do it by that, if they don't meet engineering's requirements, if they don't get there's like many steps they'll have to go through. If they don't complete, because I actually had to deal with this one time, if they don't complete it, they have to come and ask for an extension, or they have to come back to the city council and ask for the city council to reapprove it. So even if you vote today, by the time they actually take ownership and it's closed and becomes private property, they've got to go through a series of engineering steps, and real estate has to transfer the deed and all that stuff. So at the Chiska, that happened with Mulberry, and we had to ask for a time extension because we didn't meet all the requirements. So I just wanted to clarify that. Okay. So yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're more than welcome. Mr. Ragsdale, is this a resolution or ordinance?
If I may, it's a resolution.
Okay, so we're not gonna have 3 readings on this.
Correct. That's correct.
So the decision will have to be based on today's presentation.
Well, with that being said, for some reason I was under the impression there was an ordinance. I would like to hold this to the next meeting so we can see what they intend on doing. If they're gonna just erect a barrier to prevent people from walking through. Go ahead.
Okay, this is the applicant representative. Okay.
No worries. Thank you for showing up.
Please come forward and identify yourself, give your name and address. Sit down.
Speak to the mic there.
Yes, Tim McCaskill, the Reeves firm.
Hit the
Reeves
button. Okay, you're good to go.
6800.
There we go. I just heard the tail end of that, but they do not plan on closing that alley.
Okay.
Calvary owns the entire block, and they're doing a master plan to improve their buildings and facilities, and they use this alley as the drop-off and pickup for their school.
Absolutely.
And they're going to keep it open, but what they want to do is maybe do some stone pavers or brick pavers in there, and they will improve the entrance on the south end and the north end in the right-of-way. That's the improvements that have to be done within 3 years.
Okay.
And they plan on doing that, but it's going to stay open.
So does it make sense? I mean, Tim, it's up to you guys, and the council, but they've got 2 options then. It can be conditioned to stay open for pedestrian traffic if that's their case, or they can lease it over a long-term lease, which may help them. I mean, they may want ownership, but like they've got a couple options, right? So like Pontotoc by Pitco is a lease deal where they've utilized it, but the city still owns it, and that's why it maintains its open access to the pedestrian. But that may be 2 ways to solve some consternation.
And I don't think they'll have any problem conditioning if it will stay open.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's your rub, right?
Pedestrian traffic.
Yeah, so I think.
Councilman Carlisle, I think excellent suggestion.
Why don't you, but if you want to make sure before the next meeting that unless you want to go ahead and make that call now, I think that will solve the issue today.
No, I know they don't have a problem with that.
Then let's add that as a friendly amendment as a condition, open to pedestrian traffic. And look, if they need it for security purposes, and correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, most lawyers are gone by 5. I mean, if they need to close it down at nighttime because
they're definitely gone by 5.
Right. we can condition that to help them with a safety security standpoint, that after basically they can close it after working hours, so to speak, if that helps from a.
It probably would.
Yeah. So if you guys want to get together before this afternoon and come up with a Monday through Saturday or whatever that needs to be, so that there's open access for pedestrians when it's necessary, and they can close it down for security purposes when it's not.
It could be 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Whatever you guys.
Every day.
I think that works, and check with Councilman Smiley, and we'll be good to go.
All right. Okay, so rather than holding it at this time, then we will wait to see if you can come up with an amendment to what you're requesting and bring it back this afternoon.
Okay.
And get that, and we'll send it down with, No recommendation, and then we'll listen to your adjustments later.
Okay.
Okay? I think that's what the issue was. Any other questions? Not seeing any. This will go down with no recommendation, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
and Division of Engineering, 678 Drive.
Is this mic on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Get it closer to you.
So
there we go.
So what we're presenting today is a project that's been going on for quite some time. Most of you probably take Poplar on your way to City Hall. The project is along Poplar between Manassas and Decatur. It's actually in the medical district area right in front of Le Bonheur. So we've been doing quite a bit of streetscape improvement in that area. What we are presenting for you today is a transfer and appropriation of construction money back into A&E to help us pay some additional costs associated with construction, engineering, and inspection. It's roughly $275,000. The project is roughly 96% complete. We are wrapping up with that project. We do have the final closeout walk with the state in a couple of weeks. And the funds that are being asked to transfer to CEI is to help us close out that project and prepare the necessary documents for the reimbursement for that grant fund.
All right. Any questions, Ms. Body, Councilwoman Johnson?
Hi, how you doing? Thank you for the information. How did we get to 275? Why are we behind? Did you estimate low or what?
Yes, ma'am. There was some estimation on the construction, engineering, and inspection side. However, in addition to that, there was some additional costs associated with some of the delays that occurred with that project. And on top of that, just to help facilitate the reimbursement process with the state. So we typically have the CEI prepare the necessary documents for those.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Warren?
Is the purpose to slow traffic down through there and make it harder to get through that section based on the number of medians that they're putting in, or are they going to put pedestrian, I guess safety rails or something on the sidewalks through there?
So yes, the answer to the question is to help facilitate for the safety of pedestrian crossing that segment of Poplar. So if you've driven out there, you've seen that there's new medians along that section, and that was intended to give a separation between the vehicle lanes and potentially the pedestrians walking across those streets. There's still some striping work that needs to be done there at the intersections, and as part of the project, we also included some of the traffic signal upgrades in that location as well.
Did we do anything with the sidewalks to make them, because, if you're looking at that area, Le Bonheur looks like it comes right up to almost to the edge of the sidewalk, and there's not much space in between. I'm just wondering if the sidewalks are ever considered in that type of project.
Yes, sir. So this part of the scope of the work includes upgrading of the sidewalks on both sides of Poplar there. So yes, to answer your question, the sidewalks have been upgraded.
And do they move further from the road is what I'm trying to figure out. Is there?
No, I don't believe the sidewalk itself on the south side of Poplar moved. However, there on the north side of Poplar, there is some additional green space separation between the curb line and the sidewalk itself.
Okay, and I guess, is there ever a consideration in the way they do these plans to actually put some sort of protective barrier between, because if you've got anybody walking on that sidewalk and someone blows through there, you're right on top of them. I mean, do we ever do that? Huh? Yeah, bicycle. Never mind. Yeah, we need a greenway there. No, all right.
To answer your question, Councilman, no, part of the scope of this work did not include any sort of railing separating between the curb and the sidewalk.
Okay. Well, I don't know how we do this, but with the speed that we have traffic going on Poplar, if nothing else, I guess we just time the lights so that they make everyone have to stop going through there to be able to make it safer. But thank you for your time.
Any other questions? All right. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 2, resolution approving grant funds from the City of Memphis Public Works Division to Clean Memphis in the amount of $75,000 for clean water initiatives to be performed in various City of Memphis drainage basins. All council districts sponsored by Public Works. Can I get a motion and a second? Moved by Canale, seconded by Covet. There is a very familiar gentleman sitting in front of me. Could you tell us who you are? And the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Robert Connect, Public Works Director. So thank you for the opportunity to talk about one of our educational programs that we sponsor through Clean Memphis. We've been partnership with Clean Memphis for a number of years on education and outreach programs. This is a stormwater funded program because it focuses on stormwater education and littering programs. So kind of break it down for you. We have a partnership with a group called Literati. We're going to be coming back and talking about Literati in the future. We were able to leverage multiple funding opportunities to partner with Literati, Clean Memphis, and other sources to help us do a litter study. And this litter study is going to look at areas of the city, trying to kind of identifying the major littering, what is the causes, and there's going to be some education. There's just a very big program. And so I'm going to go down that road, save that for when we have more data to support it. But Clean Memphis is a key partner to that. So part of this funding, $25,000, goes towards the Literati strategy. And that breaks down into many different things. Community engagement, they're doing quarterly calls for citywide litter removal using an app. They're going to use like MLK Days of Service, National Public Lands Day, and others. They're also doing onboarding of 5 schools where they'll get an opportunity to use their own Literati license. Some routine data collection because we're utilizing a lot of civic engagement on how to get the data we need. So Clean Memphis helps us with facilitating that. We're also going to be working with parks and neighborhoods on the Literati app as well. So there's a great partnership going on with Literati and collecting that data, and part of this funds will go to that. The remaining of the funds goes to stormwater education and engagement. So they do about 10,000 student interactions on an annual basis through the education program. That's going to a lot of schools, talking about litter, talking about pollution, talking about the negative side of it, obviously. They would do a lot of storm drain adoption kind of projects as well in that kind of arena. We're getting people to clean their storm drains from the house, adopt it, make sure that we're trying to limit how much litter and other trash makes its way into our drainage system, to our streams and rivers. So again, we have a goal of trying to adopt about 10,000 of our storm drains. We have about 70,000 in the city of Memphis. So we're getting about 10%, less than 10%, about 8% of those adopted. And then we have the book club, which they've started, and this funding will go towards that. But I want to expand our book club granting to Clean Memphis. So there's going to be another grant coming up in the future to Clean Memphis where we can expand the book club. It's a huge success. A lot of great things being heard from the schools. We're doing it in every council district, or almost every council district. There's a second and third grade program where 7 books. We're going through a series of 7 books that are focused on literacy and environmental awareness. And we're hearing a lot of favorable outcomes. When I come back with the expansion of that grant for this program, and I have copies of the books here, 7 books, we can talk about that more in depth. But what we're talking about, for example, through our task force is education engagement, outreach opportunities. As I mentioned, the targeting 2nd and 3rd graders is our greatest opportunity to make change. They have a great influence on their home, and then they're also there being able to kind of communicate and utilize the information we're presenting with them in the home environment and making change there. We've done that for solid waste. We've done that for stormwater. We've done that for littering, and we do it in multiple ways. Our FOG, our Fats, Oils, and Grease program, we target families in that demographic as well. So that's the primary source of this. And what this is going to do, and it's a great program. We're always excited for this partnership and keeping it moving forward in terms of our education outreach and stormwater programs.
Director Connect, you talk extremely fast.
Love it.
I was sitting there thinking, I was like, I'm not really sure what he's saying to you today.
I do need to slow down sometimes, yes.
Sounds like council.
I need to go back and slow it down.
It sounds like council when we were getting ready to end the meeting, but it appears that all hearts and minds are clear.
Yes.
All those in favor? Okay.
It sounded really good. Aye.
Hold on. Any opposed?
No, not.
We already voted on this item. However,
Oh, we
Councilwoman.
did? Okay.
You know, we can, Councilwoman. Okay. It's your world.
No, I just wanted to know if we could get that, everything that you ran down. I'm very familiar with Clean Memphis and Janet, and I wish she was here to kind of go through the program that you gave the overview of. Is it a way we can get a copy of the breakdown of the program in the schools and any data that we have to support the success in the schools? Because, of course, you know, I'm very interested in that, making certain that our young people are exposed to that information. So if you could send that, that'd be great as Willis. We'll bring it to the task
I'd love to bring
force.
Clean Memphis back and
That
have
would
them
be
speak
good.
as well, since they're the ones doing the majority of the work. So Ms. Boscarino and her staff, they come and talk about it when we come back, and especially as we do the second phase of the book club grant. But I'll supply all this to you, and then we can have a follow up when we get in.
If the chair approves, we'd love that.
Yeah, I would
So,
love a chair approval.
Have
Yes.
you got that question in? So we've already voted on this item in the affirmative, but
Thank
question. So I was trying to figure out more information about Clean Memphis, and then you talked about something, but I couldn't make out exactly what you
Literati.
Literati, yes.
No clue what that is. At some point, just send me an email though. Tell me what it is.
So I want to come back and talk about literati in a bigger
yes,
context,
right.
because you're using litter studies and litter
app.
data
It's an
collection
app.
to kind of see what the real source of litter is. It's like, yeah,
It's an app
it's an
you put on
app
your phone.
that they use.
The real source of litter, I can answer that
Yeah.
for you right
Well, okay, it's like, is it Coke bottles? You know, they're actually getting down. It's like the actual source. Yeah.
rubber, I got it.
And then what we do is, like, when you go to Coca-Cola and you say, man, you're a major contributor to litter, you actually have data that says, hey, you're one of our biggest.
I love distorting corporations.
I didn't mean to name anybody. Said Pepsi or McDonald's,
We
any
want
of
$100
them.
grand to clean it up. Hey, Jamie, I've got one thing.
Yes.
I do. Go ahead. This is more for Manny. Since we've got everybody that represents court, this is important. Director Boleyn, we've got everybody that represents Cordova in here. And we did the $600,000 study. You sent me a copy of it. Can we get some time? It doesn't have to be the next meeting. In the next few meetings to talk about the results of that in an open forum with at least this group. And then, as you and I discussed a couple months ago, eventually we're going to have to do two things. One, start putting numbers and estimates down for what it would cost and allow the body and the public to digest that, because they ain't going to be cheap. And two, at some point, the five of us are going to want to do a town hall to go over that information with the Cordova residents, because I think it's really important. And I'm really excited. I saw a draft of it, so if you guys haven't seen it, don't be upset yet. But it was very comprehensive, had good engagement. It's got a lot of interesting ideas, but it's got a massive price tag probably. So it's going to take some time, but it's also going to take the body to want to do it. But since all of us are here, I wanted to go ahead and get that on the record. So, even if it's in the first of the year, that's fine. But we got to start getting the ball rolling on that so the public knows that we're still working on it. Cool. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, I can go.
Side-eye me on the gavel swing?
Good afternoon, everybody. It is the 1st of November, 2022. Time is 1:22. This is the Housing Community Development Committee. Let's go ahead and get a roll call.
Councilman Carlisle. Present. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Dockery.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
And Chair Colvett.
And I am present. Chair observes a quorum. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 items to discuss, or actually to work on. First is a resolution amending and appropriating the sum of $651,982.67 chargeable to the FY 2023 budget by appropriating funds to the Division of Housing Community Development Affordable Housing Program, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Can I go ahead and
Move. Second.
Moved by Warren, seconded by Dockery. Director, you have the floor. Name and address, please.
Thank you. Ashley Cash, Housing and Community Development Director. Address is 170 North Main. And this item, I think, is $651,000. This is our regular percentage that we receive from Health Educational Housing Facility Board pilots. We're accepting those funds. We generally use them on housing and other community development type activities. We've used these funds in the past for improvements at the New Chicago Park Apartments. We've used them to support some safety efforts in South City. We can use it for acquisition if there's a lot or a parcel that we want to develop, but it's generally for those types of activities.
Thank you very much. I have a motion second. Anybody, Councilor Johnson, you recognized?
Yes. How you doing, Ms. Cash? I remember us using it for those apartments, because we got in a rush and we had to spend so much at the last minute. So how can the individual property owners get an opportunity to use it?
So we have actually our grant process is about to start in December. I forget the day that it opens, but I can share that with the council. But we just go through a normal grant process. A lot of times we talk with y'all, refer people, and we talk with developers all the time. And so we always let them know about these different types of grant opportunities. But the round is coming up where if they're interested, they could reach out and apply potentially then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other council members seeking recognition? All right, Council Lady.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Cash, quick question. Is it an age bracket for, like, if it's disability?
No, these are, I don't want to use the term general funds, but these funds don't have those kind of requirements. Sometimes we do get, most of our funds have the 80% or less area median income, but these don't have any additional requirements around like age or disability or anything like that.
Okay, so just pretty much open.
It's pretty open, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you, Council Lady. Any other members seeking recognition? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same rights and privileges. Opinion of the chair, it is unanimous. Item 2, resolution to accept appropriate FY 2023 funding for the City of Memphis Weatherization Assistance Program, WAP, grant in the amount of $923,258. All city council districts, sponsored by the administration. Get a motion in a second. Moved by Warren, seconded by Dockery.
So this is our, thank you, Chair. This is our regular allocation of weatherization assistance program that we're asking for. The last grant period, we completed about 106 units. These are just like they say, these are to weatherize homes. It can be HVAC, it can be window improvements, things to keep air in and keep air out of homes. We are targeting 86 units this year, 2022 through 2023. And the average cost per home is about $11,000. It does fluctuate, but that's the purpose of this funding.
All right, thank you very much. Council member seeking recognition? Seeing none, assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same rights and privileges. Opinion of the chair passes unanimously. Item 3, resolution to accept, appropriate, and allocate FY 2021 HUD Healthy Homes and Weatherization Cooperation Demonstration Grant for the collaboration between the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative Memphis Office, City of Memphis LEAD Program, and the City of Memphis Weatherization Assistance Program in the amount of $234,677.50 over a 3-year period. All council districts, sponsored by the Housing Community Development. Can I go ahead and motion second?
Second.
Moved by Warren. Second.
That's led program.
It is.
What did I say?
Lead.
City of Memphis led.
Motto, Jeff. It's a little different.
I'm going to stand with my council member friend over here. Tomato, tomato, lead, lead, all the same. But very, very important at this point because we
That's
don't want any
correct.
lead. But lead us, Director Cash.
I will do my best.
One for the old guy. One for the old guy. Please.
So this is a new partnership grant with Green and Healthy Homes initiative. We often have homes that are served from our lead program. You can do specific things addressing lead in the house. We have homes that are addressing weatherization, which we just talked about. And so this is a collaborative opportunity to do both of those on one unit. There are often different eligibility requirements, things you can spend money on. And so we are piloting this first year. It's a modest amount of money, about $200,000, and we anticipate working on about 20 houses this year on this grant.
Question, Councilman.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. So I wanted to touch on 2 and 3 both. This is more of a general question. So I know my first year on the council, and I think I've even seen recently, we're looking for contractors under this program. How many contractors do we have to date? And obviously it's different trades, right? I would assume.
Yeah, it is. It is. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're headed where I'm going.
We for weatherization, we have one contractor right now. For lead, I think we have 6. We had 3 for weatherization, but a couple have fallen off for various different reasons. The contractors that we need to have a certain type of skill and specification and certification in order for the work to be approved by the federal government. And so it makes it a little bit more challenging. But we did host in, I think last month, a contractor training. We did it in English and Spanish. We're working with More Tech on some training to help the subs. So usually you've got the general contractor, but they can't really get subs. That's the difficult part. And so we're trying to work on that. But yeah, that has been a challenge with the program.
Would you do me a favor and anybody else wants? Can I see those federal? Will you send us those federal guidelines or whatever? Because I know we've got some federal funds, right? That the HUD funds are federal.
Right.
The
weatherization is Department of Energy. They are federal.
DOE. Okay. So but this may go back to whether so you've got the HUD bucket, which is one, and then there's the hey, we want to do work to these homes, which is where the council and the administration may have to come together and say we need a separate bucket, kind of like we did with ARPA, right? I don't know that either is going to fix the problem because some of it may be the big issue is labor, right? I mean, I don't care whether you're in the home building business, repair business, or you're in large commercial development. Like the labor market is super tight. I know everybody's pumped up about Blue Oval, but if you run around this city, you will step on a work site and be into a porta potty, you will see a Blue Oval sticker or you will see a rate sheet for Blue Oval jobs, and it is crushing our ability to find subs in the city of Memphis. So it's good news, bad news, but it's starting to become a real problem because it's disheartening to hear that we only have one contractor. And I assume the subs. The other thing too that we talked about my first year on the council was what percentage are minority contractors within that subgame, because we really saw that as I think Ashley and Paul saw it as a pipeline to get smaller, younger minority subcontractors working and gaining experience. So we can talk more offline, but I'd like to talk more proactively if there's ways the council can help. And I don't know what they are. Now, you guys have these conversations on a daily basis. We don't. But I just know that every home counts, but when you talk about 80 homes over a calendar year, it's like, that's not going to get there. It's like, I'm going to throw a jab here. Hardeman, listen up. I'm going to jab at TVA. So it's like when TVA comes in and they talk about their home weatherization program. They're like, we did 20 houses this year. It's like, awesome. We have hundreds of thousands of units that need help. So I know it's like Starfish, every bit helps, but we want to accelerate that if we can.
Right.
It's just critically important. I saw somebody, and I'll be quiet because I know we need to move on, but I saw somebody post the other day that they live in a house that's probably an eighth of the size of mine, and their utility bill was $1,000. And and that's solely when you've got energy burden on you and you don't have a house that's weatherized, like that's what happens. Like it shouldn't happen that way. So anyway, I look forward to talking more about it because I just know it's something that we've got to work on. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Council members, anybody else seeking recognition? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same rights and privileges. Opinion of the chair, it is unanimous. Item number 4, resolution authorizing acceptance of conference sponsorship, donation, and registration fees for the State of Memphis Housing Summit. That's not Stat of Memphis for our Princeton educated council members. Summit 2022 in the amount of $40,000 and submission of all required documents to collect, obligate, and expend event revenue. All council, this is sponsored by the administration. There is a request for 9 minutes. May I get a motion second?
Move it. Second.
Dockery moves, and I hear Connelly on the second. Friendly.
That's good worksheet right
All right. Young Carlisle wants to be the second, and he is going to pitch fit unless his state or stat is not recognized. By Connelly's silence, he accepts. Mr. Carlisle, you are the official second. Go ahead and get a presentation, please.
Sure, thank you. So our annual housing summit is tomorrow. It's the 4th annual housing summit at the Botanic Gardens. It's going to be amazing from 9 to about 4. Our keynotes are Ralph Perry with THDA, who's presenting to y'all not on the summit, but just on some other initiatives later today, and Lisa Rice, who's the president of the National Fair Housing Council. So we're super excited. We are having a reception afterwards, and so if you're free and available, stop through. It ends at about 4, so the reception will start at 4 and go to about 6. But with that being said, we have raised some money to help support this effort. We've received $10,000 from THDA, $10,000 from Kresge Foundation, $5,000 from Green and Healthy Homes, $5,000 from Baptist Hospital, $2,500 from TVA, $500 from Hope Credit Union, and then $500 from Populous, I think Populous Development Group. I can't recall their full name. Which is not what you should do when you're talking about donations. And so, but anyways, that we've received about $33,500 in sponsorships for this wonderful event, and we are trying to accept that money so that we can pay our bills.
Thank you very much. Any council members seeking recognition? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same right to privileges. Seeing none, subpoena to the chair. That is unanimous. Also now, last item, item 5, an update from the Division of Housing and Community Development regarding emergency rental assistance. All council districts requested by Councilman Carlisle. Director,
Thank you. And I have a presentation. Let me pull it up here.
Chair, while she's getting ready, if I may. Please. Yeah, so colleagues, this is just a presentation. Obviously, you remember the emergency rental assistance program that was put into place in a few tranches, and I know Director Cash is going to go over that. There was some concern from the public that we were not applying for dollars or that we're leaving money on the table, and so I went to the administration, to Chief McGowan and Director Cash, and said, hey, this is the concern. You know, I'm sure there's an explanation, and so this is to get the whys and where we are and how it works and what's going to happen and what's happened, and then what HCD expects to happen in the future with the federal government. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Director Cash.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Councilman Carlisle and Chair and Council for this opportunity to provide the update. So I have not a ton of slides here, but I'm going to go through them. I am going to read a lot. There's a lot of text on there. I don't like to do that, but it's a complex subject, and so y'all have all the information in front of you. The ERA program, Emergency Rental and Utility Assistance, we call it ERA, if you hear us say that all the time, must demonstrate a COVID hardship. That's very important. Live in Memphis, Shelby County, be 80% or less of the area median income. And then you can you have to have a past due balance for rent, utilities, or a combination. The program allows up to 14 months of rental and utility assistance. That's 12 months of back rent and 2 months of future rent. To date, we've received over $130 million, and these are the 4 buckets that we've received those funds: ERA 1, ERA 2. There was an ERA 1 reallocation, round 1, that we received $40 million, and then an ERA 1 reallocation, round 2, that we received. So these are 4 buckets of funding, a lot of money that we are administering at this time. In less than 2 years, so to date, we've spent a little over $100 million, and we are grateful for Treasury and our partners to help get that money out on the street to help people stay in their houses during the pandemic and during the emergency. That's rental assistance to nearly 20,000 households, utility assistance to 12,000 households, and then total we have spent, like I said, about $102 million. So where are we now? The program is open, so we are still processing payments. We're still screening applications with the Memphis and Shelby County program. We have closed our portal, which I'll talk about in a slide here, but we closed our portal to ensure that the applications that come in do not exceed the funds available. We've got about $19 million left to spend, and we are confident that we're going to spend all of that. And we've got about 6,000 applications that are in the pipeline, needing some form of documentation or needing screening, and we are working with those individuals for that to happen. That current funding, that $19 million, expires in December of this year, and so it's imperative for us to spend it. And like I say, based on our trends, what we spend, what we've got in the pipeline, we're confident that we're going to spend every dime of that and not send a dollar back to Treasury. And then now, if you need funding now, if you need rental or utility assistance today, you can go to our website, home901.org, and or the state, THDA's website. The state, when I say the state, I'm referring to Tennessee Housing Development Agency, THDA. They are administering the exact same rental and utility assistance program, same requirements, same application portal. We use Neighborly. All right, so the details. So our application portal, and when I talk about the portal, that's just the place where people submit their applications. It closed on August 31 of this year. August 31st this year. Before, and I know there's been some discussion about it, our portal has actually closed before. It closed March of 2022. It closed October of 2021. And if you look at programs across the country, they often will take time, close their application portal, and sort of catch up with where they are in terms of spending. So it's nothing rare at all. We determined and announced that closing would need to happen around June of July, around the summer months, to close the portal based on how much money we knew we had left and the spending trends, the projections, and the number of applications that we received. As a side note, we provide somewhere around $5 million in assistance per month. In September, we did $6 million. I think in July, we did like $4 million. So it just fluctuates, but it stays around that $5 million number. So additional ERA1 reallocation was available. We did not apply at that time because we already had, if you recall, about $70 million in reallocated ERA1 money available to spend by the end of this year, and those funds would have had the deadline of December 29, 2022. And so we didn't apply for the ERA1 reallocation. Within this time period, ERA2 reallocation has become available, which has a deadline of 2025. And so we have not applied at this moment. We've been working to figure out the reallocation needs and the approach, what we want to do, and I'll get into that in a minute. It's our experience that Treasury will put out these reallocations, and it's not a one-shot deal. So they'll put it out, kind of see who applies, put it out again. And so we felt confident that reallocated money would still be available when the program was ready to receive it. And then, Councilman Carlisle, you kind of mentioned this. I know you were talking about development, but you mentioned staffing. So when we consider a reallocation, we have to think about the program, how much money we have, how many buckets of funding we have, and then the staffing. And we are subject to the same types of things that others are. So labor shortages, attrition, burnout, all those things. It's a very stressful job, I'm sure as y'all can imagine. People are emailing all the time wanting updates on their, or wanting to talk to a human, which is certainly fair. And so we just have to kind of balance all of that before we dive into another bucket of funding. So THDA, so rental assistance available right now through THDA. The state is administering rental and utility assistance for all jurisdictions in Tennessee except for Knox County. So if you recall, our application portal closed August 31st. We knew that it was closing. We talked with the state to determine if they would be able to serve Memphis and Shelby County folks, just to make sure there was no lapse in service while we kind of figured out what we were doing. And they started accepting those applications September 1st of this year. There's been no disruption of service, same program requirements, same application portal, and the state is working through its allocation of $283 million in ERA2 funds. So one thing to note is if Memphis has money that we are currently, if we're administering a program, the state cannot administer a program. So if we apply for additional funds, The state cannot spend their funds in the city of Memphis, if that makes sense.
You can't go to the city and the state.
That's right. It's just going to be one. And if the state does not spend their money, then it is reallocated to other parts of the country. And so we want to keep our Memphis money in Memphis and certainly the state money in the state of Tennessee. I'm not quite done. Apologies. Couple more slides here. And so cities moving in a similar direction. There's always a lot of discussion about best practices and who's doing what and what can we improve. One thing I should say before I talk about these cities that are moving in another direction, the reason why we were able to get those 2 buckets of reallocated fund, one we requested, one was offered to us, was because we've been doing such a great job of getting money out. And that money had been reallocated from other parts of the state and the country to us. And so kind of in good company, San Antonio had a rental and utility assistance program really similar to ours. They stopped and they looked at it and they said they have addressed the emergency of the pandemic. And so they've started to look at a more sustainable program to help people get out of, or at least to aim to get people out of a need for rental assistance. And they did that in March of this year. Louisville, Kentucky, another local program that's is also, their funding is now being administered by the state of Kentucky as of May. So they are not administering any direct assistance, those 2 cities. I think we got maybe 3 more slides here. So administering the program. So we want to work to create a more sustainable program. Day in and day out, it has become more difficult for program participants to show that they actually are impacted by the pandemic. So when you needed rental assistance 10 months ago, it could have been because of job loss, reduction in wages, childcare, those sorts of things. Say I needed rental assistance in April of this year, it's a little bit harder for me to prove that that is connected to the pandemic. That doesn't mean you don't need it, but that means in terms of the eligibility for the program, it's just harder to make that connection. People are maxing out of their assistance. So folks can receive about 14 months of assistance total for the program, and a lot of people who are in need of assistance are at that cap. And so once again, they need somewhere else to go to have assistance paying their rent. We've done some research and we found that people continue to need rental assistance even after their arrears have been paid. And so a tenant survey, we surveyed a sample of the, actually an external PhD candidate surveyed a sample of the tenants and a sample of the landlords, but it found that about 67% of the households have back rent again, even after they've been assisted by the ERA program. And then we show that eviction filings have slowed down, and so you don't get evicted immediately, but eviction judgments still remain the same. And so essentially once the ERA money runs out, people find themselves in a similar situation, still up for eviction. The reallocation process, it really is a push and pull between Treasury. It is not like a simple grant application that you apply and submit and hear back. You have to look at what you've spent. You have to project out what you anticipate to spend. And then on the Treasury side, they are looking at all of the jurisdictions, how many are going to voluntarily reallocate funds back to Treasury, how many are involuntarily going to reallocate funds to determine what's even available. So it's this sort of moving target to try to determine, one, what we might request, but then also what Treasury has available. We know that Treasury has not approved any ERA2 reallocations yet. Our goal is to ensure that while we kind of determine what's best for the program and what works for our community, to make sure that people still have access to that rental assistance, which they do, and that is through THDA at this very moment. So future reallocation, I think this is my last slide. We want to continue to provide rent and utility assistance for the community, but we want to do it in a way that's meaningful and provide some sustainability for community members. And so what that means is not addressing the crisis, yes, but also trying to determine what's the root cause, what's the underlying issue, and how can we work with you through case management or other types of supports to try to get you out of that situation so that people are able to pay their rent on their own or with really limited assistance. A couple of things to consider. We don't know when we'll receive any funds when we request reallocation. We don't know the amount that we will receive. Like I said before, it's sort of a tug and pull with Treasury letting us know what's available and letting us know really what they will reallocate. We do know that the future amount that we receive is not likely to be to the scale of what we've received in the past. There were a couple of cities that received a reallocation. It was around $6 million. If you recall, we've been receiving 20 in the 20 millions. They being Treasury just put out the ERA 1, I guess around 3 reallocations. The couple of averages were in the hundreds of thousands. Some received 400,000, some cities received 600,000. So we just don't know what we would actually get. And then I would say funds will be used to provide rental assistance in a way that's more sustainable and hopefully more impactful. We don't anticipate relaunching a local program until the spring. That gives us time to, one, sort of clear out our existing balances. We have to do reporting, reconciliation, documentation on that existing $130 million that we have. And then finally, we do intend to submit a request for the reallocation ERA 2 before the deadline. The deadline is not upon us right now. We've got a couple of days left to submit all the documentation needed. So with that, I am, thank you, open for any questions or clarifications.
All right, thank you. I have Carlisle, Warren, Dockery, and Jones in the queue, but let me also recognize council members. Oh, my bad. And let's also recognize that Councilman Canale, Morgan, Jones, and Robinson have joined us. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll stay at a higher level because I'm sure colleagues will have other questions about the program. One, it's incredible how much cash we've gotten out the door, but it's kind of a bittersweet thing because we have that much need. Where I'm really concerned that we're headed is that we've been through COVID and the hyperpartisan nature of what's going on is both sides and DC are saying COVID's over for one reason or another, and we're in a period of time of hyperinflation that is, whether you're Fred Smith and you're calling it stagflation or we're headed into a recession. And so ultimately this bucket of money is out there, but what's going to end up biting us in the rear here is that qualifying language about COVID-19, because we're eventually going to get to the point where lawmakers are not going to want to acknowledge that that is a or the root cause of the issue. But it's not going to matter for residents. And so where I'm leading with this is I think it's incumbent upon us to pen a letter to our lawmakers, Cohen and Kustoff, asking them to open back up feedback guidelines. When these buckets of money were coming out, they allowed state and municipal and county governments to provide feedback to the Treasury on what was important and how it would work. We are headed into a recession. It is inevitable. You've got a 50 basis point increase this month, 75 basis point increase coming in December, and the Fed thinks that they're going to go another 4% in the following year. That's slamming the brakes on a super tanker. And the environment in which that's going to be most affected is going to be labor markets like Memphis, where you have predominantly lower skilled jobs. You look at what FedEx is doing with their distribution and their global supply chain. And so my biggest fear is that while you won't be able to tie it directly back to COVID-19, we're still going to end up with the same result, which is people in severe need of housing stability. And it's probably only going to be one of our very few saving graces. So, I plan to start penning a letter. I kind of already started it last night, but certainly would circulate it around anybody that wants to co-sign it. And even if you don't, like Jeff, I know you have a good relationship with Congressman Cohen, but just to start circulating that the money's already there. It's just the guidelines are restrictive. I mean, one of the, and I'll stop here, but one of the issues of that we have is that people can't reapply after X number of months, right? So again, happy that the money's there. It's just we need to change the structure of it going forward. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Two things. Just one, a follow-up on Councilman Carlisle. Recommendations from you, Ms. Cash, on what you would suggest we ask of our congressman that would function well would be most helpful. And two, I don't know if everyone in the community knows, but I think it's important to say, how did we do as a city getting our money out compared to the vast majority of this country? And toot your own horn a little bit.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman. I appreciate that. And we have done really a stellar job. It's been a team effort. It's Memphis and Shelby County that's partnered with this along with several partners, the Works. MPI, United Housing, United Way, MIFA. I'm sure there are others that I'm leaving out. But we really did, I think, a really great job in setting up a program. I think we received money January 1st of 2021 and had to get it out by March, and we did that. Not without kinks, and challenges along the way, but we did that. Treasury came down and spoke as a testament to the progress that Memphis and Shelby County had been making. And then, like I said, there are very few communities that have received $70 million in reallocated funds. And that is a testament to being able to get the money out to the people who need it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we'll await our little cheat sheet, and we'll call up for you. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Council Lady Robinson.
Thank you for the presentation on today. I have been trying to reach, is it THDA?
Yes.
If I can't get them, not one citizen in Memphis can get them. So will you please get us some information where we can actually get them on the phone and find out what they need? The Retired Teachers Association has asked me to speak, I think on the middle of November 11th, I think 9th, or somewhere in that time period. And they want to know what's available to senior citizens now. If you could give me that information and numbers that they can call, they won't call me back and say, did nobody answer, nobody responded, that kind of thing. I really need that information. I appreciate this, but if we can't get the people who are supposed to be helping us, then it doesn't help us.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We will get you a direct contact and the phone number. I would just like to add, relative to the rental assistance, it is an online application. So people in the city of Memphis and in Shelby County can still call 211-LINK to talk to a person to get advice on what to do. But in order to apply for the rental assistance, they will have to go online, thdA.org, and it's one of the first few bullet points, or you can go to our website, home901.org.
Okay.
Thank you. And then, I'm sorry, Councilwoman, if I may just real quick, Executive Director of THDA will be here at y'all's executive session to talk about some of their initiatives. And so I'm sure he would love to hear from you on that and make sure that point of contact is there.
Wrong day. So my concern is, we have the same problem with other agencies within the city and county. We want people to apply online. That applies to young people. The people that I'm addressing are senior citizens. They don't know how to even use their cell phone, so how are they going to apply for something online?
So we have a partnership with 211, and we actually offer certain hours they can make an appointment. Somebody can call in to 211, make an appointment to go in and fill out an application. And it will still be online, but the 211 employee will help navigate them through the application. They will help them kind of help upload documents. I know that's a challenge that a lot of people have, including myself, uploading documents to the website, but that is the human connection that we try to have. Additionally, I will just mention, in August, we received 8,000 applications. And so I think the staff is somewhere around 40 to 50 people who are staff in the ERA program. The majority of those are what we call processing specialists, the people who are going through the applications. Once again, myself included, I want the personal touch. I want to be able to call you and say, on line 57, I need XYZ. But I do think we have to recognize with that volume of applications and the number of staff, it's just more difficult. Not to say we don't do it, but it just becomes more challenging to do that face-to-face. And so we try to deal with that through partnerships. Like I said, 211 will help people fill out their applications. But I just wanted to share that we are talking about, a huge need, but then also very huge volume.
Okay, and we need temp employees.
We actually we started with temporary employees, and I think you're talking about adding to. We started the program with temporary employees and just realized that we needed more full-time commitment to get through. So, but I understand that, Councilwoman, and we will take that into consideration.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, and thank you, Carlisle, for having this on the agenda. Thank you for the presentation. I know I walked in after it had begun, but I was a bit concerned when I first heard that things have dried up. So you provided a bit more clarity about it. However, when we look at what I just look at this, the future allocation, our current approach is addressing the crisis, but not addressing the root cause. The root cause is poverty.
Yeah.
And so I know that's outside of your offices. That's, can be in our wheelhouse somewhat, but it's still, when I leave here, that's one thing I'm going to be disappointed about because I haven't done enough, and we haven't done enough as a body to move the needle in the opposite direction of that. So with that being the case, though, how do we, and going back to Ms. Robinson's point about temporary staff, if it's temporary staff, because this poverty problem is still going to be here, this need is still going to be here, could not a approach to where we hired additional temporary staff to help tackle this? I say that because in being a Memphian like you are, most of us up here, we know that we are not always treated so kindly if we have to rely upon things being allocated to us from the state. And so I just have some concerns if this program is going as it has gone, and if there would have been any snafus or hangups about this, Ms. Cash, we can say, Ms. Cash, we need you to come before council to do this. We don't, and of course we're going to have somebody from THDA down here today, but we just don't always have that convenience to have somebody local where somebody can be here on the ground and Councilman Robinson, Mr. Covette, all of us may be able to make phone calls, but those people are not accountable at the state level to us. So it's very concerning that we still going to have this poverty problem. We're still going to be processing these applications, but we haven't gone about the steps of continuing to have a flow of these funds to address this concern and this permanent problem that we seem to have. So.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And those are very valid points. I will share, and I think Treasury has done a good job of extending the program, but when the program started, we all knew that at a certain point, it's a temporary program, similar to NSP back in the day. It's a temporary program to address the immediate need. With that being said, and that's where I talk about how we shift any future reallocations that the city and county request, I think we have put, to our credit, I think we've put a lot of emphasis on the processing, the payment, making sure, there's housing and stability, and not enough focus on the social challenge and the poverty as to why that's happening. And you're right, it is poverty. But I would love to see us invest more in case management, invest more in social work and one-on-one. So instead of me having the transaction of I hit enter and I receive this check, or my landlord receives the check, how about I hit enter and I also have somebody there working with me, trying to help me? Is it an employment challenge? Is it childcare that's unreliable? Is it, all these different factors that really go into not being able to put enough together to pay rent. And I think as we shift now, as we pause, we do have the opportunity to take a step back and say, how do we make this the most impactful program for our citizens? How do we continue to be that shining star that HUD and Treasury saw and came down and talked to us? And so that's what we are looking at. We are, I don't know if you caught this part, but we are intending on applying for a future reallocation. We don't know how much that'll, how much or when, but we are intending on and hopeful to bring some local funds back. But I do want to just set the expectation. I think the program looks different. It's not just transactional at that point. And we have tried in this iteration to do some social, but just haven't had the chance to focus because we're getting out $100 million to 20,000 households. So your points are valid and well taken, Councilman, and I'd love to talk with you more about it.
Yeah, I'd love that too, because I still would think, though, we would want to operate on parallel paths. Yeah. If I just have to think that all of us sitting up here, most of us probably in this room, we have some peace of mind that the people that are affected by this program, they don't. And you can talk all the day till the cows come home about services and job training, but if I gotta worry about keeping the lights on for my kids, that can wait. So I think we're gonna have, I know we're capable of operating on parallel tracks. Yes, let's give them some peace of mind. Let's give them some semblance of a foundation. Then I think they'll be more receptive to, hey, I can do this to help lift myself out of poverty. But in the meantime, how am I going to get my utility bill paid?
Right,
so
right.
that's what
I
we have to
understand
do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, we have still 3 more members in the queue. It's 2:00, so can we do this unless it's a burning issue? Can we just go ahead and have this in committee again in 2 weeks? And continue the conversation, because there's obviously a lot of interest, a lot of people want to visit, so.
Mr. Chair, if I could ask to add to that, when Ms. Cash comes back, one of the things that Chairman Jones just touched on is that both did, which is the whether it's case management or not, it's either job training or workforce. I'd really like to have the chamber here to talk about how that relationship between housing and workforce development is going to actually. I mean, you're right. I mean, you're absolutely right. And then you talk about educational outcomes when you're moving around 5 different homes in the city in 1 year. Yeah. But I'd like the chamber to come and talk about how they can work together with HCD in that case management role. And if not them, then who? Maybe it's the old WIN network. But well said, Chairman. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Logan, you wish to be recognized?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Also, in addition to chamber, I know the mayor had a meeting. We had a meeting not so long ago with Operation Hope. John Hope Bryan, I think you were a part of that. And they also have a program that deals with home ownership and those people that are renting and finding themselves in the situation that my colleague is talking about. And it helps them go from from renting to home ownership, dealing with their finances and moving them to a place that's better than, where they started. So I think that would be a great opportunity to explore in this conversation as well, increasing the financial status of, Memphians.
All right, with no objection, then we're going to continue round 2 of this conversation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilman Corvette. Councilman Morgan. Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Canale. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilwoman Dockery. Councilman Warren. And Chair Easter Thomas.
Present. Colleagues, we have 4 items on the agenda today. Item number 4 will be held for 2 weeks. And so we're going to be looking at 1, 2, 3, and 5. Item number 1 is an appointment. President and CEO of Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, Douglas A. McGowan, requested by the administration. Request for same 9 minutes. Can I get a motion in a second? Motion by Carlisle, second by Canale. Mr. Mayor, would you like to start? Yeah, push the button. Okay, you're good.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair and Council. I'll speak just briefly and then turn it over to Mr. McGowan. But Doug McGowan is the right person at the right time to lead MLG&W. Just briefly, his background. He has a degree in civil engineering. He spent a career in the Navy, ending with the top spot at the base in Millington. And you have worked with him for 3 or 7 years as the CAO, COO of the city of Memphis. Doug gets things done. And MLG&W needs some things done. I'll list a few. First, the largest decision for MLG&W in our lifetime is the power supply RFP. Doug completely understands the issues. He co-chaired the Integrated Resource Plan, which was the step right before the RFP. He's been in meeting after meeting about this issue, including with Elaine Johns, the expert that we hired to help guide us through this review. I've heard him speak many times in public or in private about this issue. He understands it. 2, Doug co-chaired the Outage Improvement Advisory Team. We, and I talk collectively, the city, we are tired of every 2 or 3 years our power going out during an ice or windstorm. And it's been going on for 30 years. So we put together a committee. Doug co-chaired that committee, and they have a set of recommendations. We need to implement those recommendations as soon as possible. Lastly, we also need to soon address customer service challenges at MLG&W, implementing our broadband plan, installing LED lights. So I ask you to approve Doug McGowan today as president of MLG&W with the same 9 minutes this evening. I'll turn it over to Doug.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Madam Chair, for having me here today and for the opportunity to be before you. And, thanks, Mayor. I didn't get the memo that Shandell did, so I didn't bring a group of supporters, but I brought that memo, Doc. I brought the mayor with me, so I hope that's adequate. But I know. But I do want to thank you for the 7 years of partnership I've had with this body to get things done in Memphis. And if you find your way clear to confirming me today, I look forward to doing just that for you in the future, and that's getting more things done in Memphis. I also want to express deep gratitude to Mayor Strickland, not just for his confidence in me and appointing me to this position, but for his 15 years of leadership, 8 years on the council serving as chairman several times, and then 7 years as our mayor. So a debt of gratitude to Mayor Strickland. I want to be respectful of your time, but I also want to give you some information that I hope is helpful to you as you make your decision today. I know that you know, and you're very familiar with my role and interaction with council and also some of the other public things that I have done, but I want to give you just a few more thoughts that I think are pertinent to why I am confident about my ability to fulfill this role. And I hope that through our interactions, I've built confidence in you and also confidence in the public. So I'm going to do a couple of things, talk strategically, operationally, and then at a personal level very briefly. So I want to say at the strategic level, it's not really a stretch to say that the decisions that we make about our infrastructure investments are directly linked to the long-term prospects and outcomes of prosperity for our citizenry. The decisions that we make have lasting impacts that last decades. They're not always obvious at the very time that we make them, but certainly after you look at them, you can look back and say this had a deep impact on our community. For the last 11 years since I started working with the city, I've actually looked at the data and I've studied the pattern of development that our city has had, and we've talked about that pattern of development that has been driven by public sector investments in infrastructure. And we all know that for the last 50 years, that pattern of growth has not been as productive as it could have been for our city. It covered up some population loss. It had deep impacts on our city's budget and our ability to deliver services effectively to our citizenry. It even had significantly detrimental impact on the federal funds that flow to our community. So the decisions we made have had some deleterious effects. Understanding the connection between those investments and the outcomes that our community has seen has been the catalyst for my role in helping the mayor and you all set a brand new direction for this city. And make no mistake, we have a brand new direction for this city. It's epitomized in Memphis 3.0 that was informed by 15,000 Memphians and that we have been putting to work for Memphis for the last few years. It's focused on reinvigorating our neighborhoods by focusing on anchors, not hollowing out our neighborhoods. We also put into place a climate action plan for the very first time that reflects our collective values on the actions we take and its impact on our environment for our future, our children's future, and our grandchildren's future. And at a tactical level, we actually put into place a new sewer policy that will drive lasting impact in our community and secure our ability to grow as a city. And even we took some bold decisions to right-size our city through de-annexation to set the tone that we will be growing up and not out. And at the same time we made those decisions, we also chose to double down on our population like we've never done before. For the first time ever, fully funding needs-based pre-K, a brand new dedicated transit system so that our folks can get to work, and creating new prosperity for businesses in this town by doubling our MWBE participation. And we've done all of that without raising taxes for the last 12 years in our community. That's a lot of progress. And so with that experience, I think I'm uniquely qualified to ensure that our utility division does more than just deliver day-to-day services, and that is critically important. But it has to power growth where we want it, and it has to power economy that will drive not only collective, but individual prosperity. And you've talked a little bit about that earlier today. So at an operational level, I also want to say that I do have broad and deep experience in driving change in large and very complex operations. The city of Memphis is one of those. And as your COO, I've shaped and I've been accountable to you and to the mayor for every aspect of our $1.7 billion annual operating and capital budget. For the performance of all 8,000 of our full and part-time employees across 15 operating divisions and departments. And together, we have deployed $11.5 billion and put that to work for our citizens over the last 7 years. And I look forward to doing that in a different way going forward. But that work also, something that folks don't think about, has included running 2 public utilities. While they are not a gas utility, electric utility, or a water utility, our sanitary sewer system and our stormwater are utilities in every sense of the word. They are governed and regulated in exactly the same way as other public utilities, and they are very large and very complex operations. You don't think about it, but our stormwater utility has 55,000 stormwater inlets, 6,000 miles of drainage channels, much of which are underground. Our sanitary sewer system has 3,000 miles of collection and serves this entire county, 100 sewer pump stations, and 2 very large municipal wastewater treatment plants that treat 65 billion gallons of wastewater each and every year. A testament to the effectiveness for running that utility is that we have done it while maintaining the absolute lowest wastewater treatment rates for our ratepayers in the nation for both individuals and businesses. And we've done it all in compliance with the most heavily regulated utility in the industry. That is the wastewater industry. We are governed by the Clean Water Act. We are inspected by the Environmental Protection Agency and inspected also by the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation. And we talked a little bit about setting a new direction for our public utility with our power supply decision. Well, I'd like you all to remember that we together set a new direction for our city's public utility, our sanitary sewer. That had very broad and deep implications for not only our city, but for the communities around us. We had to make pretty deep and hard decisions about how and where we chose to grow that system. And we also put in $1.5 billion plan to grow that system so that we can grow internally. That's a 10-year plan, and I want to let you know that we are on time and on budget for that system. So while that is not the same as a power supply decision, I think it sets a really good baseline for being able to make a big and weighty decision like our power supply. So on a more personal level, I do want to talk to you a little bit about how hard I intend to continue working for you and continue working with you. I know that all of you know that at 17 years old, I raised my hand and swore an oath to this nation. Sorry, I'm coming off the flu. Swore an oath to this nation and to the Constitution that guides it. But what you might not know is that besides the time I was actually in the classroom, I've been continuously employed since the age of 13. When I was hired as a laborer for a block mason. At the age of 14, I was legally allowed to hold that role when the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania actually gave me working papers that said I could work in that capacity. My parents had to sign the working papers, and they're like, "You've been working illegally for a year." I said, well, I did it to help the family, and I did it to help pay for college because there was no money to pay for that. I say that not to brag, but I say that because I want people to know that I value hard work of every kind. I was raised by a dad who was distinctly management and a stepfather who was a lifelong member of the Iron Workers Local Number 3 out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And so from an early age, the necessary cooperation and all the dynamics that come to play between labor and management have guided my leadership style for my entire career. And while I know that we haven't always agreed, I would hope that the 7 labor associations and 20 bargaining units that we have here in the city of Memphis would say, he's always been fair. And I have absolutely every intention of continuing that same dynamic with the non-represented employees of MLGW and those that are honored to be represented by the IBEW. And so that's about me. I feel like I'm confident with that experience that I could take on this role and represent the city well. But I know you have some questions about priorities for the organization. I'll touch on those just very briefly. The mayor hit on many of them, but the first thing to me that is going to guide our work each and every day is the fact that though people may not have a choice, we will earn our customers' business every day. We have to be responsive to their needs and make sure that we earn their business. The mayor talked about accelerating the reliability program, and we have lots of details on that, but that goes with infrastructure investment and tree canopy measures to improve our distribution system. You heard Mr. Weaver talk about that this morning, and we could tie those two things together in areas to make a big impact immediately. We also talked about the LED lighting solution for our streets. We have to put that into place by 2023. That will be my goal, to have that largely complete by the end of 2023. There are far too many neighborhoods and far too many streets where it is far too dim. We have to preserve our community's best ability to have a sustainable electrical energy supply in the future. That is the power supply decision, and it's top of mind. One thing we don't often talk about, though, is that we have to lean into our role as both a community and an economic development catalyst. We have the power at MLGW to really be a catalyst for economic development or to be a retardant to economic development. A couple more notes. One thing we talked about this morning is expanding our capacity to serve customers, but we also have to expand our technical capacity because the future is here. It is 5G, it is broadband, it is fiber, it is all of those things that are coming that are slightly beyond just electricity and gas and water, and we have to be prepared to deploy that across our community. It's important that we align the actions we take to the climate action plan that our citizens have said they want, because what we do matters. And then I think Councilwoman Robinson talked about this morning. Cut 150 positions because of an efficiency study, but I would suggest that cutting positions to save cost is not aligned with the outcomes we seek. We seek better customer service. We seek more capacity to get better and faster permits out the door, better and faster engineering out the door for an increasing and a growing city. I talked to the folks down there, and our engineering staff hasn't grown, though the demand is more than quadrupled. So we need to take a look at that to make sure that we can meet the demand of a growing city. And then obviously they have a wonderful safety culture at MLGW. I want to make sure that we drive, just like we did in the city, a culture of performance and innovation and accountability. And so I apologize for talking long. I have a passion for this. I want to say that while this opportunity was unexpected, I embrace the opportunity. I realize what I am stepping into, there's a big challenge. I'm honored that I'll be able to continue to work for this city in some capacity to help move it forward, as I have been for the last 11 years in various roles. And with that, I'll stop and take questions that you may have of me.
Thank you, Chief McGowan, and also thank you, Mayor. We have 3 council members in the queue: Jones, Warren, and then Smiley.
Thank you and good afternoon, and welcome again, Mayor and Ms. McGowan. I've made most of my comments at the last meeting, but my position is still going to be one where, Mr. Mayor, you said that if we are going to find, when we were looking for a police director, that the only way that you can look a citizen in the eye and to say that you got the best person for this job was to conduct a national search. And so I've had the honor of working with Mr. McGowan, and I think that he's fair, he's capable, but along those lines, Mr. McGowan is very capable. But when it came to a police director, you look for someone with experience in that industry. And I don't think that this is just as an important role that somebody in that position would have industry experience. When you named a fire director, you didn't go to the current police director and say, you've been capable, you can get things done, and you have all of the other capacities or all of the other qualities that Mr. McGowan possesses. And so it's going to be for that reason that I'm going to object to it. And if this goes through, just like with the police director, I was the sole no vote, but I worked with her and will continue to do all that I can to make her successful. And I would do that with Mr. McGowan if he's confirmed. But I still would say, though, if Mr. McGowan is the best person for this job, he still would emerge out of a national search, and I still would hope that we would do so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the comments of the mayor and Chief McGowan, and I think that the most important decision we're going to make as a community is where we get our power from for the next 50 years. And I think there's no one who's got a better idea about what those issues are and can lead us to make a good decision than Mr. McGowan. And for that reason, and that reason alone, besides all the other accolades and reasons that he has to be the director, I strongly support him. And I can tell you that we would not be where we are as a community after COVID with as many people alive as are still alive had he not run our COVID task force the way he did. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Vice Chair Smiley.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief McGowan. And I think my colleagues know that I like a good argument, so I want to give you an opportunity to make a good argument. I guess my first question is directed to you, Chief McGowan, is we talk about the culture of MLGW. We talk about, the PR that MLGW receives, a lot of negative attention. I just want you to speak specifically about the changes you were made, I guess, within your first 100 days. And then I have a next question.
Sure. Well, thank you. And I also want to, by way of example, the culture of the city of Memphis today is not what it was 7 years ago. Just as by way of example, when we came in, you'll recall Councilman Ford's son Edmund was here, and said, where is the money that we allocated 2 years ago for renovations of the kitchen? That was the culture that we had at that time. We would take sometimes a year and a half or 2 years to obligate and execute the money that was allocated by City of Memphis City Council. Within 1 year, I gave our team a deadline that said, I want the money that City Council allocates during the budget season to begin to be executed on the 1st of July. People look at me and recall fondly that I said, I want fresh, hot, steaming asphalt paid for by that fiscal year's dollars on the ground on the first day of the fiscal year. And so that was a nearly gargantuan task to be able to do that. And we did that in the first year. So when I talk about culture change, it's not about coming in and making demands. It's about finding pragmatic ways to deliver service that people need to do that. And I think what you're getting to, Councilman Smiley, we had two things. We had a reliability issue and we had a responsiveness issue. And those two things come together as a reputational issue. And so the culture change is number one, what immediate uptakes can we do in reliability? And that's what I was getting to. The nexus between the tree trimming, the investments, and the study that you saw today, I'll use the Orange Mound area. So if you're going to focus your tree trimming, let's focus that where we're also putting our infrastructure so that we get the biggest bang for the buck in an area that can actually feel it. That's very consistent with our anchor strategy. So that's number one. Timothy and I have talked briefly about the customer service, and I am fully behind the changes that he is making, but I want to make sure also that we have the complete resources that we need. Customer service centers are brand new and open. They'll have been open they're open for less than 30 days now. So what else do we need? I heard a discussion today about the personal touch. They've had 38,000 individual discussions with people. Is that enough? Is it convenient enough for folks to do that? And do we need, after having them shut down for 2 years, some temporary opportunities for people to have their issues addressed? So those are going to be top of mind, is how do I get the most immediate impact for the coming winter season? I expect that I would, if I'm confirmed, would take the seat in the next 30 days or so, but I'll be accountable the very first day the windstorm comes through, and I want to be able to say that at least in one area where I knew there was trouble, we have increased reliability. I think that goes a long way to changing the culture.
I think I may have misspoke. A lot of times we have, I guess, an individual succeeding another individual. The question is, what would your administration do different than a young administration? Not to put you against them, but we talk about culture change. Culture change means you're trying to do something different. So what would your administration
That's exactly
do
right.
different
Okay. So I want to, the first change would be that it is the Memphis Light Gas and Water Division. It is our utility division for the city of Memphis, and I believe it needs to be aligned more closely with the work of the city of Memphis, and that it needs to be aligned with the outcomes that we seek from our comprehensive plan. To date, that has not necessarily been an overt statement of the organization. I would suggest that all of our organizations, our partners at MATA, they respond to you all the time, and their transit plan has to support Memphis 3.0. So the plan for the growth of our utility, the plan for the improvement of our utility and our operations needs to be aligned with the city of Memphis. I have every intention, if confirmed, to remain on the mayor's senior staff as a member of his cabinet, which will guarantee that we stay much more closely aligned with the outcomes of the city. I believe if we are rowing together a $2 billion budget and a $1.6 billion budget, all focused in the same areas at the same time, can have a bigger impact than two separate budgets that are rowing in different directions.
All right, then my excellent answer. I enjoyed that one. I told you, like a good argument, y'all. I guess my last question to essentially piggyback off of Chairman Jones. I think the reason that this body and the mayor in the previous requested that we do a national search is to make sure we bring the very best person with industry experience to the people of Memphis. So my question, very directly, is why should you become the president of MLGW essentially having no industry experience? Why should it be you?
That's an excellent question. I would come back to two things. Number one, you ought to choose, and I told the mayor this when I was appointed as your chief operating officer, having had no experience running a major American city. I said, you ought to choose the very best person for the job, and when you find him, you should hire him. I would tell you that I do have utility experience in the city of Memphis. It's not the same as, but I can find someone who has utility experience in America who can run the very best electrical system, the very best water system, the very best gas system in a way that is completely disconnected from the outcomes that the city it serves or the community it serves. You can be super efficient, but unless you are aligned to the outcomes of a city that you have been invested in, the outcomes that you have sought to change, and I'd love to talk more deeply because we have talked about this, the deep implications of the decisions that we have made as a city, that our utility has made over time, and its outcomes on our population are indisputable. And so at a strategic level, you don't need me on the power lines with all of the tools hooking up electrical power. You need me to set a direction for the city that drives outcomes that you seek. And I believe I am the person that can uniquely qualified in America to do that.
I would say this, and I want to be very candid about my thoughts on this. And I tell everybody, Chief McGowan reminds me of my father. Very direct and let your yes mean yes, your no means no. If you ask Chief McGowan a question, he's going to give you an answer. If he cannot give you an answer, he's going to come back and find that answer. I think my vote is somewhere because of these points. I think what we need to lead MLGW is someone who can give this very broad picture of where we should be going. And to be honest with you, I think Chief McGowan is that person. I've been hard on him. I tell you, I'm critical of a lot of different things, but what I can say is he is a person that stands by his word. He's a person that believes in getting things done. If he sets his mind to it, he would do just that. I'm hopeful. This is what happens with MLGW because I was in the courtroom the other day, and I won't say which judge said it. The judge said, you're concerned about not paying your rent has something to do with your utility bill. I'm telling you, the folks at MLG and robbery are taking all of our money. We want to fix that, and I hope you are setting us on the course of fixing that negative perception of MLGW. And today I'd be glad to give you my vote. And I hope other members of this body do the same thing as well. Thank you. And good answers today.
Thank you, Councilman Smiley. Councilman Carlisle, and then Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief, knowing that we've got more important business on item number 2, Ms. Ryan. Gotta get Doug out of the way. Chief McGowan and colleagues, I appreciate our time together, our leadership. I appreciate your willingness to bring MLGW closer to the city. It's been of great consternation for me and others as I've gotten more involved and more tenured here. I certainly respect my colleague, Chairman Jones, in the national search. I believe that that's a fair argument, and it's one that really I struggled with because I understand the cover and the idea of wanting to make sure. But with someone like Doug McGowan, and the appointment is the mayor's prerogative. It's certainly ours to vote up or down. But with somebody like Chief McGowan, I think Doug has earned the right for all of the reasons that have been stated here by both Chief McGowan and from the body and his body of work that the public has seen. Commander McGowan, for those that don't know, call sign Ogre. If you look at his resume, understands what it's like to work in intense, highly kinetic environments. Where failure is not an option, and has proven himself worthy both to his nation and to his city. Especially in pop culture, one thing that he's removed since when I confirmed him as personnel chair is that he is a graduate of the Navy Fighter Weapons School, also known as Top Gun, which I think, again, just demonstrates Doug's desire to excel at whatever role he's put into. And so I, too, will be supporting Chief McGowan and am proud to have had the time to work with him and learn from him. And I look forward to the future because, as Chief said, we've got quadruple the amount of economic development opportunities on the table. And MLGW plays a significant role in that, whether it's Amazon facilities coming or it's hotels or it's apartment buildings or it's warehouse or it's just building communities. They can either stand in the way or they can be a partner, and we need them to move forward and work with us. I know we often talk about MLGW as far as a residential customer base, but they play a much larger role for our region. Chief, I wish you all the best. I look forward to getting you out of Shondel's way. And I look forward to supporting you, and I look forward to working with you in your new role.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I really think this question goes to the mayor. You know, there's many factors that we have had to consider in regards to the selection wanting to approve Chief McGowan. And we get a lot of requests and questions from the community. One concern was the fact that when the new mayor comes in, he or she may not have the opportunity to make a change. Can you address if in the contract that you're offering, Mr. Chief McGowan, can we talk about the contract?
Sure.
Let me just say what section it was, because I found it under the old president, under the severance pay for termination.
With President Young, I believe it was 6 months severance, even if he had 4 years left on his contract. We imagine it'd be the same way.
Okay, so that should end anybody's concerns in regards to with the new mayor. But I truly believe that, Chief, with a year underneath your belt, you will prove to the community you're quite capable of operating that facility and take us off soaring. Everything I've known about your scene since I've been here has been positive. Very direct. You know, some people don't like it direct, but the truth is the truth in a lot of situations. And you will tell it like it is, and I appreciate that very much so. Being that that's out the way, we found out that we cannot do a search. We voted down for a search. Let's deal with the facts, you know. So I think a year on the job will show if he's ready or not. That decision could be made much further down. So regardless, I'm going to support you on this appointment. Thank you.
We got
Thank you, Chair.
people on the thing. Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Ford.
I believe everybody said what I wanted to kind of say right now, okay? History. I was on the council 20-some years ago. Our best two, I knew quite a few others that were president of MLG and W, but I only know of two that were real presidents, Collins and Joseph Lee, which was nominated by our mayor. We didn't have to do no search, okay? Two of the two greatest ones. Chief, you're gonna be one of the three. I don't think it's gonna take him a year. I don't think it's going to take him 100 days. He's going to go in running like he's been doing all along, okay? He's done that, and you have proven yourself to us. And I just commend you. Shondell, we need to bring you on up and go on and confirm this man and confirm you. And let's move on, because time is almost running out, okay? We got to go downstairs, so let's tend to the business at hand and move forward. I congratulate you, and I ask all the colleagues, everybody, let's make it 13. Okay, might not be, but you know, hey, but just to be honest, it might look good if it was 13. Then you'll know that this city is, all of us are working it together, because 20 years ago we had differences,
No pressure,
but when business, well, let me just say this. 20 years ago when I was on the council, and it should be this way now, we had our differences. But when it came down to the business of the city of Memphis, we all were on the same accord. That's all I need to say.
Thank you, Councilman Ford.
Same accord. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Covett and Councilwoman Dockery, and that'll be it for this item.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll keep my response brief. Doug, we're going to miss you, but obviously you're still going to be senior leadership and you'll still be there. I too like my colleague, have read Doug Ogre McGowan's resume. Close enough. To look at his resume is an embarrassment of riches. To look at his response at Naval Air Station Millington, what he did out there, and it reminded me of the 1,000-year flood, which he oversaw the response and was recognized by the highest in the Navy command for it. I saw his COVID response, which was phenomenal. But colleagues, I'm most impressed and happy to hear that we have an MLG&W chairman that is going to tie MLG&W to Memphis so that we're all rowing together. In my 7 years, I've kind of felt like we have not necessarily been on the same parallel paths together. I think we finally have that shot, and I look forward to seeing it. And Chief, really what I want to see is that response time. I'm fascinated and excited to see just how fast you're going to get that customer service in line and rocking and rolling. So you have my complete and full support. Thank you.
Councilwoman Dockery and Councilwoman Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mayor, and Chief McGowan, and Ms. Shandell. And Council, let me say this. I respect my chair. I respect everybody that I have to work alongside with and the people I have to serve in this city. But just 61 days ago, I was one that was appointed, whereas some may have felt that I wouldn't have been the person fit to run my district, to run our district. This is a part of the city. However, I have done that in 61 days. And with more time, I can only imagine what else I would do. What I say to you is, I know how many days I called you and I came down to your office and said, explain this book to me, show me this. Walk me through that. How many books you put in my hands? How many times you were able to pull away the budget and I had to go home and figure that out and wonder what was going on in your brain versus mine. What I will say is excellence does not always appear to be what people think that it is, but excellence is based on the character of a human being, based on what they do and what they show. I salute you, sir. Ms. Shandell, I salute you as well, ma'am.
Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say that this was a very difficult decision for me, and I just wanted everyone in the audience to know when we voted on doing a national search, I abstained, and might as well just put it out in the atmosphere. Everyone knows that I was interested in that position, but it had nothing to do with Doug McGowan and who he is. He has worked well with me, my district, and any of the initiatives that I have talked to him about. The mayor has been very supportive as well. My feelings may be hurt, but sometimes you have to put your big girl pants on and go on. I want you to know today, Doug, I am happy to be able to support you. I just wanted to make sure I cleared the air, that I will continue to work with you like we've always been able to work together. And I know that we're going to have some unhappy people, but you're going to always have unhappy people. And we just have to work through it. And I hope that the employees at MLGW will work with you. And our committee here, we're going to do our best. And we're not going to try to get the pie in the sky. We're just going to try to have an organization that operates well for the citizens of Memphis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Robinson. Chief McGowan, I think it speaks that everyone would like to say their pieces. As Councilwoman Logan also wants to add on with the commentary, but we want to, I think we're all wanting to show our waves of support and how we can keep moving this city forward with MLG&W. Councilwoman Logan.
I just want to say congratulations to both of you. I'm praying for both of you as well as our city. I think we are in wonderful hands, capable hands, and in a trajectory to do things decent and in order and superior. And so, though I miss President Young, but I'm so looking forward to your leadership. And we've talked, and I know in terms of leadership and strength and getting things done. You're cut from cloth. You can't come through some of the ways that I've come through, and so I'm grateful for that. And I thank God for Miss Shandell, soon to be Chief Shandell. And so I just wanted to, as a public congratulations to you, and let you know I'm looking forward to working with you both, and feel that we're on the way to a great place as a city. And with the council as well, we're all on one accord to work with both of you. I'm glad to hear that you're going to be working closely with the mayor and Chief Ryan as well. I think that's a great model, one that we need going forward in unity together as a city. Thank you.
Councilwoman Logan. As I said, Chief McGowan, it'll just be great. We've seen what you've been able to do with the city and all of its divisions, and now that all of your effort and intelligence and straightforwardness is concentrated on one, we'll definitely be just ready to see whatever you can pull out. And Councilman Ford said less than 100 days, so we'll be looking for that. All right, anything, Councilman Morgan? All right, just making sure we all got it out. All right, with no further comments, let's all take this to a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
All right, one opposed. So this is be sent down with same 9 minutes for approval. So congratulations, Chief McGowan. All right, now keep those same accolades, y'all. Number 2, the appointment of Chief Operating Officer for City of Memphis, Ms. Shandell Ryan. Requested by administration. Mayor, you have the floor.
Just briefly again, I can read the tea leaves, so I'll be very brief, but your reaction to Shandell Ryan's the same as when I was in your seat. 15 years ago, I got elected my first year, and Shandell at that time represented the administration in those, the 3-person panel and the union and the impasse committee. And, we had 3 council members. The association, usually had 3 or 4 or 5 people there. And then Shandell was all by herself. A couple things became clear on that. Number 1, she was the smartest person at the table. And number 2, she could handle disagreement and really contentious talk in such a professional and good way. So from then on, I was impressed with her. She's worked in the legal division. She's worked in human resources. She's worked in operating as the deputy chief operating officer. And I think she has righted the ship on solid waste. So, and in addition to that, she's an extraordinarily good person. So, in short, I believe she is a remarkable woman who is up to and extraordinarily qualified to be the Chief Administrative Officer, Chief Operating Officer. So I'd ask you to vote for her with same 9 minutes. And then I'll turn it over to Shandell.
Thank you, everyone. Is my mic on? Okay. Hello, everyone. Madam Chair and council members. I'd like to first start by not only thanking you for the opportunity to be here today, but also to thank you for your commitment to Memphis. As public servants, I understand the difficult decisions you have to make every day and the things you have to balance and weigh against various interests, and your efforts do not go unnoticed to me. As a 17-year public servant, it actually will be 18 years this month, I have just about seen it all. I have held 8 different roles across 4 city divisions, 2 of them being interim roles, and each has been equally rewarding. From these roles, I gained great exposure to the operations of all city divisions, whether it was through working in the law division as an attorney or with human resources in the equity, diversity, inclusion, and labor and employee relations space, or in the executive division as deputy chief operations officer. I had to become intimately aware of city government operations to best support the success of the team. and that knowledge uniquely positions me for this appointment. I also volunteer my time by serving on 3 boards, currently with 1 being statewide and 2 being local nonprofits. Again, I thank you for your time. I know that we've said a lot here today, so I'll keep it brief. I would just love an opportunity to thank the ladies who showed up for me today. I did not know that they were gonna be here, and I am just so thankful. This is what Memphis is about. People just show up when they're not even asked, so thank you. You all could stand. Councilman Smiley says stand. Thank you all so much. Thank you all. Oh, and with that, I would ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. We have 2 council members in the queue. We only have room for 1 more after that. If you need to. Motion in a second. Motion by Warren, second by Dockery. Councilman Morgan and Councilwoman Dockery. Thank you, Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Shandell, you've got big shoes to fill, but as I think we're about to see from this vote, you've got the full faith and confidence and support of the Memphis City Council, and it is well-earned and well-deserved. My only logistical question would be, are you going to continue in your role with solid waste, or is there going to be a change? Maybe it's to the mayor, that question would be.
There's going to be a change, and we'll figure that out here in the next couple of weeks.
After the vote, yeah, certainly. Okay.
Yes, sir.
That's
All
right.
That is correct.
Okay.
Well, Shandell, thank you so much for your service and the work that you've done and the hours that you've put in. And I know there's still a lot more to come in the next year or so with this administration. If there's anything we can do to be of support or help, we're always here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Dockery.
All right, so I have to be a little corny, right? Shandell Chief sent a letter to me today in the middle of us in our committee meeting that I think my eyes filled themselves with water. And I remember telling my team that my heart felt like it jumped out of my chest. And it was because she had taken the time to acknowledge the days in which I had worked and what I had done. So that meant that you had to be very, very articulate and you had to pay attention. What I want to say before anybody else says, because I think I heard JB say it a couple of weeks ago, but I'm going to say it, and it's a good thing, possibly. You will be the first Black woman to serve the city of Memphis as the COO. Job well done. Now that deserves a standing ovation, y'all.
Colleagues, can we call for the vote? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Congratulations, Chief Ryan.
There's a celebration going on.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. All right, colleagues, we have 2 more items that we are going to go through. All right. Item number 3, appointment Mario Walker to the Public Art Oversight Committee, requested by Chairman Jones. Can I get a motion in a second? Motion by Robinson, second by Dockery. Mr. Walker, if you would like to, and the news is still here, obviously the mics are still on. Okay. If you would like to say your name and address for the record, and then a few words if you'd like. Well, one moment. All right. Mr. Walker, your name and address for the record, and any words you'd like to say.
My name is Mario Walker, 1775 First Screen Drive, Memphis, Tennessee, 38116. Just like to say thank you for having me today. I am a licensed architect in the state of Tennessee and Mississippi, and I've been in the architecture profession for 15 years professionally now. I currently serve on the Memphis-Shelby County Code Advisory Board, as well as the Memphis Landmarks and DMC Downtown Review Board. So I'm hoping to leverage those experiences to bring value to this new position that I'm serving. So thank you.
Awesome. Ms. Kennedy, did you want to say anything for Mr. Walker's appointment?
just to add that there is always an architect on the Public Art Oversight Committee that's really crucial to helping us work through structural drawings and plans and just think through things to be able to support really fabulous long-term installations. Having worked with Mario in the past on some selection committees, he's already got some experience of our public art process, and I know will contribute greatly to the growing collection for the city.
I'll move, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. So that has, well, it was previously moved by Councilwoman Robinson and second by Dockery. I appreciate the urgency. Can we all call for a vote? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you, Mr. Walker. Thank you for serving on the Public Art Committee. All right, last item, you all, number 4 is being held. Item number 5, resolution requesting the Director of Human Resources offer a trauma-informed care training course for all citizen-facing employees of the city of Memphis, all council districts, sponsored by myself, Councilmember Easter Thomas, and Councilmember Logan. And this is a joint resolution with the county. That has already been spoken with HR, but motion by Robinson, second by Dockery. Councilman Carlisle.
I was just going to suggest, in the essence of time, since there's no time on this, can we move this without a recommendation and bring it back for discussion in the next meeting? So it'll be on the agenda for next time, and then we can discuss it in committee, and we can re-vote on it in committee next time, just to keep it moving, but
So
be
to move
cognizant
down
of
with
that.
no recommendation?
Yeah, and that way it just sits on the agenda. That way it's ready to go next meeting, and then we can put it back in committee and have the discussion that you guys want to have, so it's meaningful.
Is there any objection? All right. Well, this will be sent down with no recommendation for 2 weeks. That'll be what, November 15th? November 15th, and so that you'll have time to review that there. And we'll offer any additional information from HR Chief Smith that we receive at that time. Okay. Any other further business in this committee? All right, I think we had a fun hour. This meeting is now adjourned.
You ready to roll? You ready to roll?
I wanted to have the time it deserves.
We'll be ready to roll. call to order the meeting of the Memphis City Council's executive session. Ms. Owen, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Colvett.
Here.
Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Canali.
Here.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Dockery. Chair Jones.
Here. Colleagues, we have a couple of items on the agenda today. We have 3 items in the executive session, but we're a little pressed for time, so we're going to have to move very rapidly. First item, number 1, is a presentation from Ralph Perry, Executive Director of the Tennessee Housing Development Agency, on investment in Memphis and local efforts. This is all council districts, and this is requested by the Division of Housing and Community Development. Good afternoon, sir, and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. It's my great privilege to be with you. I'm aware of your tight schedule, so I will keep this brief. It's a tough act to follow, your earlier meetings. I do want to acknowledge my friend Dorothy Cleaves, who you know because you appointed her to the Memphis Housing Board, but she is also a past vice chair of my board of directors at THDA, and she is the chair of the board for Convergence Memphis, which is one of the things I want to talk with you a little bit about today. But thank you again for your time. By way of background, THDA, the Tennessee Housing Development Agency, is your state housing finance agency. Our founding purpose and principal business is helping first-time home buyers of more moderate means. And we have over $2.8 billion worth of those loans on our books, and the earnings from that portfolio pay for everything we do. We actually receive no direct appropriation from the state of Tennessee. That portfolio also generates earnings that we put back in the community to support other affordable housing activities, down payment assistance, grants to nonprofits, special opportunities, like when President Carter brought the Habitat build here to Memphis. We put $1 million behind that. There are other examples. But on top of that, the state has trusted us to administer 15 federal programs on the state's behalf. And those services are all available to Memphians, and we're proud of the work that we do. If you added it all up, THDA's total investment in Memphis over the years tops $3 billion. But I expect that you're more interested in what have we done for you lately, huh? So let's talk about that. During my tenure as executive director, I have wanted us to be a lot more intentional about our work in Memphis. We have based staff here. We have modified products so they are easier to use in Memphis and more effective for the folks who live here. Tax credits, for example, we've changed some of our rules to make it easier to use in neighborhoods that you are trying to revitalize. I think during my tenure, those tax credits have helped create more than 5,000 units of new affordable housing in this city. We made an unprecedented multi-year commitment of tax credits to the South City Choice Neighborhoods development. You all have seen the impact that's making there. The tax credit equity we provided is worth over $80 million just in that project. We've been proud partners with you in all of the Hope 6 developments in the meantime. But as I said at the beginning, it's home ownership that we focus most on because it is, after all, why we were created and where we get our money. And we're doing some really interesting things here. I think it was probably about 2015, not long into my tenure, I wanted us to do more mortgage business in Memphis. So we made some changes to our product, to our down payment assistance. We put more people here. We were more intentional about engaging with partners. And we found that over about a 3-year stretch, we quadrupled the number of mortgages we were able to finance here. And over 60% of those mortgages went to African Americans. So a few years back, when my friend Steve O'Connor, the senior vice president of the Mortgage Bankers, said the MBA was looking for a way to get its members behind an effort to boost the African-American home ownership rate, I was interested. And when he said, I'm looking for one place in America to try that, and I said, Memphis. And if you come, we'll help you. And that's what we've done. Partly because of our own experience, we just felt that this is something we can do. We're always just going to be a small part of the mortgage market, but with the biggest banks in town coming in to help us, we're really excited. Let me give you a brief overview of what we're trying to do with Convergence Memphis. We're targeting mortgage-ready borrowers. There's good research that shows there are plenty of African-American households who are mortgage ready right now. Good earnings, solid credit. They know somebody who was done in by dodgy lending here 15 or 20 years ago. They don't entirely trust the system. They're not sold on home ownership. They don't trust the lenders. So part of what we have to do is engage with folks who are trusted, who can help us make the case for home ownership, for intergenerational wealth building through home ownership, and to win back trust. If we don't gain trust, we don't gain business. It's as simple as that. We're also looking at what I consider the more traditional THDA customer. A lot of these folks might need a little bit of flexibility on their credit. They're almost all going to need down payment assistance. We want them to know that's what we do. That is out there for you. A lot of people still think you got to have perfect credit and a lot of money down to get a house. Not necessarily. And so we're actively engaging with those folks. And then there's the third aspect, which is kind of unique here, and I want to pay a little attention to this. We're working in partnership with 4 neighborhoods to help make those the kind of places you'd want to buy a home in. We're in Fraser, in Ms. Easter Thomas's district. We're in Whitehaven, Ms. Robinson's district. We're in Glenville, Mr. Ford's district. We're in the areas around the University of Memphis, Mr. Morgan's district. How are we doing? I want to tell you that, of course, we lost a year and a half to COVID, so we almost get a do-over. But the latest HMDA data shows that while mortgage originations in Memphis were up about 6%, among African Americans, they were up by 22%. And in our target neighborhoods, they were up anywhere from 23 to 38%. Now, we can't take all the credit for those gains, but it shows what's possible. And one thing I would like to ask you to consider as council members is some support. And here's what I'm talking about. We will be embarking on a major fundraising effort to which the mortgage bankers and Tennessee Housing are already committed. We want to raise several $1 million in cash for 2 purposes. We want Convergence and its partners to be able to pay cash for houses in these markets before the out-of-town investors snap them up. You may have noticed that this year alone, 26% of the home sales in Memphis went to out-of-town hedge funds. We want our partners to be able to move fast with cash, buy those houses, and hold them for resale to a real homeowner in those neighborhoods. And that way, they revolve. Right? Thank you, ma'am. The other thing, we'll have a smaller amount of that money to bring back a variation of the appraisal gap pilot the THDA piloted a couple years ago. We know there are parts of town where what it costs you to build a house or fix one up is more than the final product is going to appraise for. So nobody's doing that. Our thing is we're going to fill that gap. Spend the $150, build the house. If you can only sell it for $100, do that. We'll make you good for the other $50. We create an economic incentive for people to come in for infill on old, abandoned properties, blighted lots, empty plots. Start to bring some life and the presence of invested homeowners back into some of these neighborhoods. What I'd like you to consider, because I'm told through the grapevine that you may have some discretionary funds still available this late in the year. I'd like you to consider a $1 million commitment to Convergence to help us get that started. We're going to be in it, THDA, in a big way. We're going to be looking for foundation and business support. But some seed money from Memphis City Council lets us start this important work a bit earlier in the year, and I think it will help us encourage others to come along. So I want to be respectful of your time. I'm grateful for your attention. I look forward to working with you throughout this city, and I hope on any housing-related matter that you'll feel free to call on us when we can be of help. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Colleagues, any questions? I don't have any questions, but Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Afternoon. Thank you for that. And I'm sure the chair is going to probably talk about our deliberator response. I don't know if you said so, if there's some information you can give. How many does this new program initiative intend to help? And then how many specifically in Memphis?
Well, it's specific to Memphis, the whole Convergence initiative. And I don't know that the mortgage bankers have put a number on it. But obviously, the end goal is we want each year to say that more African Americans are buying homes, that the percentage of home ownership is going up.
And is this just for African Americans?
Well, no, the mortgage products are out there for everybody, but I think this is the first time we, working with the mortgage bankers, are more intentional in our outreach. Because I really think, I worked in a different field of housing 15, 20 years ago. This city saw every kind of dodgy, disreputable lending you can have out there. And then foreclosures and bankruptcies. Memphis lost more homeowner households than any place in the country except Philadelphia. So it's not just finding the buyers. It's convincing them that, look, those bad practices are gone. You're dealing with responsible products, reputable people, and home ownership is a good thing for you. NAREB has an excellent campaign where they encourage people, buy the house, then the car, because the house will be a source of wealth intergenerationally. So it's outreach with quality products, additional down payment assistance, and we'll see what the numbers are, but we're pretty ambitious.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Perry, question that I had for you was somewhat answered. When you talked about you do have a presence here on the ground in Memphis, what does that footprint look like here?
Well, we have a regional liaison, Doreen Graves, who I hope many of you have had a chance to meet. We have homeownership counselors based here. We have a customer account manager who works specifically with our lender base. And we have others who rotate through to work with the local partners who administer some of those federal programs in our behalf. And I try to get here 4, 5, 6 times a year when I can.
Okay. Well, we were talking about today the ERA?
Yeah.
And so how that's going to be administered by THDA versus for a period of time instead of here locally.
Yeah.
And the concern that I had was whether or not Memphis's needs would really be met if we're not a priority. We're just in the apple bunch with the rest of the state. And so, can you address some of those concerns?
Sure. We've set ourselves up to be able to work everywhere in the state. Certain localities, frankly, Memphis got a head start with other funds on that program, so it made sense for you to continue to run that program locally. We're ready to step in now and run it for the time remaining in that program. But I think we've done a good job with outreach to our local partners so folks know who to contact about that. And for the time that remains in that program, certainly we're going to pay a lot of attention to Memphis.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
All right, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I'm very hopeful regarding the program. The $1 million there, and I didn't hear this if you answered it, the $1 million that you're asking for, will it be spent here in Memphis?
Oh, absolutely. This is all for Memphis.
The entire program, okay.
Our friends at the mortgage bankers, and it's their initiative. We're glad to help them along, but it's their initiative. And they wanted one city in America to try this out, to see if we all pulled together, we could move the numbers. And I was very anxious to bring them to Memphis for the reasons I mentioned. So what I'd ask you to do is earmark some funds for Convergence, that Convergence and its local partners, when they're aware that a house is coming for sale, that they can swoop in quickly with cash and make sure it's available to a home buyer in Memphis, not an investor out of New York.
Councilman Carlisle.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. I just realized what we're talking about. I have to make a disclosure. My brother serves on this board of this nonprofit, so I probably will vote, but I need to figure out what and how his role is.
Well, this is just a presentation.
Yeah, got it. But I just going down the future, I want to go get out there. I'll get out there again, but as we work on it. But I do want to weigh in on one thing. Is I've been talking with Mr. McAvoy about this subject for like at least 18 months now, 2 years. This is a significant problem when we talk about getting clean title. It's kind of why Blight Authority was spun up. Buying things off the courthouse steps is killing us because we're getting outbid by private equity firms that are raising billions of dollars. And it's really actually $1 trillion industry now when you add up the build to rent and the acquisition piece of it. And so this is a way for people to get mortgages that benefit them and they don't have to worry about premiums and clean title down the road. It's a really unique piece. So I look forward to talking about it more, but this is a very unique opportunity and pilot program that we could lead the nation on. With that, I'll yield the floor, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Director
you,
Perry.
appreciate it.
Colleagues, item number 2 is a resolution establishing a park restoration fund and reallocating and reappropriating $500,000 from the fiscal year 2023 CIP budget. All council districts requested by the administration. I'm going to yield to, but before, let me recognize Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, based on some external factors, I'd like to hold this item for 2 weeks. The resolution is out there, so you've had a chance to review it, and I think the public has seen what we are attempting to do as an administration and a council to help 2 organizations move forward. But unfortunately, I think it's not ready today for debate, and we're out of time.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, if there's no objection.
There's no objection. That item will be taken up in 2 weeks. Item number 3, colleagues, is our 2023 meeting dates ordinance. So this is just up for first discussion and consideration. There have been some moderations. You know, by charter, we are to meet on the first and the third Tuesdays of the month. But in looking at the calendar, you know, there's some sometimes holidays fall on what would be meeting dates, which you'll find the case to be for the 4th of July holiday. But also, a lot of times we may be meeting on days after holidays, Memorial Day, Labor Day. So New Year's Day will be recognized on January 2nd, a Monday. And so if there's some travel, this is accommodating that. So this is before you now. Councilwoman Robinson.
When is Election Day?
Yes. So
The 8th of what?
October.
Okay.
October.
Okay.
Yes. Well, no, so, but our election, well, the city of Memphis's election days in 2023 is going to be October 8th as well. So, but no, it's not. It's going to be the 5th. But what we did, we modified it because the way that the first Tuesday in October is going to be 2 days before the municipal elections.
Okay.
So to accommodate for that, you'll see that the October first meeting in October is actually going to be October 10th.
Okay.
As opposed to the 24th, so after the election. So the only ones that are not on the regular meeting schedule will be January, April. So April 4th, which is a City of Memphis holiday for Martin Luther King, his assassination day, that's going to be April 4th, which is the first. So the April meeting will not be on the regular schedule. The July meeting will not be on the regular schedule. September being Labor Day again, September, and then October. So those are going to be the months that are not going to be on the regular first and third Tuesdays of the month. So we have to have 3 readings for this. It'll take its natural course, so it'll just be on the agenda for first reading tonight. And we'll have, if there any other. Oh, okay. So is there a second on this? Second. Okay, has been moved and seconded. All those in favor of adding this to the agenda for tonight, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. Any opposed? That has it. That brings us to our holds. Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to hold item 21 on our agenda. It's not ready for, I'd like to withdraw it from tonight.
So that's item number 21. Can you elaborate on what 21 is?
Yeah, 21 is the red schoolhouse, and we do not have architectural renderings and costs for that. Administration would like that withdrawn if possible.
Okay.
Thank you. If I may, Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I think the best thing to do is let's get downstairs and table it from the floor.
Okay, I'll table it from the floor?
Yes,
okay,
sir.
That sounds fine.
Yeah, we can do that.
that.
Okay, so colleagues, we have 9 add-on items for this afternoon. A resolution to amend council fiscal year 23 grant allocations. All council districts sponsored by Councilwoman Logan. There's a request to add this to our fiscal consent agenda with same night minutes. Also, there's a similar grant allocation, that being item number 24, sponsored by Councilman Warren. Of course, there's going to be a request for fiscal consent agenda in same night minutes. That's going to be the case for item number 25, sponsored by Councilwoman Dockery. Number 26 is a resolution appropriating the sum of $500,000 funded by GO bonds chargeable to the fiscal year 23 capital improvement budget for Edgeview at Legends Park, project number CD 02018, District 7, Super District 8, requested by the administration. There's a request of same night minutes. Number 27, a resolution appropriating the sum of $2 million funded by GO bonds chargeable to the fiscal year 23 capital improvement budget for South City project, item number CD 01030, District 6, Super District 8, requested by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 26 and 27 were approved in HCD committee on October 11th, but were unintentionally omitted from the October 18th agenda. So we're adding them to tonight's agenda with same night minutes, so we don't delay these projects. Item number 28 is a resolution requesting approval to transfer and appropriate funds in the amount of $275,000 to architecture and engineering A&E cost for Medical Center Streetscape Project EN 01026. This is Council District 6 and 7, Super District 8, sponsored by Engineering. Request for same night minutes. Number 29 is a resolution authorizing acceptance of conference sponsorship, donation, and registration fees for the Stat of Memphis Housing Summit 2022 in the amount of $40,000, and submission of all required documents to collect, obligate, and expend event revenue, all council districts, sponsored by administration. There's a request of same night minutes. Number 30, item appointment, President and CEO of Memphis Light Gas and Water Division, Douglas McGowan, requested by the administration. Request for same night minutes. Number 31 it is also an appointment for the Chief Operating Officer for the City of Memphis, Shandell Ryan, requested by the administration. Request for same night minutes. So our same night minutes items are 13, 14, 15, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Item number 21 will be tabled downstairs. Our add-on items are items number 23 through 31. And if there's no other business, the executive is adjourned.